Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. A moving van pulled into Twin Leaf Town and pulled in front of a small white house with a porch and a wooden fence around it. The doors opened and 3 people hopped out, one being a child, another was a young man, and the last one being the worker. The worker walked to the back of the truck and opened the doors. 2 more workers hopped out and the 3 workers started unloading the boxes. The young man had black hair that was wild, dark brown eyes, and he was tanned. He wore jeans and a button-up light blue shirt with boots. He removed a key from his pocket and unlocked the door. "Here's the new house, Alex," he said. The child known as Alex looked just like his dad. He had black hair that fell into his eyes, dark eyes that were basically black, and he was tanned. He wore white shorts and a black shirt with black sneakers. "Okay. I'm gonna go look around. We're done unloading everything, Mr. Ketchum," one of the workers said. "Thanks, how much?" the man asked as a yellow mouse Pokemon hopped on his shoulder. 100 exactly, Ash," another worker said. Ash nodded his head and handed the money to the worker. "Thank you. We hope you enjoy living here in Sinnoh." The workers got back into the van and they were gone. "What do you think, Pikachu?" Ash asked, rubbing his partner on the head as they looked at the house. "Cha." Pikachu seemed to like it. Ash walked into the house to look around. The hall was fairly decent, it would need things on the walls, though. Next was the living room. After the living room was the kitchen with a back door. He walked back to the living room and found the hall, and that was where the bathroom was along with his room and Alex's room. "Hey Alex, we have to get the boxes in now," Ash said once finding Alex. "Okay, Dad," Alex said following his dad. Ash found his bag and grabbed a pokeball. "Macamp, come on out," Ash said, tossing the pokeball. "Ma!" Macamp cried. "Think you can help carry the bigger things inside?" Ash asked. "Ma!" Macamp cried, grabbing a gray couch. It took nearly all day, but after getting everything into the house and unpacked, the house looked like a home. The living room had gray and black furniture. A black couch, 2 gray chairs, a desk with a laptop resting on it, and a television had been hung up on the wall. Ash's room was simple. Black sheets covering the bed, a closet with his clothes put up, a nightstand made of oak beside the bed, and a bathroom connected to his room. Alex's room was the bigger bedroom since he had toys and other things. He had a pokeball beanbag chair in the corner of his room, a desk by the window with a photo of him and his parents resting on it. His bed was pushed against the wall with white and red sheets. Along the walls, he had hung up posters of his dad, since his dad was his idol, and Pokemon posters in general. He had shelves with videos of his dad's battles, too. A television hung in the corner opposite of the beanbag chair. "Where are your Pokemon gonna stay? Uncle Gary's field at the lab isn't here anymore," Alex asked, sitting down on the floor in the living room. Alex had called Gary, Uncle Gary, because Gary was always around. Gary was actually Alex's godfather. "Well, the backyard is too small. I'm going to talk to Professor Rowan tomorrow and see if they could stay in his field at his lab," Ash replied. "Oh, okay. Hey Dad. Will we ever see Uncle Gary again?" "Maybe one day," he said with a sad look on his face. Ash didn't really want to back to Pallet Town. Too many memories there. Not all of them were good. "Can we watch one of your battles?" Alex asked, jumping up. Ash nodded his head and Alex ran to his room. Pikachu ran into the room and hopped onto Ash's lap. "Hey, buddy," Ash said, rubbing Pikachu's head. "Cha." Ash glanced down at his hand and clenched it. Alex walked back in and placed the video in. "Which one is this?" Ash asked. "From right here in the Sinnoh region. It's when you won the Sinnoh League," Alex said, plopping down beside his dad. Ash nodded his head and the video began. Halfway into the video, there was a knock on the door. I got it. You watched the video. Ash said, getting up. Who could that be? We don't know anybody here in town, and we only moved in this morning. He walked to the front door and opened it. A young woman and a girl stood on the porch. The woman had long sapphire blue hair that reached to her lower back and sapphire blue eyes to match, and she was fair-skinned. She wore white shorts, a pink top, and white flip-flops. The girl beside her looked just like her except her eyes were silver and her hair was to her shoulders. She wore a jean skirt, a black top, and black boots to her knees. Hi, the girl cried. Ash smiled and said, hi, back. I'm Dawn Berlitz, your neighbor. We live in the house across the street from yours, the woman known as Dawn greeted. I'm Julia, the girl said, smiling to reveal that her left front tooth was missing. Nice to meet you both. I'm Ash Ketchum. Ash greeted. Yes, we know, said Dawn. As the Pokemon Master, you're known all over the world, Master Ketchum. Ash smiled awkwardly at her, since she had addressed him by his title. Just Ash, thanks, he told her. Hey Dad Alex started as he approached the door, but then saw Dawn and Julia. Come introduce yourself to our new neighbors. Ash said. Alex walked up and stood beside his dad. My name is Alex. Alex greeted. I'm Dawn Berlitz, Dawn greeted. I'm Julia. Julia cried. Then, she got an idea. Mommy, I have to tell you something. Dawn smiled and knelt down to Julia's level. Julia whispered something to her mom. Dawn nodded her head and whispered something back to Julia, and then stood up. Julia insists that our new neighbors join us for supper. Dawn said. I don't want to bother you too. Ash said. It's completely fine. I was going to make pasta and usually, it goes to waste. We never finish all of it. Dawn said. I don't know. Ash said, unsure. Please, Mr. Ash. Julia asked. Come on, Dad. You like pasta. Alex said, wanting to go. Sure, why not? Ash said, clearly seeing that he was outnumbered here. Yay! Julia cried. You two can over at around 6. Dawn said. Okay. Thank you, Dawn. Ash said. No problem. See you two later and nice to meet you both. Dawn said. Bye, Mr. Ash. Bye, Alex. It was nice to meet you. Julia said. Bye, and nice to meet you. Ash said. Bye, Alex said. Dawn and Julia stepped off the porch and started walking to their house. Ash closed the door and looked at Alex. We just made some new friends. Right, Dad? He asked. I think so, Alex. Ash replied. Ash grabbed Alex by his waist and slung him over his shoulder. Ah! Put me down. Put me down. Alex cried, laughing. Ash walked towards the living room feeling Alex hit his back with his fists. Put me down. Alex cried. Ash dropped Alex onto the couch and he nearly fell off. His face was red since his blood rushed to his head. You know, Alex, you're supposed to keep your head up so the blood doesn't go to your head. Ash said, chuckling. I know. The two finished watching the video. After the video ended, they sat watching some TV. 6 o'clock came soon and the two headed over to Dawn's house. Alex knocked on the door of the white 2-story house. The door opened and Julia stood there. Hi. Come on in. Mommy, Mr. Ash and Alex are here, she cried. Julia led them into the living room. The furniture was red and white. A fireplace was in the middle of the wall, a television was hanging on the wall, 2 white couches, 2 red chairs, and a table were in the room. The house smelled like a type of fruit and Ash spotted a candle burning. Julia led them into the kitchen and Dawn was getting the food set out. "It's ready, so take a seat," she said. Alex went towards the table and Julia walked over, too. Ash helped Dawn prepare the plates. "Thanks," she said to him. Once the 4 finished eating, the 2 kids ran to Julia's room. "I'm glad he's made a friend, being new here and all," Ash said, helping Dawn with the dishes. Dawn had insisted that she could wash the dishes by herself, but eventually gave in Ash's generosity. "Yeah, I'm glad Julia has a friend, too. She doesn't have many friends," Dawn said. Ash nodded his head. The 2 traveled to the living room and sat talking to one another after finishing the dishes. "So you're really the Pokemon Master?" Dawn asked. "Yeah, it was my dream as a kid and it came true when I traveled," Ash said. "I recognize your name from the news and newspapers. I know your name, too. You're a top Pokemon coordinator, right?" "Yep, it was my dream. It came true. I've seen some contests that you've been in. I saw the contest where you were in the Sinnoh Grand Festival when I was traveling here across the region for my gym badges. Yeah, that's where it all began." A silence fell over the 2. "So where did you and Alex move from?" Dawn asked. "From Pallet Town in Kanto," Ash replied. "I hear that's a small town like Twinleaf." "Yes, it is a small town. It's peaceful, though. Moving all the way here from Kanto is a very long move. What made you leave and come to live here?" Dawn then noticed that a grief-stricken expression came over Ash's face. She could see that she had intruded into something personal in Ash's life. Mustn't have been a happy memory. She decided to drop the subject. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry. I understand if you don't want to talk about it." Changing the subject, Dawn asked, "So how old is Alex?" "He's 7 years old and he's in the 2nd grade. Ash replied, regaining his composure. "Wow, Julia's the same. She's 7 and in 2nd grade, too. What are some good schools around here? Since they're already friends, maybe they could go to school together." Julia and Alex were in Julia's room. Julia's room was on the 2nd floor. The walls were purple with a white fluffy carpet. Her bed was covered with purple sheets. She had a computer on a desk in the far corner. "That's gross," Julia cried, laughing. "No, it's actually good," Alex said. "That sounds nasty. You should try it, it's good." "No, that's ruining a good milkshake and good fries." Alex had some very strange ideas when it came to meal combinations, like dipping fries in a milkshake. He had a big appetite like Ash. "Do you like sports?" he asked. "I play hockey and basketball. I love sports. Not very many girls in my grade like them, though. And the boys won't let me play with them. They say that I'm not good enough." Julia replied. "Well, if I go to the school you go to, I'll let you play with me." "Really? Cool." After an hour or so at the Berlitz household, Ash decided they needed to get home. "Thanks for letting us come over," Ash said. "You're welcome," Dawn said. "Come back anytime you want." "Alex, let's go," Ash cried, not wanting to wander around, trying to find where Alex was. Alex sat up after hearing his dad yell. "Well, I gotta go," he said, frowning. "Yeah, I guess so," Julia said. Alex stood up and held out his hand. "Friends?" he asked. Julia hopped off her bed and shook her head, "No." Alex looked slightly hurt until Julia smiled. "Best friends," she cried, hugging him goodbye. Okay. Best friends it is." "You don't need to hug me," Alex exclaimed. He didn't really like being hugged by anybody except his dad. Alex walked downstairs and found his dad and Dawn. "Bye, and thank you for letting us come over," Alex said, bowing his head. "Bye, and you're welcome," Dawn said. The two left the house and went home. Ash woke up at 5:30 so he could be awake and ready since he had to wake Alex up at 6 exactly. Thanks to Dawn, Ash was able to find a good school for Alex to go to. That school being Twin Leaf Elementary, the school Julia was going to. Ash was glad that Alex would have a friend on the first day. He glanced at the clock to see that it was 6 already. He walked to Alex's room to find Alex already awake, sitting on his bed looking at the picture that was normally on his desk. Ash frowned and walked over to Alex and sat down on his bed. "Hey, buddy," he said to his son, putting his hand on his back. Alex glanced at his dad. "It's weird. Today is my first day at my new school and she's not here. I miss her," he said softly, looking at the picture of the three of them. It was the last picture they had taken together before she died. "Yeah, me too." Ash hugged Alex, knowing that Alex was still sad about what had happened and he couldn't fully understand what exactly happened, or he chose not to. "Well, it's time to get ready. What do you want for breakfast?" Ash asked, standing up. Alex smiled a little at the question of food. "Bacon," he cried. Ash chuckled. Alex was obsessed with bacon. "With what?" "Toast." "Okay then. Bacon and toast it is," Ash said, walking out of the room. Alex hopped off his bed and put the picture back on the desk once again. He walked to his closet and grabbed some random clothes. Alex walked out into the kitchen dressed in jeans, a silver pullover shirt, and black sneakers. He walked over and took the plate from his dad and sat at the table. "Dad, do you think my first day will be good?" Alex asked as he bit into his toast. "I think so. I mean, Julia will be there in your school, so at least you'll have someone you know," his dad replied. Ash stood up and poured a cup of coffee. He added sugar and cream to the coffee, and when he looked up, Alex was staring at the cup. "No, you can't have any," Ash said. "A sip?" Alex asked. He loved the smell of coffee and he was always sneaking sips from his parents' mugs when they walked out of the room or weren't paying attention. "Fine. Only a sip, though." Ash slid the mug over and Alex took a few sips and slid the mug back. "Thanks, Dad," he cried. Ash nodded and finished his food. Alex finished soon after. "We gotta go or you'll be late," Ash said, noticing the time. "Pika! Pikachu!" cried, running into the kitchen. "Pikachu, I'm taking Alex to school. I'll be back in a few minutes," Ash said, petting Pikachu's head. "Chew." Alex walked to his room and grabbed his one-shoulder black backpack. "Ready?" Ash asked. Alex nodded his head and they left the house. The two hopped into their black sports car and drove towards Twin Leaf Elementary. After 15 minutes, Ash was pulling into the school parking lot. Twin Leaf Elementary was the school for pre-K through 6th grade. The school was made of red bricks. Ash and Alex entered the office and were greeted by an old lady. She looked like she didn't want to be here, by the expression on her face. "Hello and welcome to Twin Leaf Elementary. How may I help you?" she asked in a monotone voice. "I'm Ash Ketchum and this is my son, Alex. He's the new student. I just need to know who his teacher is," Ash explained. "Oh yes, the new child." The lady shuffled through the folders on her desk. "Here we are. I need to make sure that all of this is correct first." Ash nodded his head and Alex sighed quietly. "Name is Alex Ketchum. Age is 7. Grade 2. That's correct. 1 par dash," the lady started. "Yes. Look, I just need to know his teacher. I would like him to be able to get his first day started," Ash said, losing patience and not wanting Alex to hear what she was going to say. "Okay then, Mr. Ketchum. I presume everything is correct then. Alex's teacher is Miss Vickers in room 10. Thank you. Ash walked Alex over to the door of the office. She'll have someone take you to the classroom. I have to go now. Ash said. Okay. Alex trailed. Hey, you'll be fine. Okay. See you back at home at 3. Okay. Bye, Dad. Bye Alex, love you. Love you, too. Ash walked out of the office and was out of Alex's sight quickly. Alex, a girl's voice asked. Alex turned around to find a teenage girl standing there. Yeah, he asked. Hi, I'm Val, an office assistant for the school. I'll be taking you to your class. You ready? Val asked. Alex nodded his head and followed Val out of the office and down the small hallway with gray tiles. This is Miss Vickers' classroom. Val said. Alex glanced at the door. The door had Miss Vickers in pink letters and smiley faces were decorating the remaining space. Val knocked on the door and waited. The door opened to reveal a young adult. She had light purple hair that was in a side braid, green eyes, and she was slightly pale. She wore flared-out jeans, a white collar shirt, and white boots. Kids, I'll be out in the hall for a few minutes. Luca, take names for me. Miss Vickers said as she stepped out and closed her door behind her. Miss Vickers, this is your new student, Alex Ketchum. Val explained. It's nice to finally meet you, Alex. I heard I was getting a new student over the weekend. Alex nodded his head. Well, I have to go now. Good luck, Alex. Val said, walking off. Miss Vickers looked at Alex, who had his eyes down. Hey, there's no need to be scared. Wait outside for just a moment, please, she said as she walked back into the classroom. Thank you, Luca. Greg, see me before PE. Miss Vickers said. Now kids, I have an important announcement to make. We have a new student joining our class. This caused many whispers to start. Come on in, sweetie. Alex stepped into the classroom and he felt all of their eyes fall on him. He walked to stand beside Miss Vickers. This is Alex Ketchum. Please make him feel welcome. Miss Vickers said. Miss Vickers, a boy cried. Yes, Ralph, she asked. Can I ask Alex a question? That's up to Alex, Ralph. Sure. Alex replied. Awesome. Ash Ketchum is your dad, right? Ralph asked. Yeah, he is. That's awesome. I'm hoping to be a great trainer like him someday. Alex, take a seat beside. Miss Vickers trailed as she scanned the room. Little B, a kid yelled. JB, another cried. Children. Miss Vickers scolded. Sorry, Miss Vickers. Alex, you will sit beside Julia. Julia, please raise your hand. Miss Vickers said. Alex's ears perked up upon hearing Julia's name. He looked and saw Julia's hand in the air. He smiled to himself, glad that he was in the same class as his friend, and that he got to sit by his friend. He walked to the table in the back of the room and sat down. Julia was reading a book and she glanced at him. Hi, she said softly. Hey. Glad I have a friend in my class. Alex said. Julia gave a small smile and muttered something that Alex didn't catch. What? He asked. Nothing. Miss Vickers was writing something onto the board. Okay class, it's time to start. Alex, just share with Julia for now. I'll have your books and things by the end of the week. Now take out your multiplication sheet. Julia removed a blue paper with the times tables on it. I want you to study the sheet for a few minutes. When it's 10 after, we're going to have a partner assignment. Julia and Alex looked down at the paper. Okay, now put the multiplication sheet away. Being passed down is an assignment that you and your partner must complete together. Do not use your multiplication sheet. If you do, you will have to write all of your times tables during PE. Miss Vickers said. Julia looked at the paper and Alex glanced at it, too. She went to solve the first problem. 7 by 7. She scribbled 42 as the answer. No, it's 49. Alex said. Sorry, I'm not very good at math. English I can do. I love English. I'll help you. It's simple, really. Alex showed Julia different ways of how to solve the problems. He had answered most of the problems except for 5. Now you can try these 5. 6 by 3. 9 by 2. 4 by 4. 7 by 8. 5 by 5. She wrote 18, 18, 16, 56, and 25 as the answers, respectively. That's it. You got them right. Alex said. After math, it was time for English. Soon they were working together on an English worksheet. Alex had trouble spelling some complicated words and his writing was a little hard to make out. Julia helped to correct his words and show him how to write more neatly. Okay, you may go to PE. Miss Vickers said after the class had ended. Most of the class ran off, but Julia walked with Alex. Alex then noticed that Julia was wearing jean cut-off shorts, a plain pink top, and pink sneakers. Why are you so quiet? Alex asked. I'm always quiet. Julia replied. No, you seemed really excited and energetic when you were at your house. That's home, this is school. They walked into the gym and the teacher wasn't around. Alex noticed that another class was in here. He guessed that some classes had to take PE together. The teacher then walked in and was holding a few basketballs. Alex caught one of the basketballs and he and Julia walked to an empty basket. You can shoot first. Alex said, handing Julia the ball. Thanks, Julia said. She bounced the ball a few times and shot it, making the goal. Not bad. You told me before that the boys say you're not good enough to play with them, but you seem pretty skilled to me. Alex told her. Out of all of the girls, maybe. Julia said. But you should see the boys. I'd never be able to compare to them. Alex then noticed a boy from his class who he didn't know, along with a boy from the other class, walking towards the two. What's the matter with you? Why are you playing with her? The other boy asked. Yeah, why? Don't play with Little B, the boy from their class said. They call her Little because she's an inch shorter than all of the other girls in her class. Julia made a curtain form around her face and she looked down. Her name is Julia, not Little B. Julia's my friend and I told her the day I moved to Sinnoh that I would play with her if I went to the same school. I always stay true to my word. Alex said. You're dumb for hanging out with her. She's weird. A girl walked over and something about the way Julia backed up made Alex know she was trouble. Ah, little Julia lonely. Little Julia seeking a friend. Little Julia was abandoned. Little Julia and her mommy weren't loved by little Julia's daddy, she said in a baby voice. The basketball Julia was holding fell from her hands. I think it's time for a song, the girl trailed. Poor little Julia. Little Julia was left. Little Julia no love. Little Julia, poor dash. Leave her alone. Alex cried. The three stared at Alex, shocked that he would stand up for someone like her. Go and pick on someone else. Julia doesn't deserve this. Yeah, she does. She's weird and fatherless, the girl said. Alex looked at Julia who was shaking slightly. He knew she was crying. Oh yeah? Well, I'm motherless. If you three are going to pick on someone, pick on me. Leave us alone. From now on, if you pick on her, you'll have to deal with me. Alex replied, scooping the basketball up and leading Julia towards the bleachers. Thanks, Alex. For sticking up for me. Julia said as she wiped her face with her hands. Well, my best friend was getting bullied and I wasn't going to allow that. Thank you. A small silence was between the two, both of them thinking of one thought. Why wasn't your dad-mom around when we met? They asked at the same time. Julia bit her lip and looked at the ground, and Alex looked at the basketball he was holding. My parents split a year ago. My dad left and they split. Julia said softly. Oh, so they discoursed. Julia giggled. It's divorced, but yeah, that's what they did. I like split up better, though. It's simpler. What did your dad look like? Julia looked at Alex for a second and said, he was a little shorter than your dad. He had brownish red hair and black eyes. He knew my mom from long ago. He loved the color green. It seemed, he was always wearing green. Alex, that you said that you were motherless. Did your parents split, too? Alex shook his head. My mom was killed. It was a year ago. During winter. My dad and my mom they were driving. The road was iced and it slid off the road. The car flipped into a ditch upside down. Alex trailed. You don't have to finish. Julia said, seeing that Alex was hurting inside. No, I'm going to finish, it'll be good for me to tell someone about it. Anyways, my mom was crushed to death and my dad barely survived. He was injured badly and he got out of the side he was on. I'm so sorry. What did she look like? My dad says I have her eyes, only brighter. I have her personality a little, too. Especially when I'm mad. She was the same height as my dad, long hair that was orange, and green eyes. She knew my dad from long ago, too. Julia muttered something and Alex didn't quite catch it. Alex was about to ask her why none of the teachers had done anything about the bullies, but as he looked at the gym, a poster caught his attention. What's that poster? He asked, pointing while changing the topic. Julia looked up and at the poster. Floor hockey tryouts. Really? I think I might try that. I played hockey for my old school back in Pallet Town. Alex stood up quickly and walked to the poster. He read over the information, seeing that tryouts were Friday. Alex walked back towards Julia to see a boy and a girl talking to her. He was worried they were more bullies and quickened his pace. Julia was laughing by time he arrived. Haha. Alex, these are my friends. This is Trey and his sister Isla. Trey had blonde hair that was spiked, dark brown eyes, and he was tan. He wore white shorts, a green tank top, and white sneakers. Isla had black hair cut to her chin, dark brown eyes, and she was pale. She wore black shorts, a red pullover, and black sneakers. Hi, you're Alex Ketchum, right? Isla asked. Yeah. Well, lots of people want to be your friend. Trey said. Figures. I have the most famous guy in the world as my dad. Hey, can we play basketball already? Julia asked. Yeah, you guys playing? Alex asked. Oh no, ISCK. Trey said. I have bad luck with basketball. Isla said. Alex and Julia walked to the empty goal. 1-on-1. Alex asked. You're on. Julia cried. In the Ketchum household. Alex laid on the couch watching one of his dad's battles while Ash sat in the chair watching, too. How was your first day at school? Ash asked. Alex glanced at his dad. He reached for the remote and paused the battle even though he had seen this one more than once. Good, he replied. What happened? I get to sit by Julia in class. I met two of her friends who are brother and sister, Trey and Isla. Floor hockey tryouts are Friday. Think I can try? That's good. And yes, you can try out. You played with your old school's team back in Pallet Town, after all. Anything else happen? I learned something about Julia and her mom. Which was? Did you notice that there wasn't a guy around when we went over? He left them. Julia's parents split a year ago. Oh, that's so sad. In the Berlitz household. Sorry. Julia cried, looking from her mom to the kitchen floor. On the floor was melted chocolate, which Julia had dropped. Dawn laughed and shook her head. It's okay, sweetie. While we clean this up, why don't you tell me how your day went? Dawn said, wetting a rag. Julia grabbed a rag and sat on the floor. Well, Alex is in my class and he sits beside me. He helped me understand math. That's wonderful. Math was never one of your strong subjects. I helped him, too. With his English work. It's great that you're helping each other. You seem to make a great team. What else happened? He stood up for me. You know how Greg, Forrest, and Amy are always teasing me. He told them to stop. He stood up for me. He even played basketball with me like he said he would. Dawn smiled, maybe her daughter would stop getting picked on. I also learned about Mr. Ash's wife and Alex's mom. Dawn stopped scrubbing at the floor and looked at Julia. The lady was killed in a car accident last year. Alex said Mr. Ash was in it as well and he almost died, too. Dawn then realized Ash's response to her question on the first day she met him was because of that. That's terrible, she muttered and scrubbed at the floor again. Alex walked into the kitchen with his school bag along with his hockey bag. He was dressed in basketball shorts that were orange, a plain black shirt, and black and orange sneakers. What time are tryouts over after school? Ash asked as Alex poured some cereal into a bowl. I think the poster said 5. Alex answered, walking to the fridge for the milk. Okay, I'll be there by 5. Ash grabbed an apple that was in the bowl and took a bite. Alex started eating his cereal and soon he was finished. Ready to go? Ash asked. Alex checked his hockey bag and then he checked his school bag. 1 second, Dad, he said, running to his room. Ash grabbed Alex's hockey bag and slung it across his shoulder and waited. Alex returned and Ash didn't notice anything different. Let's go, then. Ash said. After a short drive, Ash was pulling to a stop in the drop-off line. Bye, Dad. See you after tryouts. Love you. Alex said, adjusting his bags. Love you, too. Good luck. And remember, have fun. Ash said. Alex opened the door and hopped out. Later, he called as he closed the door. In the short amount of time that they had lived here, Alex had come to like the school and looked forward to going. Alex walked through the halls and to his classroom. He walked in and saw that Julia wasn't there yet. He put his game bag against the back wall after asking Miss Vickers if he was allowed, and sat down. Miss Vickers walked over to him and handed him the last of his books and things he needed for school. Now you're all set, she said. Alex looked to see that it was an English workbook. He glanced at the clock and then the door. Miss Vickers began writing on the board. Julia walked into the classroom nearly dropping the book she was holding. She was wearing a purple plaid button-up shirt, jean shorts, and purple boots to her knees. Hey, she greeted, sitting down. Hey, Alex greeted. The bell rang, signaling school had started now. Good morning, class. Miss Vickers greeted. Good morning. Today, we're having a spelling test. I hope you all studied the words I asked you to. A few groaned and Alex laid his head on the desk. I forgot to study, he muttered. Spelling tests are easy in here. It's not really hard. Julia said as she wrote her name on her paper. Easy for you to say. You're good at spelling. Alex mumbled as he wrote his name. There are 10 words. Number 1 through 10. Number 1 is freshly. The boy couldn't help but grin at the freshly baked bread. Freshly, she said, using the word in a sentence. Eventually, she reached the final word. Number 10 is joked. The kids joked around. Joked. Now, does anyone need a word repeated? Nobody raised their hand. Pass your papers up to the front, then. Julia tapped her pencil against the table out of boredom. How did you do? She asked, glancing at Alex. I think I made a B. That's good. Tryouts today. Yeah, I'm ready for school to be over with so I can go. Miss Vickers had the papers in her hands now. Okay, now I would like you all to read your book until I get these graded. After reading for a little while, it was time for a worksheet on Pokemon history. You may go to PE. Miss Vickers said afterwards. Alex and Julia walked calmly to the gym even though Alex wanted to run. The two entered the gym and the teacher was talking to someone, but basketballs were laid out. Julia grabbed a ball, unnoticed by anyone, and walked back over to Alex. Want to play around the world? Julia asked. Yeah. Alex cried. Have a great weekend. See you all on Monday. Miss Vickers said. Good luck with tryouts. Julia said as she gathered her belongings. Thanks, see you later. Alex said, slinging his bags onto his shoulders. Bye. Alex walked to the gym and walked inside. There were around 40 boys ranging from grades 1 to 3. He put his bags on the bleachers and spotted Greg. Well, look who wants to try out. Greg said, approaching Alex. What do you want, Greg? Alex asked as he removed his hockey stick. Just letting you know, you won't make the team. I'm the best there is in second grade. Alex smirked and glanced at Greg. Well, not to burst your bubble, but that I was the best that Kanto Elementary had. How's that? Last year, I was the only first grade boy on the whole team. It was mostly full of second and third grade kids. That says how good I was. We didn't win the championship, but we came close and my coach said that in a few more years of playing, I could develop into a powerful scorer. Greg scoffed and walked off. A whistle was then blown and the kids stopped talking. A man in his mid-30s with spiked blonde hair walked to the kids. He was holding 3 bags, which he dropped on the floor beside him. My name is Craig. You can call me Coach Craig, or just Coach. This is my first year as coach of the Twin Leaf Weevils. Now before we get started, I have some things to tell you. In Twin Leaf Elementary, all of our sports teams are divided into 2 groups. One team for grades 4 to 6, one team for grades 1 to 3, which is the one you'll be playing in, if you pass. I won't lie to you, this won't be easy. While the 3 older grades have had some success, winning 8 hockey championships in the last 25 years, our younger team, or your grades, to be more specific, haven't won in 25 years. I was one of the players on that team, long before any of you were born. Our team used to be a force to be reckoned with. Nowadays, the team is only average compared to the other school teams in Sinnoh. No, go and put on your hockey equipment. On your way, take a jersey from the bag. Grade 1s wear white, 2s wear red, 3s wear black. That way, it'll be easy to know which grade you're from and who to pair. They're also suitably sized for your boys your age. Alex grabbed a plain red jersey and then walked to the locker room to put on his arm and chest pads. They were the same pads he wore when he played back in Pallet Town. He hadn't worn them in almost a year and amazingly, they still fit him. He then pulled the large jersey over his head, covering the equipment he was wearing, strapped on his black helmet, put on his gloves, grabbed his stick, and headed back out into the gym. Once all 40 boys were ready, their coach said, "Now to get you all warmed up, give me 20 laps around the gym. Go." He blew his whistle and they all took off. After they finished, some of the boys in grade 1 looked exhausted. So did a few grade 2s. Alex didn't feel winded at all, since he had done this sort of thing before back in Pallet Town. Without giving them a moment to catch their breaths, the coach said, "Line up on this side of the gym in front of the net and face the other side of the gym." The boys did so. "Next drill, run as fast as you can to the blue line, and back. Then the center line and back. Then the far blue line and back. And finally, all the way down to the other side of the gym and back. Get used to this drill because we'll be doing it a lot in practice if you make the team. I call it, the line run. This drill will sharpen your stamina and endurance and speed, strengthening your legs. Before we move on to anything else, you need to show me if you can push your body as hard as a game will demand it when you play against the other schools. I can't promise you will be the best team, but we will be the best conditioned team. That, I can promise you." As they were doing so, he yelled to them, "Be prepared to grow through pain, boys. You're going to run faster and longer than you've ever ran in your lives every minute of every day that you're here with me. The fastest way to make it onto this team is by being the fastest." After doing the run 4 or 5 times, most of the younger kids looked ready to collapse. Alex had to admit that he hadn't felt this tired in a long while, but he didn't show it. The last thing he wanted to do was show a weakness to his coach, fearing he would cut him from the team, or to Greg, fearing he would rub it in his face. As the afternoon went on, they did more practice such as weaving through pylons, weaving while keeping the ball in control, target practice at the net, and many more. At 5 o'clock, Craig finally let his players go after some parting words. "Today was just to get you in shape, see who could keep up with the drills, and what players I can work with the best. I'm going to cut 10 of you from the team, and if you're cut, you'll be getting a phone call tonight saying that you didn't make it. If you don't, then I'll see tomorrow on Saturday. Then the real training begins." Alex was almost ready to collapse when Ash picked him up. He slept like a log that night, and didn't get a phone call saying that he was cut from the team. He was back the next morning on Saturday, since the school was remaining open over the weekend for the tryouts. Alex noticed that Greg was still there, so he had passed the first round of cuts, too. Nearly all of the first-grade boys were gone, along with a few second-grade boys. With 10 players gone, the group had shrunk too, but Alex knew that there could only be 23 players on a hockey team. They started with more running to keep them in shape and more line runs. All that practice from the day before seemed to have worked, since Alex wasn't as tired this time. For the main leg of the training for the day, the coach kept rotating players for offense and defense drills to see who worked best with who and which position they should play. Alex wasn't very good on defense, but his passing was clean and crisp, and he nearly always managed to score when he shot the ball. 23 of you are going to play for the Weevils, 7 of you are going home. Craig said to them after they finished that day. Who that is, believe it or not, is up to you. But there won't be anybody cut today. He was impressed about the players he had to work with, and today, he couldn't make any final call on who stays and goes since they were doing everything he had asked and then some. He thought that if they could keep this up, they just might have a chance to win the championship. On Sunday, they tried more combinations of players and went home very nervous, since the coach had said that he would post the list of players who made the team on the school bulletin board on Monday. Alex had done all that he could. He could barely sleep that night. On Monday morning, he headed to see the list. The other boys were crowding around to see if they had made it. As Alex looked at the list of 23 players, he scrolled through the list to see if his name was there. The names he saw were listed in no particular order: Jake, Alan, Anthony, Ryan, Greg, Peter, Brett, John, Josh, Rob, Steve, Mark, Mike, Russell, Jeff, Chris, Justin, Patrick, Eric, Matt, Daniel, Edward, and Alex. Alex sighed in relief and walked to the classroom. He walked into the room to see that almost everyone was there already. He sat down beside Julia, who was drawing on a piece of paper. "Hi, Alex. How were tryouts?" she asked, glancing at him for a second. "Pretty good. The first day nearly killed me. It was the hardest that I'd ever pushed myself in my life." Alex replied. "So, did you make the team?" The bell rang before Alex could say anything else to Julia, and Miss Vickers started class. All day, Alex couldn't tell Julia he had made the team. At PE, Julia stayed in because her head was killing her. Now it was time for lunch. Maybe he could tell her now. Guess what? Alex said. What? Julia asked. I made the team. Julia stopped walking and looked at Alex. That's awesome, she cried. Alex noticed that she sounded like the girl she was when they had first met, loud, not quiet. But Julia quickly regained the quiet demeanor. That's great, Alex. Really great. What are you doing after school? Nothing, just going to finish the homework we have. Why? Julia asked, glancing at Alex. Wanna come over after school? I can help you with the math and you can help me with the English. Sure. Oh, and I finished the English. And I finished the math. Alex and Julia walked to Ash's car since Ash was picking up Julia today and bring her to her house, for Dawn had to run a few errands and couldn't pick Julia up. Hi, Mr. Ash. Julia said as she buckled her seatbelt. Hello, Julia. Ash greeted. Alex closed the door and buckled up. Was the team list up? Ash asked. Yeah, it was. Alex replied. And? I made the team. That's great. Any of your friends made the team? No one I know, just a guy that is a bully named Greg. Greg made the team? Julia asked. Yeah, he said he's the best in second grade. None of the first graders who tried out made it. I guess the training was too much for them. Oh, yeah. Mr. Ash, we're going to work on our homework together. Julia said, unbuckling her seatbelt since they were at the house now. They walked into the Ketchum house and the two went to Alex's room. Julia, does your mom know you're over here? Ash asked. Julia hadn't told her mom and she looked at Alex, silently asking for help. Yes. Alex cried. Alex. Julia trailed. Your mom will come over here to find you. I mean, my dad brought you home. Alex said, shrugging. The two started working on the homework and halfway through the back of the math worksheet, the doorbell rang. Hi, Dawn. Ash greeted. Is Julia over here? Dawn asked. Yes, they're working on homework. I'm sorry I didn't come over and tell you. Oh, it's fine. I thought she would be over here when she wasn't home by 3:30. Come in and I'll go see if they're done. Dawn stepped in and closed the door while Ash walked off to Alex's room. He looked at the two from the doorway. Alex was laying on the floor holding the worksheet in the air looking at it while Julia was on her stomach working on the worksheet. You two done? Ash asked. Alex rolled his head and looked at his dad. No. We have the back of this worksheet and then half of the other worksheet left. Alex replied. What are you two doing in here? Working. She's slower at math and I'm slower at English. One works on their sheet and the other checks it. If it's wrong, we fix it together. Okay. Well, Julia, do you want to give your mom your bag or anything? My mom's here. Julia asked, sitting up. Ash nodded his head and walked off. The two kids followed him into the living room where Dawn was standing. Hi, Mom. Julia said, hugging her mom. Hey, sweetie. You done or no? Dawn asked. Not yet. We should be done by 4:30. Alright, then. When you're finished, you can walk back. Alex and Julia went back to the room to finish their work, leaving Ash and Dawn alone. Thanks again for taking care of Julia for me. Dawn said to Ash. It's good to know that there's someone in the neighborhood that she can go to for anything if I'm not around. Don't mention it, I'm happy to help. Ash replied. And I think Alex enjoys having her over here, and I'm sure that she enjoys it, too. They make quite a team when it comes to schoolwork. Ever since they began helping each other, Julia's grades have really been improving. So has Alex's grades. An awkward pause followed until Dawn said, "Well, I guess I'll head home and wait for Julia." The next day at school, just before the bell rang for lunch, the principal announced that all members of the hockey team had to meet for a brief meeting. Once all 23 of them had gathered in the gym, Coach Craig said to them, "Well, congratulations on being selected for the team. I pushed everyone as hard as I could, but you boys made it through everything and came out in the best shape. Throughout the years, it's usually been almost all grade 3 boys with just a handful of grade 2s. But things were a little more even this year. There are 13 grade 3s and 10 grade 2s. But coach, you missed some of the best players," a boy exclaimed. "I'm not looking for the best players, I'm looking for the right players. If you don't like it, you can quit any time and I'll just bring in someone else." He then looked at the group and continued. "Now, the reason I called you all here is because the school needs to order your hockey jerseys and they'll be here in about a week. So fill out this sheet and include your first and last name, and the jersey number you want to wear. If any of you pick the same number as another person on the team, one of you will have to change it. When you fill it out, pass it back to me and you're free to go to lunch." He handed out the sheets and Alex began filling it out. When he got to his jersey number selection, he decided to use the same one that he had worn while playing in Pallet Town. Number 9. He wrote a 9 in the blank and handed back the sheet to the coach. On his way out, he was stopped and pulled to the side by Greg, who said, "Look Alex, you don't like me, and I certainly don't like you. But if we're going to have any chance of winning any of our games, I guess we need to put aside our differences for now." "Truce?" Greg asked, holding out his hand. "Truce." Alex agreed, shaking his hand. Ash parked on the side of the school and turned the car off. "What are you doing?" Alex asked, slightly confused. "I have a meeting with Miss Vickers," he replied as he opened his door. He walked to the office while Alex walked to his class. Alex found Julia already sitting at her desk with her head resting on her arms. "You look sleepy," Alex said, sitting down. "I am. Why Mom had to wake me up earlier because she had a meeting with Miss Vickers," Julia said with a small yawn. "My dad has a meeting with her, too. Must be a parent-teacher meeting. Miss Vickers won't be in here until the meeting is over. We'll have someone watching us and have a free day until she comes back," Julia muttered sleepily. The bell rang and a girl, who Alex noticed was Val, walked into the room. "Hey, kids. I'm just gonna watch over you until Miss Vickers is done. So just be good and you can talk to your friends or whatever, just don't get too loud. Okay?" "Okay." Julia closed her eyes, deciding to take a little nap. Alex started to draw on a piece of paper. Miss Vickers, Ash, and Dawn sat in the conference room. "Thank you for meeting with me this early in the morning," Miss Vickers said. "No problem at all," Dawn said. "Not a problem," Ash said. "Well, both of your children are doing wonderfully in school. Miss Berlitz, Julia has improved wonderfully. Her grades have gotten better, especially in math. Mr. Ketchum, judging by Alex's grades from his past years in Kanto, his English has improved greatly. Your children, they make a wonderful team." Ash sighed in relief, glad that Alex's English grade was getting better. Dawn smiled, knowing her daughter was doing better in math. "They're never without one another when they're in school. I've never seen such close friends before. You could almost say that they're like brother and sister. Julia has become more talkative while in class like the other kids. But she prefers to talk to Alex, mainly. It seems that she's finally coming out of her shell. Alex seems to stick with Julia, too. Occasionally, I see him talking to the others." The door opened and Alex's hockey coach walked into the room. "Sorry, Miss Vickers. I just need to give Alex's dad something." Miss Vickers nodded her head and Ash walked over to the coach while Dawn and Miss Vickers talked about Julia. I just wanted to let you know that your son that he has a real gift for hockey. I've never seen a kid like him play that well at that age. During tryouts, he did everything I asked of him, and then some. He seemed to want to prove to me, to the other boys, and to himself that he belonged on the team. Not once did he ever complain about how strenuous it was. He's even better than some of the third graders on the team. Thanks. He lives and breathes sports. Ash said. Well, that's good. At least he's in good health. Anyway, here's his jersey, the rest of his uniform, and the team schedule so you know what's going on. Thank you. The coach left the room and Miss Vickers stood up. Well, that's all. Thanks for meeting with me. I have to get back to class, she said, shaking their hands. Ash and Dawn walked out of the room and out of the building. Dawn started to head towards her truck, but she stopped. You know, Ash, that if you and Alex ever want to come over, you're welcome. I love that our kids are such good friends and they deserve to see each other. Don't you agree? She said, facing him. I agree. And thank you, Dawn. You and Julia are welcome at my home whenever you want, too. Ash said. Dawn gave a small smile. Dawn glanced at her phone and frowned. Well, goodbye, Ash. Work calls, she said. Bye, Dawn. Ash said, watching as she walked to the small white truck and got in. He turned and went to his car to go home. Miss Vickers walked into the classroom to find a few students standing at the front of the room, some talking, and some sleeping or working on something. Miss Vickers, your class was good. Except these three, who started to horseplay and I wasn't gonna have it. Val said, motioning to the three boys. Thank you, Val. Do you need a pass? Miss Vickers asked. No, I really like this class. Miss Vickers smiled and Val left the room. Miss Vickers gave the boys a sentence to write for homework, at least a page full. Alright class, I hope you all had a nice free time. It's time to come back to the classroom and time to learn. Miss Vickers said as she grabbed a piece of chalk. Alex poked Julia, but she didn't wake up. He shook her shoulder and she opened her eyes slightly. Miss Vickers is back, he said softly. Julia blinked and nodded her head. She yawned and rubbed her face attempting to wake herself up. She raised her head and then she stared at the lights. Okay, I'm good now, she said, blinking her eyes repeatedly. Alex chuckled softly. Alex and Julia walked into the gym to find the teacher with 2 bins full of colored jerseys in front of him. He blew his whistle to get the kids to come over. Today, we're going outside to play soccer. It's nice out and you all love to go outside, right? A few cheers and groans from the kids. Don't complain, you kids need fresh air. A few grumbles were his answer. Team captains will be the ladies today. Julia the coach started but laughter came from many of the kids. He gave them a stern look and the laughter stopped. And Amy will be the captains. Julia, you pick first and what color do you want to be? Julia glanced at the jerseys which were either white or black. Black, please. I pick Alex. Julia said. Alex walked over to Julia's side. Greg, said Amy. The picking continued until everyone was picked. The jerseys were handed out and they put the jerseys over their shirts. Alright, to the field. The class walked out of the gym and to the school fields. Alex knew he would have to keep an eye on Amy, since she was one of the people who had made fun of Julia when he first came to the school. He knew Greg wouldn't try anything since they had a truce, but he still knew he would be a tough person to play against. Okay. The main rule is simple. No tripping. Now I understand a small trip-up may happen when you try to steal the ball, but don't run over and trip them without attempting to get the ball. Have fun and play fair, the teacher explained. Julia and Amy were standing in front of each other in the middle of the field with the ball between them. The whistle was blown and Julia quickly got possession of the ball. She dribbled along and was approaching Greg quickly. She saw Alex jogging a little ways ahead and faked a pass to the right and passed to Alex, tricking Greg. Alex dribbled and was clear for the goal. He kicked the ball and scored. Julia ran over and gave him a thumbs up. He nodded his head. The game continued on with the black team leading 3. Julia had just passed the ball to Trent after stealing it from Amy. Amy looked very mad and was running very close to Julia. "You shouldn't have done that, little Julia," she hissed. Amy ran a little ways ahead of Julia and quickly stuck her leg out, causing Julia to trip. As Julia was falling, her right leg went out, quickly causing her whole weight to fall onto her right leg. There was a loud crack, followed by the sound of Julia's scream in pain. The coach blew the whistle, seeing the trip that shouldn't have happened. Alex ran over to Julia and crouched down next to her. She had tears falling down her cheeks and her teeth were clenched in pain. "Julia, that your leg," he trailed, unable to make a sentence. Julia felt like she was going to throw up at any second and her right leg was killing her. Her skin had gone pale. I can't move my leg," Julia said in a strained voice. Alex looked at her leg and shook his head. He knew it was broken. "Ah. Julia, it's just a scratch. Get up," Amy cried. Amy started to laugh at Julia. Julia didn't care, she just wanted her leg to quit hurting. "Alex, that my leg is hurting bad," she said, barely audible. Amy laughed even harder. "Oh, he can't help you. He doesn't want to help you," Amy said, laughing. At that point, Alex snapped. He knew this was no accident. She had deliberately tried to hurt Julia. With his anger building, Alex stood up and without even thinking he felt his fist connect with something and then he heard someone else crying. Alex blinked and looked at his hand to find some blood on it. He looked at Amy who was on the ground, holding her nose with blood all over her face. "Oh no," he muttered, kneeling back down to Julia. The teacher ran over to find the 2 girls on the ground and one was bleeding. He knelt next to Julia and looked at her leg which was still under her, unable to move it from the pain. "Julia, we need to get your right leg out from under you," he said. "No, it hurts," Julia said, shaking her head. "An ambulance is on its way. We have to get your leg out from under you. We need to get it out from under you. It'll hurt, but it'll feel better once they get here. It'll be okay," Alex said reassuringly. Julia bit her lip and nodded her head. "Help me get her up," the teacher said to Alex. Alex stood up, and together they were able to get Julia up to a standing position. "It hurts," she muttered. "Don't worry, they'll be here soon," Alex said softly. "Can you keep her upright?" the teacher asked. Alex nodded his head as the teacher carefully let Julia go and went to check on Amy. "So what happened here?" he asked. Sirens were getting louder and louder. Soon the ambulance was pulling onto the fields and the paramedics hurried over to where Julia was. "We've got her now, son." "Thanks," he said, carefully taking Julia. Julia was put into the ambulance and they drove off. "Alex," the teacher called. Alex rubbed his fist against his pants to wipe off the blood and walked over. "Yeah?" he asked. "Did you really punch her?" he asked, slightly shocked. Actually, I'm not really sure." "I didn't see it," he replied. He looked at Alex, confused. "What? They said you straight up punched her in the nose." "Well, I felt something come in contact with my fist and there was blood. I just didn't see and had no control of my actions." "So anger, right?" "Yes," she was laughing at Julia and she tripped Julia for no reason. "Julia's my friend and she was getting bullied. I guess I couldn't take it." "All right." Alex had been quiet the rest of the day at school. It was the first time since he had moved to Twin Leaf Town that he had to be at school without Julia and he was worried about what had happened to her. Ash had been quiet during the car ride home, and once in the house, Alex was jittery. He wanted to see how Julia was. "What happened at school?" his dad asked, looking at him. "Julia's in the hospital. Can you take me to see her?" Alex asked. Ash looked shocked, but he grabbed his keys and headed back out the door. "How did this happen?" he asked as he drove towards the hospital. "Her leg was broken." After a 10-minute drive, they were pulling into the parking lot. They walked into the hospital and they spotted Dawn and another woman who looked exactly like her, but older. "Is Julia okay?" Alex asked. Dawn and the other woman jumped, startled by Alex. Dawn looked behind her and saw Ash and Alex. "Yes, she's fine. Her leg is just broken. She should be waking up soon. They said they would let us know when she woke up." Dawn said. "Oh, Ash, Alex, this is my mom, Dawn Berlitz. Mom, this is Ash Ketchum and his son, Alex. Nice to meet you." Ash said, bowing his head. "Nice to meet you." Alex said, bowing his head also. "It's nice to meet you both." Johanna had sapphire hair that was pulled into a tight bun on her head with gray stripes of hair here and there. She had sapphire eyes, and she was slightly pale. She wore a gray wool sweater over a peach-colored shirt, jeans, and some flats. "Julia Burzil," a nurse called. "It's Berlitz, and right here." Dawn said. "Oh, sorry. She's awake. Are all of you going back there?" "Yes." "Okay. Well, she's in room 106. The four walked through the hall and found Julia's room. Dawn opened the door and she walked in, followed by Johanna. Alex and Ash then followed behind, and Ash closed the door softly. Dawn was by the top of the bed, smoothing Julia's hair. "You feel better?" she asked. "Yeah, that much better, but my leg itches," Julia said. Julia was still in her black jeans, her bright yellow half-sleeve shirt with the black jersey still over it, and she had on one black sneaker. Her right leg was in a cast. "Sweetie, how exactly did your leg get broken?" "They called and told me you were being taken to the hospital for your leg, but they didn't tell me how it happened." Dawn asked. "We were playing soccer in PE. I was a captain and so was Amy. We were winning the game and I stole the ball from Amy. Again, and she was mad. I passed the ball and Amy tripped me up," Julia explained. "I somehow landed on my right leg. My whole weight fell on it and it hurt so badly. She really does need to leave you alone," Dawn said, sighing. "Oh, did I think she will after what happened today?" Julia said with a small laugh. "What do you mean?" "She got taught a lesson." Ash saw that Julia's eyes looked at Alex for a second. "What?" Alex. He hit her. "She was bullying me. Plus, she had caused it. I couldn't do anything." Alex glanced at his dad to find that Ash was looking at him with a look that read, "We'll discuss this later." After talking for a little while longer, Ash and Alex had to go. "You'll be better in no time, Julia," Ash said as he put his hand on the door handle. "Bye, Julia. Get better soon," Alex said. "Bye, Mr. Ash." "Bye, Alex. Thank you for coming to see me," Julia said. "Bye, Dawn, Johanna," Ash said. "Bye," Alex said, bowing his head. "Goodbye, Ash and Alex. It was nice to meet you both." "I can see why Julia talks about Alex so much," Johanna said. "Bye, Ash." "Bye, Alex," Dawn said. Once Ash and Alex were back in their house, Alex tried to get out of the conversation he was dreading. "Alex," Ash said, making the boys stop in his tracks. Alex sighed and walked to the living room where his dad was. "Yeah. Sit." Alex sat down on the couch and waited. "Why did you hit that girl?" She was bullying Julia. I had to stand up for her. I don't like seeing my friends being treated the wrong way. Dad, I didn't even see it happen. I only felt it. My anger got the best of me and I couldn't control myself. Ash shook his head and muttered, "You definitely have your mother's temper." Then he faced his son and said, "Alex, don't let your anger get the best of you. I don't want you to get kicked off of the hockey team or kicked out of the school. Do you want that?" "No." "Okay, just stand up for Julia, but no fighting. Got it?" "Got it." "Good, now what do you want for supper?" Alex sat in Miss Vickers' class, listening to the conversations of the other kids. It wasn't his fault that they were talking loud enough for him to hear. Today, Julia was supposed to come back to school, her first day back since she broke her leg. Alex had overheard some of his classmates saying that Amy deserved what had happened to her. And sure, they teased Julia. But breaking her leg on purpose? That was low. It seemed that people didn't like what Amy had done, but was that true? Miss Vickers was writing on the board and Alex was looking from the clock to the door and then to the board. A clank was heard, and coming through the door was Julia on crutches, which she seemed to be having a hard time with. The bell rang and Julia sat down, leaning the crutches against the table, but they fell down. Alex hopped up and leaned the crutches against the back wall. "Good morning, class. Now, before we begin, I want to welcome Julia back. Julia, I hope you are feeling better and if you need help, just ask." Miss Vickers said. A girl who was known as Grace shot her hand into the air. She had light pink hair done up in a bun. "Yes, Grace. Can we all sign Julia's cast before class starts?" she asked. Miss Vickers looked to see that all of her class had markers lying beside their pencils. "Yes, you may all sign her cast. Are you okay with that, Julia?" Julia gave a small nod. Adam hopped up and wrote his name on her cast first. As a line formed and Julia's classmates signed her cast, they said things that shocked her. "You didn't deserve this. It was mean, even for Amy." Deja said as she signed her name. "Get better, Julia." Oliver said. "Amy went way too far this time," said Trey. "We'll all be here if you need us. We made that decision during PE on the day that you broke your leg." Grace said softly and gave a small smile. She then gave Julia a comforting hug, which Julia returned. Once everyone was done with signing their names and a few hugs were given by some of the girls, class started. As Julia listened, she couldn't help but smile. It seemed like the bullying from everyone in her class was finally going to end. Everyone seemed to be her friend now, not just Alex. She wasn't alone anymore. "Okay, I want you and your partner to work on page 20 in your English workbook," Miss Vickers said. Alex and Julia started to work until Alex said, "Oh, I'm going to come over every day after school to visit and keep you company until your leg is better." "Really? Thanks, Alex," Julia said with a small smile. Alex nodded his head and stared at the sentence in front of him. He trailed. Julia laughed and helped Alex figure out what part of the sentence didn't belong. "You may go to PE, Alex, please stay behind for a minute," Miss Vickers said after a while. Alex glanced up at her, shocked. He got up and handed Julia her crutches. Grace walked to their table. "I'll walk with Julia, Alex. Don't worry, we'll all make sure that Amy doesn't try to mess with her," Grace said. Alex just nodded his head. Julia hobbled along behind Grace, who was chatting away. Alex stood awkwardly, not sure why he was asked to stay. "Alex, come here," Miss Vickers said as she sat down behind her desk. Alex walked towards her desk and stopped in front of it. "Yes?" he asked. "Alex, I'm concerned about what happened when Julia's leg got broken." "You punched Amy in her nose," she said, placing her hands on her desk. "I didn't mean to. I just why anger?" Alex said uncertainly. "Yes, and that's what I'm worried about. Alex, your anger made you hit a girl. What happens if you get angry at someone again? You could hurt someone else. It won't happen again. You don't know that, sweetie. I just want to try and help you so that your anger won't get the best of you. I don't get angry often. My dad says it's rare when I do. Yes, I understand. But if you get angry again, just count to 10 and take a deep breath. Alex gave a small nod. You may go to PE. Have fun. Alex walked out of the classroom and towards the gym with his hands in his pockets. Alex walked into the gym to see that a game of basketball was going on. He saw Julia sitting with Trent, the two talking. He knew that Julia couldn't play because of her leg. He saw Greg, who gave a nod in greeting before getting the ball from someone on the other team. Alex then spotted Amy, who was sitting on the opposite side of the gym with her friends. Amy was one of the popular girls in school. He noticed that a bandage was on her nose and her face was a little swollen. He then realized that he had hurt her more than he thought and Miss Vickers had had a good reason to talk to him. He suddenly felt awkward and alone. He didn't want to play basketball, since it had already started. He wasn't really sure what to do. It had been a week and a half. Julia's cast would be coming off in about a month, since it had now been on for a week or so. Hey Dad, I'm going over to Julia's. Alex said as he walked into the kitchen. He's always been over there since her leg was broken. I think I'll go over today and visit. I'm bored here by myself when he's over there with his friend. Ash thought to himself. Okay. Well, I'm gonna visit them, too. Ash said. Cool. Pikachu hopped onto Ash's shoulder and the two made their way to Dawn and Julia's house. Alex knocked on the door, and after a few minutes, Dawn opened the door. Hi Alex. Oh. Hi, Ash, she greeted, slightly shocked with seeing Ash there, too. Hi, Miss Dawn. Alex greeted. Hey Dawn, Ash greeted. Dawn stepped aside and let the two into the house. Julia is in her room. Dawn said. Alex nodded and ran up the stairs. Ash glanced at Dawn to see that she wore a flowing skirt that went to her knees that was white and a yellow sleeveless top with no shoes. In her hand was a bottle with red liquid. Wine. She saw Ash looking at the bottle. Would you like a drink? She asked. I was just about to have one. Ash remained quiet. There's wine and some beer. My mom has a friend who gives her wine and beers. I don't like beer, though. Dawn said awkwardly. Sure, I'll take a beer. Ash said. Dawn walked to the kitchen and grabbed a beer from the fridge and walked back to the hall. You can come in, Ash. Make yourself at home. Dawn said, laughing softly as she handed him the beer. He followed her to the living room and sat down in one of the chairs while she sat on the couch, pouring herself a glass of red wine. So Ash, our kids are really close, yet we don't really even know each other that well. Dawn said, starting a conversation. Very true, Ash said as he took a sip of the beer. Well, you work, don't you? What do you do for a living? Dawn had mentioned work, but he didn't know what she did. Well, I work as a photographer. I work with anyone. Famous, not famous, old people, babies, all that. Really, you're a photographer? Ash asked, slightly shocked. Dawn took a sip of wine from her glass. Yes, when I was younger, I wanted to be a fashion photographer. As I traveled on my Pokemon journey, I took some pictures and saw pictures that were just so pretty on the covers of magazines. I wanted to do that as a career once my days as a coordinator were over. So do you work for a magazine, too? If the pictures are put into the magazine, then yes. My pictures have been put in magazines before. Some very popular ones, even. I'm sort of freelance. Well, that's really cool. I admire a woman who can take care of herself. Could I see one of your pictures? Thank you. And sure, I'll be right back. Dawn stood up and walked to the hall. She returned after a moment with a picture frame in her hands. The good thing about being a photographer is that I don't have to pay for pictures. I can take them myself and print them. Dawn said as she sat down. She handed the picture frame to Ash. This is Julia, last year after a soccer game. The picture was so realistic. You could see every little detail. Julia's hair was pulled into a ponytail that was falling out, a few stray hairs clinging to her sweaty face. You could see the dirt on her face from where she had most likely fallen and gotten dirty and rubbed her face, the wrinkles in the shirt and the dirt and grass stains on her socks. You could even see the sun's rays and know which way the sun was facing when the picture was taken. Wow, was all Ash could say. Ash handed Dawn back the picture and she placed it on the table. So as the Pokemon Master, I assume you've traveled on a journey before, like me? Dawn asked. Yes, I've traveled all of the regions. I traveled through Sinnoh back when I was in my early teen years and that's when I won the Pokemon League. I had a friend with me, too. I was in Sinnoh the same time, traveling for the first time. It was so fun. Oh, I know. Pikachu should meet my Pokemon. They're in the backyard. Dawn walked to the back door and opened it. Hey guys, this is a friend's Pikachu. Be nice. Pikachu went and joined Piplup, Buniri, Pachirisu, Mamoswine, Infernape, and Torterra. You mentioned that you traveled with a friend, didn't you? Dawn asked as she entered the room again. Yes, I traveled with my friend, Brock. Ash replied. What did you do when you won the league? Ash thought for a few minutes. I was really happy that I had one. I returned home and that's when my girlfriend, who I later married, and I started to date. Ash said, stopping suddenly as painful memories flashed through his eyes. But she passed away, didn't she? Ash looked at Dawn, slightly shocked. How do you know what happened to her? Ash asked. Dawn frowned slightly. Alex told Julia what had happened and she told me. Oh, well, Julia told Alex and he told me what happened with you and your husband. Ash said softly. Well, no point in hiding it now. They both thought. Well, I guess there's no reason to hide it now. Would you like to know? Ash asked. Dawn opened her mouth, but closed it. She wasn't sure what to say. I can tell you. After all, it came up the first day I met you. It was wintertime and my wife and I were driving. The road was slick and it was probably about mid-afternoon, almost night. The car slid off the road and flipped upside down and fell into a ditch. Dawn gasped and looked at Ash with a small frown on her face. I was able to get out, but I was bleeding badly. I almost died. I couldn't even process much, but I managed to call an ambulance in my state. I called out, trying to get my wife to answer me. When she didn't reply, I thought she was just unconscious. Dawn took another sip of the wine she had as Ash drank some more of his beer. The ambulance arrived and the only thought racing through my mind was, please be okay. I don't know what caused this, but I was able to look at the driver's side of the car and it was totally crushed. Misty that she was crushed to death. She was pronounced dead at the scene. The paramedic told me and I lost it. I was so hysterical that they had to sedate me before taking me to the hospital. I can only imagine what Alex felt like when he found out. I didn't want to tell him. I didn't know how. I woke up to find Alex sitting in a chair in my hospital room with my mom. He looked up and saw me awake. He had a lost look in his eyes. He said I looked horrible and asked what happened. He then asked why he couldn't see Mommy. My heart broke when he said that. Ash sighed and closed his eyes. A doctor came in and heard his last question. The doctor looked at me and seemed to see my face. He sighed and walked over to check on me. Alex asked the doctor and the doctor replied with a lot of tears. Alex's face showed confusion, but Alex was smart. He put the pieces together and realized what had happened. Alex, he started to cry, but that didn't last long. This caused his anger to get out of control. He swung at the doctor, but the doctor left. So he punched the wall instead. Alex begged me to tell him that the doctor was lying, but I couldn't lie to him. I told Alex that mommy was gone and not in pain anymore. For the longest time, I couldn't get Alex to do anything. He would stare at pictures of her, he would cry himself to sleep, he broke a few things in his room when his anger reached its peak, he wouldn't even play sports anymore. He was broken. He lost some friends, since he distanced himself. And he was treated differently, too. Ash sighed. I came to Sinnoh to start fresh. I wanted us both to forget the bad memories and have a new beginning, away from Pallet Town. That's why I moved here. Ash said, finishing the story. Dawn looked upset at what she had just heard. That's terrible. No one should ever have to go through that, she said, softly. What about you? What's your story? Ash asked after a minute of silence. Well, my husband and I were childhood friends. My mother told me that it wasn't a surprise when we eventually fell in love. Then we got married and Julia was born. Dawn explained. We were a happy couple while Julia was 2 years old. When she turned 3, things started to go wrong. We started to distance ourselves and we disagreed a lot. Dawn traced the top of the glass with her finger. We had a lot of arguments. Julia thought she had to grow up hearing them and seeing her parents acting differently from her friends' parents. When she was 6, that's when it all went wrong. It was an argument that made it all go wrong. A stupid little argument. The argument quickly became a bad one and he couldn't take it anymore. He stormed out of the house and disappeared for a few days. He returned home one night with divorce papers. Dawn drank the last of her wine. I knew it would be for the best. Our fighting had scared Julia. I would see her poking her head around the door frame with a scared look in her eyes. I knew it would be the best for me and her, so I signed the papers and he did, too. It was then finalized and he moved away somewhere. After that, I changed my last name back to my maiden name, Berlitz. And I gave Julia my last name, too. Dawn sighed and looked at the photo. I kept my wedding ring on for a few months after it all happened, but the love that was there between us once before had vanished and the ring only reminded me of the fights, the pain I felt, and Julia being frightened. I knew that I had to stop fooling myself and let go, so I destroyed my ring. It was crushed into as many pieces as my heart was. Dawn sighed and placed her hands on her lap. Julia's bullying started when "Bring Dad to School Day" came. She had to face it alone and the kids asked where her dad was, since some of them had met him. She didn't know what to do, so she said that he had left. The bullying started after that and has followed her ever since. I'm sorry. It's fine, it's all in the past. The bullying has finally stopped, thanks largely to Alex. He stood up for her when nobody else would. He has a strong sense of courage, and has the ability to stand up for what's right. I think he's learned how to act more calmly since we moved here. He's also opened up to people again. Well, it looks like they're both acting like their old selves again. Dawn looked towards the stairs. Speaking of which, they've been awfully quiet, she said, standing up. She and Ash walked up the stairs quietly and towards Julia's room. The door was open and they looked inside. Julia was lying on her bed, napping. Alex was asleep on the floor. There were some markers and paper on the floor with some drawings on them. It was clear to see that the two of them had been drawing together. They must have been exhausted. Ash whispered, smiling at the napping children. Julia's been taking naps almost every day after school since she broke her leg. Dawn explained. Walking on crutches is tiring work for her. Alex said that he had a busy day at school today. No wonder he's tired. They look kinda cute napping there like that. Yes, they do. Ash quietly walked into the room and picked up Alex, leaning him against his chest. I think we'd better get home. It's almost supper time, he whispered to Dawn. Yes, I'd better start making supper for Julia, too. Dawn agreed. I'll walk you to the front door. Just before Ash left, he looked at Dawn and said, You and I both lost someone that we love. We may feel lonely, but remember that neither of us are alone. We still have our children to hold on to and to love. We have to keep going, keep moving forward for their sakes. Thank you, Ash. Those are some good words of wisdom, said Dawn. I feel bad that Julia has no father now and that the bullying happened. Dawn shouldn't have had to gone through that. Two people should never fight that much. At least she's away from it all now. Ash thought. I knew his story would be sad, but I didn't expect it to be that heartbreaking. The both of them having to go through that. It's a shame. Ash needs a friend and Alex does, too. They can't be hurt again. I think he feels better, now that he finally has that off his chest. Dawn thought. Chatter was everywhere, coming from all of the tables in the cafeteria. The aroma of food filled the air, but as good as it smelled, it didn't taste that great. Alex and Julia sat at one of the many long, light gray tables, Julia's crutches resting against the table. Julia poked a white glob on her plate and made a face. What is this? She asked, poking it again. I think it's mashed potatoes, said Alex. On Alex's plate was mashed potatoes, a few chicken nuggets, and an apple with an open milk carton beside it. On Julia's plate was mashed potatoes, chicken nuggets, and grapes with a water bottle by her tray. It's runny, though. Julia said, laughing. Well, mine aren't. Yours are weird. Alex said, laughing. At that moment, Grace and Isla approached the table. Hey, can we sit with you? Grace asked, holding her tray. Sure, Julia said as Alex nodded his head. Ever since Julia's classmates had stopped bullying her, Julia was slowly becoming her old self again. She was being herself, acting as she did when she was at home, and people were still adjusting to the change. Isla and Grace sat down. Grace had straight, light pink hair and it reached down to her shoulders, dark brown eyes, and she was slightly tanned. Hey Isla, where's Trey? Julia asked as she dipped a nugget into her ketchup. Trey got sick last night. It wasn't pretty. Isla replied with a small shudder. Ah, well tell him that I hope he feels better soon. I will, Julia. I promise. Hey, when does that cast come off? Grace asked, motioning to Julia's leg. 2 to 3 weeks. Julia said. Yay. Not yay. It's way too long. She's dying from doing nothing. Alex joked. Haha. Very funny, Alex. Julia said. Grace and Isla laughed and a silence fell over them. Oh, Julia, I can't come and visit you this weekend. Alex said suddenly. Julia looked at him, slightly confused. Why? She asked. A hockey game. We're the away team so we have to travel to another town. Oh. Hey, I can visit you, Julia. Grace said. Yeah, me too. Isla piped up. Really? They nodded their heads. I'll ask my mom, but I know she'll say yes. Julia, Grace, and Isla were in Julia's room. Julia was sitting on her bed with her leg propped up, Grace was sitting at the computer chair, and Isla was sitting on the floor with a sketchbook in her lap. Bags of chips were beside them all, along with a drink. The three had been hanging out for a few hours and had only eaten junk food and laughed at nothing. You know what we should do? Grace said suddenly as she rested her elbows on her knees. What? We should do makeovers. My friends and I do it every time we hang out. It's really fun. No. Nope. Nada. Not happening. Julia said, shaking her head. I gave Trey a makeover one day that it didn't turn out well. I saw my mom putting makeup on one day and tried it on Trey. I made him into a clown. Isla said. Julia and Grace started laughing and couldn't stop for a while. They finally calmed down enough to talk. So are you in? Grace asked. That I don't know. Isla said. Come on, please. Grace begged. Okay, I'll do it. Grace looked at Julia. No, she cried. Please. Julia shook her head. Come on, Julia. It's just makeup. Grace said. Julia sighed and muttered to herself. Fine. You'll love it. You can even pick if we should do serious makeup or clown makeup. Oh, okay then. I'm in. I choose clown. Julia said, smiling. Oh, how I knew you would say that. Does your mom have makeup? Julia nodded her head. Mom. Julia yelled. Both girls covered their ears and looked at Julia in shock. Wow, I didn't know you could be that loud. Grace said. Dawn appeared in the doorway. What? She asked. Do you have some makeup that you don't use? Unopened makeup? Julia asked. Yes, I have some. Why? Dawn asked, raising an eyebrow. We're going to do clown makeovers. Grace said. Dawn laughed softly. She knew how this was going to end up. Okay, as long as you let me get a picture of this. Sure. I'll go get it. Be right back. Why does she want a picture? Isla asked. She's a photographer. Dawn returned and gave the makeup to the girls. After about an hour or an hour and a half, they were done. Grace had brightly colored eyeshadow all the way up to her eyebrows, blush all over her cheeks, and bright red lipstick all over her lips and above and below her lips as well. Julia had multiple colors on her eyes with a streak of black from above her eyebrow to her cheekbones, blush all over her face, making it pink, and lipstick like Grace's. Isla had bright eyeshadow all over her eyes, stopping above her eyebrow and on her bottom eyelid, blush on her cheeks, and lipstick like the others. They looked at their reflections and started laughing uncontrollably. Hey, pull your hair into a weird style. Grace said. They grabbed some bands and pulled their hair up. Julia's hair was pulled into multiple ponytails, Grace had her hair in two ponytails that weren't pulled all the way through and were uneven, and Isla pulled what she could into a small, weird ponytail. Mom. Dawn knew that they were done since there was so much laughter and since Julia had called again. Dawn walked up and saw the three. Well, don't you three look cute, she said, smiling. Yep. I'm so wearing this look to a dance. Grace said, laughing. Oh yeah, me too. I love it. Julia said, smiling. Same here. It's so pretty. Isla added. Dawn laughed softly. Ready? She asked. Grace and Isla hopped onto Julia's bed where she was. The three were in a group and looked at Dawn. Serious, happy, what? Julia asked. Silly then happy. I'm going to take 2 pictures. Dawn said. The three made a silly pose and then smiled as the pictures were taken. Well, it's done. You three need anything? Dawn asked as she picked up her makeup. No thanks, Mom. Dawn nodded and left with the makeup. So what do you guys like? Julia asked. I like dressing up, I love watching contests for the pretty dresses and the amazing moves. Grace said. I love to draw. Isla said. So did I take it you want to be a coordinator, Grace? Isla, do you want to be a Pokemon watcher? Julia asked. Yeah. Coordinator all the way. Your mom was my inspiration. At home, I have pictures of different gowns that I want to wear when I'm old enough to be a coordinator, said Grace. I think so. I love to draw and I have many drawings of Pokemon. What do you like, Julia? Isla asked. Well, sports and contests. I want to be a coordinator just like my mom. I'm going to travel one day and I'll reach my dream. Julia replied. Me too. I want to go on a journey and become a coordinator. Gray said. Maybe we could travel together. We may even be rivals. I'd love to travel with you. Soon it became a game of 20 questions. The questions ranging from favorite color, favorite book, to least favorite subject, least favorite thing, and even most embarrassing moment. And then I fell into the pool. Grace finished. She had just explained how her 6th birthday party ended. She had tripped and got her dress dirty, then the cake had been rigged to blow in her face when the song ended, thanks to her wonderful older brother Luke. She then started to cry because of that, and the yelling of her parents fussing at Luke, and then she ran and fell into the pool after tripping. That had to SCK. Isla said. Well, I did get laughed at, but it blew over. Though Luke still teases me. Grace said. Wanna watch a movie? Julia asked. Yeah, what have you got? Julia named off movies and after a 5-minute fuss, they settled on Tangled. It was now Monday. Alex and Julia sat at their table, since the bell hadn't rung yet. So how did the game go? Julia asked. Alex frowned slightly. We lost. It was pretty bad, too. How bad? 9-4. Who did you guys play? The Infernapes. Julia thought for a few minutes. They've won a lot that I think they are the champions. They are, and they have been for the last 3 years. Oh, they're that good? Yeah, our coach said that they're the strongest team in Sinnoh. I've never seen them, only heard of them. Do we even have a chance of winning the championship? Even if we win against every other team, they'd still eventually beat us. Julia just shrugged. I think that you guys are a good team. Thanks. Alex sat at his desk with his head resting on his arms. He glanced at the clock to see that school didn't start until at least 10 more minutes. His dad had been called in by the league earlier than normal, so Alex was here earlier. Miss Vickers sat at her desk grading papers while the other kids talked. Alex glanced at the door to see Julia walking through the door on her own 2 feet without her crutches. You got your cast off? Alex said as Julia sat down. Yep. I'm so happy. I can play again. Julia cried. After school, Alex and Julia walked out of the front doors and saw their parents' cars. Hey, we should go to the park. Julia said. Really? Alex asked. Yeah. I haven't gotten to play in over a month. You ask your dad and I'll ask my mom. Okay. Bye, Julia. Alex said as he walked towards his car. See ya, Alex. Julia said. After both kids had asked their parents, the 4 were walking down the sidewalk towards the park. Piplup and Pikachu were with Ash and Dawn. It was now October and Ash and Alex had been in Sinnoh for about a month now. The leaves were golden and red and some of them were scattered the ground. This October was a cold one, so the 4 of them were wearing coats. Once they arrived at the park, Alex, Julia, Pikachu, and Piplup ran off to go and play. Ash walked over to one of the park's benches and sat down. Dawn joined him shortly afterwards. Dawn removed her camera from her purse and put it around her neck. Do you carry that everywhere? Ash asked, starting a conversation. Dawn glanced at him for a moment and then at her camera. Well, of course. You never know when something picture-perfect or something worth remembering will happen. Plus, I get to work on my job and have pictures ready in case some magazine asks me to shoot pictures. They like to see your work before they hire, after all. Dawn explained. I take it you've captured a lot of memories with your camera. Yes, so many wonderful memories. Julia is in almost all of them. Ash smiled, seeing that Dawn was a mother who cared about her daughter, even though he's seen it with the short time PRD he's known her. What would your favorite memory have to be with Julia? Ash asked. Dawn looked at him and sighed. That's a hard one, Ash. Let me think for a moment, she said, leaning her back against the bench. She bit her lip as she thought. I would have to say my favorite memory would have to be when Julia turned 1 year old. I mean, I was happy to have a child. When she turned 1, she was just so adorable. It was her first ever birthday and I made her a special cake just for her. A chocolate cake that was smaller than her high chair tray. I had my camera ready. The family sang to her even though she had no idea what it was. The cake was placed in front of her and Dawn laughed as she recalled the memory. She went face first into her cake. She grabbed cake into her small hands and raised her head up. She was covered in cake and she happily ate it, making an even bigger mess. Ash chuckled softly. By the time she was done, Julia was covered in cake, along with the tray and floor. She was a little cake monster. Dawn said, finishing the story. Ash just smiled. That's a good memory to keep. Yes, and I captured the look in her eyes as the cake was in front of her, the faceplant, and the result all on my camera. It's even on my wall. Well, the result picture, anyways. A small silence passed over the two. What's your favorite memory with Alex? Dawn asked. Ash put his hands behind his head. I would have to say his last hockey game back in Pallet Town, when he was the only first grader on the team. Ash said. Hockey game? Oh right, Julia mentioned Alex played hockey and had a hockey game. Dawn said. Being the only first grader on his team, the other boys didn't really accept him at first. But he quickly proved that he was one of the best, since he could outrun any boy on the team. He led the team in goals that year, but in a championship game, he had scored nothing. The opposing team knew of his skill and were trying very hard to stop him all through the game, and it was working. But with just 2 minutes left and the score tied 4-4, he got the ball on his stick at the center of the gym, single-handedly pushed through 2 players from the other team, and scored the winning goal, giving Pallet Town its first ever hockey championship. Ash concluded. Wow, that sounds exciting. Dawn exclaimed. It was. I've never seen him that happy in all of his life. I've never seen a hockey game before. Maybe I'll have to come and watch Alex play sometime. Well, he's playing his next game next weekend. Maybe you and Julia could come with me and watch. I'd love to. And I'm sure Julia would love it, too. A small silence passed between the two again. You know, Ash, that I think you're a really great guy. You've raised Alex well. He's like a mini you. He has your personality to a T, which is great. Dawn said. Ash looked at Dawn, slightly shocked. Th thanks, Dawn. Really? No problem. Well, I think you're a great mom, Dawn. After what happened, you've stayed strong for Julia. You've both helped each other. You have a great personality, which has been passed to Julia. Ash said softly. Thank you, Ash. Dawn said, staring at him with a peaceful expression on her face. Although neither of them admitted it to the other, both Ash and Dawn were beginning to feel a connection between them at that moment. Just then, Alex and Julia ran over to their parents, interrupting their moment. Mom, come and play. Julia said, grabbing her mom's hand. Yeah, Dad. You should play, too. Alex said. Okay. Let's go. Dawn cried. She ran with Julia and Ash stood up, watching the way Dawn acted. Ash grabbed Alex and tossed him on his shoulder. Put me down. Alex cried as Ash walked over to where Dawn and Julia were. Dawn was talking to Julia about something and Julia laughed and nodded her head. Alex hit Ash's back, trying to get him to put him down. Ash knelt down and put Alex on the ground, who was red-faced again. "Will you ever learn?" he asked. "Yeah, that I will," Alex said. Julia ran over and whispered something to Alex. Alex laughed and nodded his head. "Dad, your shoe is untied," Alex said, pointing to Ash's sneaker. Ash knelt down to tie his shoe, and when he finished, he was knocked off balance and fell to the ground. Alex and Julia had ran and knocked him down and were not getting up any time soon, since they were on the ground laughing. Dawn was laughing too, and had her camera up. "Really? You're supposed to be on my side, not theirs," Ash cried, looking at her and her camera. Dawn laughed and shook her head. "Sorry." The kids finally got up and Ash stood up with dirt and grass covering his back. Alex glanced around and saw a tree nearby and took off, running towards it. "Alex!" Julia cried. Alex jumped up and grabbed the lowest branch and started to climb the tree. "Hey, Mom. I can climb the tree, right?" Julia asked, facing her mom. "I don't know that you just got your cast off. I don't want you to hurt yourself again," Dawn said. "Man." Julia sighed. "How about if she sits on the lowest branch?" Ash asked. "I guess she can do that." "She'll be fine, Dawn. I promise," Ash said. Ash knelt down in front of Julia. "Hop on, Julia. Your carriage awaits," he said. Dawn laughed at Ash's horrible royal voice. "Really?" Julia asked. "Yeah, come on. I won't drop you." Julia wrapped her arms around Ash's neck and he stood up. "Coming, Mom?" Julia asked. "Yeah, I'm coming." Dawn cried, since Ash had ran off. Dawn ran after Ash and Julia, smiling to herself as Julia laughed happily. Julia hadn't laughed that much with any adult other than herself since her father left. Dawn was able to get a picture as Ash turned around with Julia still on his back. "Wow, Alex is up pretty high," Dawn said, looking at where Alex was in the tree. "You guys look the same. You aren't like little ants," he said. Ash let Julia grab the lowest branch and she sat on it. "Thanks, Mr. Ash," she said. "Hey, Dad, that you know what would be fun?" Alex said as he started to climb down. "Alex, be careful," Ash said. "I am, Dad." "What would be fun?" Alex jumped down and slapped his dad on his arm. "Tag. You're it." Ash laughed and helped Julia down and Julia and Dawn ran from Ash. Ash was able to get Julia, who got Alex, who got Ash again. Ash stopped to catch his breath and saw that Alex and Julia had taken cover on the playground, knowing that Ash would have a hard time getting them. Dawn was catching her breath and looking at him. Ash smirked and ran towards Dawn. She took off running and went around the swings. Ash was gaining on her quickly. She looked behind her and saw that Ash had almost caught up to her. She ran around the tree and stood behind it, catching her breath. She stepped out and looked around for Ash. She didn't see him, but Alex and Julia were still on the playground talking to one another. She felt arms wrap around her waist and she let out a shriek as she was picked up and spun around. "You're it," said Ash. Dawn's feet were placed back on the ground and she looked at Ash. "You scared me half to death," she cried. Ash just smiled and laughed and she laughed after a minute as well. They were having fun, after all. The two walked towards the playground where Alex and Julia were. It was getting late and they needed to get home and get supper started. "Julia, we have to get home. It's getting late and we have to have supper," Dawn said. "Same for us, Alex," Ash said. Alex and Julia looked at their parents and stood up. They ran to the slides, slid down, but stopped in the middle of the slide. "Alex. Julia. No. We don't want to go home yet. We want more time to play together." Dawn sighed. Well, why don't you two come over for supper? Ash asked. Oh, I don't want to bother you, Ash. Dawn said. It's no problem, Dawn. After all, I owe you for inviting Alex and I over on the day we moved in. I was planning on ordering some takeout. You two like Chinese food? We love it. Well, we can pick some up when we head back to the house. Sounds like a plan. Dawn said as she walked to the end of the slide. Hey Julia, we're going to have supper with Alex and Ash. The two came sliding down the slide. What are we having, Dad? Alex asked. Takeout. We're going to pick it up on the way home. The four sat in the Ketchum's living room with a takeout box in front of them, watching a movie. Once they finished, Alex and Julia went into Alex's room. Oh, look at the pictures that I took today. Dawn said as she sat down next to Ash. Ash scrolled through the pictures. One with him with Alex and Julia on his back, him and Julia, and some with just the kids by themselves. Want to take a picture of us? Dawn asked. Sure, why not? Today is worth remembering. Ash said. Dawn held the camera out and Ash and Dawn took a picture of themselves together. Dawn looked at the picture with a smile. I had fun today. Thank you for inviting us for supper. Dawn said as she stood up. No problem at all. I had fun today, too. Ash said. You know, Ash, that's the first time Julia has laughed with a grown-up that wasn't me. Thank you for treating her so well. The two walked to Alex's room to find Alex and Julia close to falling asleep. You two look exhausted. Dawn said. We are. Alex mumbled. Julia was sitting on the floor with her head bobbing slightly. I'm tired, Mom. Julia mumbled. I know, sweetie. Dawn said. Julia stood up and looked like she was going to fall asleep. Tell them bye, Julia. Dawn said. Bye Alex, Mr. Ash. Thank you, Julia said as a yawn followed. Bye Julia, Miss Dawn. Alex mumbled. Ash looked at Julia, who was half asleep. He walked into Alex's room and looked at Julia. Come on, he said softly as he knelt down. Julia hopped onto his back and Ash kept a hold of her arms to make sure that she wouldn't fall off. Ash, I could have taken her. Dawn said. It's fine, Dawn. She's exhausted and I don't want you to hurt yourself. The two walked to Dawn's house and Dawn let Ash in. They walked to Julia's room and Ash placed Julia on her bed. Thanks, Ash. Dawn said softly. The two walked out of Julia's room. You're welcome, Dawn. I should get back. Bye Ash, and thanks again. Bye Dawn, and thank you. Chatter and laughter filled the cafeteria as all of the students ate. Julia thanked the lunch lady and made her way to the tables, looking for Alex. She spotted him sitting at a table with two other boys, so she made her way over to them. Alex turned, saw her, and motioned her over. She put her tray down and sat down, smiling. Julia, this is Alan and Anthony. They're in our grade, but Mr. Thomas is their teacher. Alex explained. I'm Alan. And I'm Anthony. Alan had blonde hair that was falling in his eyes, dark brown eyes, and he was tanned. He was wearing a green pullover hoodie, from what Julia could see. Anthony had short dark brown hair, dark blue eyes, and he was pale. He had on a plain white tee. Well, it's nice to meet you. I'm Julia, Julia greeted. Nice to meet you, they said. Oh, yeah. Julia, we have a hockey game today after school. It's against the Riolus. Everyone in school is invited to stay and watch if they want. Alex said. Oh, really? I'm gonna stay, I wanna watch. I haven't seen you play hockey before. Awesome. We've got another second grader supporting us. Anthony said. Huh. We all play on the hockey team. Anthony and I are on the same line with Alex, Alan explained. I play right wing, Anthony plays left wing, and Alex plays center. Oh. Yeah, we're known as the AAA line, since all three of our names begin with a dot, said Alex. That's really cool. The school day ended and Julia walked to her car. What's with all the cars? Dawn asked as Julia opened her door. There's a hockey game. Can I stay and watch? Julia asked as she put her bag in the car. Sure. In fact, I'm going to watch it, too. I've never seen a hockey game. Dawn said as she got out. Yay. Thanks, Mom. The two walked in and looked for an available seat on the bleachers. There's Mr. Ash, Julia said, pointing. Indeed, Ash was sitting there with a few open seats around him. They sat down beside Ash and he looked at them. Hey, he greeted. Hey. After a short wait, the players were about to come out. Okay everyone, give it up for our own Weevils. The Weevils ran out from one of the rooms. Their jerseys were black with red and silver stripes around the waist and elbows. The name, Weevils, was on the front written in a thriller-type writing that was white with a Weevil's face underneath it. On their backs were their last names and their numbers in white. They also all wore helmets, sneakers, and gloves. All of which were black. There's Alex. Julia cried. Alex was in the middle with Alan and Anthony running beside him. She could tell it was him because the name, Ketchum, was on the back of his jersey. Go Alex. Julia and Dawn cried. You've got this, Alex. Ash yelled. Alex looked up, faced them, and gave a nod. Julia noticed that the AAA line all had 9s in their jerseys' numbers, too. Alex being 9, Anthony being 19, and Alan being a little while into the game. And Ketchum has the puck. He's going for the goal. Alex was getting closer and closer to the goal. Looks like Graham isn't going to let him by. What will he do? Alex faked a hit and pushed past the boy in his way and passed the puck to Anthony, who was coming in on the left. Anthony faked left and shot high on the goalie. The puck went over his shoulder and into the net. Williams scores for the Weevils. The Weevils have 1 while the Riolus have 0. Alex is good at basketball and soccer, but his hockey skills. Wow. Julia said. He plays really well, Ash. I bet you're proud. Dawn said. I am. This is his favorite sport, by far. Ash replied. The game continued on into the second and third PRDS with the Weevils winning by 1 goal, since it was 2-1. They're playing well. I think the Weevils have this in the bag. Julia said. I think so, too. Dawn said. You never really know, but both teams are playing at their best. Ash explained. It's down to the final minute of the game. Ketchum has the puck. Now Fletcher has the puck. Alex was once again running towards the goal with Alan and Anthony closely beside him. He passed it to Alan and Alex pushed ahead of the boy in his way. Alan passed the puck back to Alex. Alex shot the puck right into the net. And Ketchum scores. The buzzer buzzed and the game was over. The Weevils win. The final score, 3-2. Good job both teams and thanks for coming out, folks. Dawn, Julia, and Ash walked out of the gym and waited for Alex to come out. Alex walked out and saw them. Good job, Alex. You were amazing. Dawn said. Good job, Alex. You played your best and your hardest. I'm proud of you. Ash said. Way to go. Julia cried and hugged Alex. She then blinked and quickly pulled away, remembering that Alex didn't like hugs. Sorry, Alex, she said. Alex laughed and hugged Julia. It's okay. We've become such good friends that I don't mind hugs anymore. Alex said. Julia laughed and hugged back with a smile. Dawn smiled at the scene in front of her. I really am glad that she has a friend like Alex, she said, looking at Ash. I am too, Dawn. He's finally opening back up. He allowing others to hug him. Thank you. Ash and Alex were walking across the street to the Berlitz household for Thanksgiving dinner. Alex knocked on the door and they waited. Julia opened the door and smiled. Hi. Come on in and happy Thanksgiving, she cried. Hey, and happy Thanksgiving to you, too, the boys replied. Ash closed the door as Alex and Julia ran ahead. Ash found Dawn in the kitchen with a small frown on her face. So, what do you need help with? Ash asked. Dawn jumped, slightly startled. She hadn't heard Ash walk up behind her. Thank you, Ash. I could use a hand. Dawn hadn't cooked this much food for this many people in a long time. Together, the two started to cook the food for supper. A small turkey, a ham, cranberry sauce, a mixture of vegetables, and homemade bread. Ash had just finished opening the cans that needed opening and he looked at Dawn. She stood on her tiptoes trying to reach a pan that was on the top shelf of her cabinet. She jumped, but was still too short. Ash chuckled to himself and walked behind her and reached the pan. This one? He asked, since there were other pans up there. Yes, thanks. Dawn said, taking the pan from him. Dawn had to admit, she liked having Ash around to give her a hand. There were a lot of things around the house that she had trouble doing on her own. And Ash seemed happy to help her when needed. Dawn started to make the bread while Ash prepared the food that could be cooked quickly. And now it's all done. Dawn said, brushing a stray piece of hair from her face. It would have been impossible to prepare all of this without Ash's help. She was starting to realize and understand how Julia felt about Alex, since Alex helped Julia with a lot of things, just like how Ash helped her. The table was set with the food. Where did the kids go? Ash asked. Outside, at least that's what Julia told me. Dawn said as she walked to her back door and called them inside. Alex and Julia ran inside and saw all the food. Well, it all looks yummy. Julia said, smiling. Alex and Julia went and washed their hands before returning. They all sat down and waited. Julia. Julia nodded her head. I'm thankful for my mommy, Alex, my best friend, and Mr. Ash. I'm also thankful for the school year and for all the bullying stopping. Julia said and smiled happily at Alex. I'm thankful for my dad, Julia, my first friend in Sinnoh, and Miss Dawn. Alex said. I'm thankful for my daughter, Julia, my Pokemon, and for the wonderful people I've met this year, Ash and Alex. Dawn said. I'm thankful for my son, Alex, my Pokemon, and for meeting both of you, Dawn and Julia. And also for our new beginning here in Sinnoh, said Ash. As they ate, Julia said something unexpected. All of us sitting together and spending Thanksgiving together almost feels like we're all a family. You're right, Alex agreed. I haven't felt like this since before my mom passed away. After they finished eating, Alex and Julia went to Julia's room. Once again, Ash insisted on helping Dawn with the dishes and this time she didn't protest as much. Since Ash had done a great job helping her in preparing dinner, she knew he would be a big help this time as well. Those go up there, where you got it from. Dawn said as she handed Ash the last of the dishes, which happened to be the pans from the top shelf. They were finally done and both of them were exhausted. Ash turned back around and saw that Dawn was pouring a glass of wine, which probably meant that she was going to sit back and relax for a while. Want some? She asked. Sure. Dawn poured another glass and passed it to Ash. She then walked out of the kitchen and to the living room. When Ash walked in, he found her kneeling in front of a cabinet, looking at movies. She put in a movie and got the remote. Ash sat down on the couch and took a sip of the wine. He wasn't a huge fan of wine, but he had to admit that this kind wasn't half bad. Dawn sat down next to Ash and took a sip of her wine, before placing it on the table. Halfway through the movie, Dawn leaned against Ash so she could stretch her legs out. She was laying against his side, since his arm was across the back of the couch. Both of them seemed to be very comfortable with this. This feels right. Dawn thought. Curling up on the couch with Ash, a glass of wine, watching a movie. She glanced at Ash from the corner of her eyes. She felt something, an emotion inside of her that she couldn't explain, but she shook her head. I think I've had a little too much to drink. She looked at her glass to see that it was still almost full. Or not. Ash couldn't help but feel something, too. Something was happening to his emotions. She sure is something else. He looked at Dawn and a small smile formed on his face. Dawn is really easy to be around. No. No, it couldn't be. The movie then finally ended. Both glasses had been finished off, too. Ash walked up to Julia's room to get Alex, not wanting to yell. He found the two playing a video game. Hey Alex, it's time for us to go, he said. Alex looked up briefly and Julia cheered. Alex snapped his head to the television to see that he had lost. Oh, come on, he cried. That's 5-3. Julia said laughing. Haha. I'll beat you next time. Alex said. The two stood up and walked downstairs with Ash. Bye, Miss Dawn, Julia. Thanks and happy Thanksgiving. Alex said. Bye, Alex. I hope you had fun. Happy Thanksgiving, Dawn said. Bye, Mr. Ash, Alex. Happy Thanksgiving, Julia said. Bye, Julia and happy Thanksgiving. Ash said. Alex and Julia hugged goodbye and Ash and Dawn said goodbye. It was a cold day, the first day of December. It was colder than normal, since it had snowed the night before. The snow wasn't enough for school to be cancelled, but it was enough for kids to be able to have fun. It was recess and all of the kids were enjoying the snow. Julia and Grace lay on the ground, making snow angels together. Julia was dressed in a cream-colored jacket that fell to her knees and it was a button-up jacket, a white long-sleeve shirt was under it, and she had jeans on with furry cream-colored boots. She had white gloves on her hands and a white hat. Grace was wearing a similar jacket to Julia's, except her jacket was green with a white plaid design. She had a black turtleneck under her jacket with jeans and furry boots. She had a green scarf and a black hat on, too. After making a few snow angels, they got chilly and stood up. But as Julia stood up, a snowball hit her and she fell to the ground. Julia looked up to see Amy laughing at her, along with one of her friends, who was named Carmen. Guess she can't leave me alone. Julia muttered. Looks like Amy's bullying hadn't stopped for good just yet. She'll learn. Besides, not many people like her now. Grace said. Julia sat in the snow, just looking at the two. Amy and Carmen carried on with their laughing and suddenly, snow fell on top of them from the tree that they were standing under. They cried out as the cold snow hit their skin that wasn't covered and sent chills through their bodies. Alex jumped down from the tree and landed on his feet. He walked over to Amy and Carmen. Stay away from Julia. I punched you once and I'll do it again if I have to defend my friends. So leave her alone. Alex said. He actually wasn't going to punch her, though. He knew he would get in trouble for it. He just said it to get her to back off. Amy just stuck up her nose and walked off with Carmen following her like a lost puppy. Alex adjusted the beanie on his head. Alex was dressed in a black jacket with a yellow shirt under his jacket, jeans, and black lace-up boots that kept the snow out. He also had on his favorite beanie and black gloves on. Alex held his hand out for Julia and helped her up. She dusted the snow from her body and looked at Alex. Thanks, Alex. You want to make a snowman with us? Julia asked. Sure. The three walked over to a place where no one was playing and began to build the snowman. Alex climbed one of the trees and broke off 2 twigs to use for the arms. "Those are perfect for the arms," Grace said as Alex stuck them into the sides of the snowman. Julia stuck a rock in the middle of the top snowball for the nose. As they were looking for things for the eyes and mouth, Grace said something shocking. "You know what? You two are always together and always helping each other and always looking out for one another. It's almost like your brother and sister." Alex and Julia both stopped what they were doing and looked at Grace in shock. Nobody had ever told them that before. Then the bell rang, signaling that recess was over. "Ah. We didn't finish him," Grace said, frowning at the snowman. "A shame," Julia said distractedly. "Yeah," Alex mumbled. The students made their way back to their classes. It was now lunchtime and the cafeteria was giving the students hot chocolate. Every kid had a cup of hot chocolate to keep them warm on the snowy day. Alex and Julia sat at a table by themselves. Julia twirled her pasta around her fork, but she didn't eat it. Alex stared at the cup of hot chocolate. They weren't that hungry, since they both had Grace's words on their minds. Julia put her fork down quickly and looked at Alex. "Remember what Grace said to us at recess? About us being brother and sister?" she asked. Alex looked up from the cup of hot chocolate. "Yeah. It's been on my mind all day." "What about it?" "Well, what if we actually were brother and sister?" "Huh. But how does, huh? I see. That's right. I only have a mom and you only have a dad. We need to get them together. And have you seen how they act and look at each other when they're together?" "Yes. I think that they already sort of like each other, but they don't know it yet. I think we just need to give them a little push in the right direction." "How do we do that?" "You have a plan?" "Yes. We need to get them to spend some time alone together, without us. Like a date." "But what about us? They won't leave us alone at home while they're out. We need someone to stay with us." Maybe my grandma Johanna could babysit us." "That could work. I guess we could give this a shot. So what do we say to our parents to get them to go out?" "Okay, here's what we'll do." Ash was walking from room to room with Alex following him. "Come on, Dad," Alex said as Ash walked into the living room. "What gave you this crazy idea?" Ash asked as he looked everywhere but at Alex. "Please, Dad. I can see something between you and Miss Dawn. Dad, you and her are so comfortable being around each other. You're acting like your old self again. Like how you used to be before Mom died. I think that you feel something special inside yourself when you're together." Ash looked at Alex and was completely shocked. He knew Alex was smart and caught on to things quickly, but who would have thought that this would be something that he noticed? "You come up with crazy ideas." "I'm just being friendly to her," Ash said, trying to hide his feelings. "A friendly dinner," Alex said simply. "It doesn't have to be all romantic." Alex is right. I do feel something special when I'm with Dawn, but I can't be certain if it was the wine talking, a spur of the moment, or if it was really something more. I could find out for sure if I ask her for this date. Ash looked at Alex and Alex knew right then that he had convinced his dad. The plan was working. "I'll be back in a few minutes," Ash said. "Okay, see ya," Alex said. Ash walked out of the house and to the Berlitz household. Once Ash was out, Alex did a little victory dance. "The plan is working," he cried. Ash rang the doorbell and waited for the door to be answered. The door opened to reveal Dawn. "Oh, Ash. Come on in, it's freezing out there," Dawn said, stepping aside to allow him to enter. "Thanks," Ash said as he stomped his boots on the floor mat before entering. "So what brings you here?" Dawn asked. "I was just wondering if you would like to out for dinner." Just as friends. Dawn thought for a few minutes. If I do this, I could figure out if what I felt the last time I was with him was something special and not just a spur of the moment. Little did she know that Ash had thought the exact same thing while talking with Alex. Yes, I would like that. I can get my mom to watch the kids. Well, I'll be over at around 5 to drop off Alex and then we can head to the restaurant. Is that fine with you? Ash asked. Yeah, that's fine with me. Ash nodded his head and walked back to the door. See you later, then. Bye. Alex sat on the couch, waiting for his dad to finish. He still couldn't believe that the plan was working, he just hoped that things would go as planned. So, does this look okay? Ash asked as he walked into the living room. Alex looked at his dad, who was dressed in a black long-sleeve shirt, light jeans, and black shoes. He had a jacket in his hands. Yeah, that looks fine, Dad. Alex glanced at the clock to see that it was 4:50. What time are you and Miss Dawn going out? 5, why? Ash asked. It's almost 5. Ash grabbed his keys and the two headed over to the Berlitz household. Julia lay on her mom's bed as she watched her mom get ready. Dawn stood in the bathroom that was connected to her room, fixing her hair and adding a bit of makeup. She walked out of the bathroom and into her room. She was dressed in a black turtleneck with light blue jeans and black boots that reached her knees. Her hair was long and straight and she had put on a little bit of eyeshadow with pale pink lip gloss. You look nice, Mom. Julia said. Thanks, Julia, said Dawn. She then paused as a nervous look came over her face. Are you okay, Mom? Julia asked, noticing her mom's nervousness. Yes. I'm fine, sweetie. When is Grandma getting here? What time is it? 4:30. Then she should be here soon. Okay. After about 5 minutes, the doorbell rang and Johanna was waiting outside. Oh hey, Mom. Come on in. Dawn said, stepping aside and allowing her mom into the house. Thank you, dear. Johanna said as she removed her cream-colored coat. Dawn took her mother's coat and hung it in the closet. Grandma. Julia cried, hugging her. Hello, Julia. Johanna said, hugging her back. The three sat in Dawn's living room watching one of Julia's favorite cartoons. So what time is Ash coming over? Johanna asked. 5. Are you sure you can handle both of them? Dawn asked. Dawn, don't worry. I watched you when you were younger and I also had your friends who always came over. I'll be fine. 2 7-year-olds are nothing compared to 4 little kids. Mom, it's 5. Julia said, since her cartoon had ended. The doorbell rang and Julia hopped up and ran to answer the door. Are you a little nervous? Johanna asked. Dawn remained silent. She was, in fact, a little nervous, since she hadn't gone out with anyone since before she got divorced. Footsteps approached the living room and there was Julia with Alex and Ash. Good to see you again, Johanna. Ash said. Same here, Ash, said Johanna. Ash knelt down to Alex's level and told him to behave himself. I'll be good, Dad. I promise. Alex said. You'd better be good. Ash said, standing back up and ruffling his hair. He looked at Dawn. Ready? He asked. Why yeah, ready. Dawn said, standing up. She followed Ash and grabbed her white button-down coat and slid it on. The two made their way to Ash's car. Ash opened Dawn's door for her and then got in. After a small drive, they arrived at the restaurant. The two got out and walked inside. A waitress that appeared to be in her late 30s with dark brown hair and light pink eyes greeted them. Welcome. I'm Felicia and I'll be your waitress. Just 2. Yes, Ash replied. Follow me, then. They were seated in a booth and Felicia handed them the menus. "I'll be back in a few minutes for the orders," she said and walked off. Ash and Dawn both looked at the menus, deciding to get that out of the way. Dawn skimmed over everything and bit her lip. She was so nervous. Her last date had been forever ago. She hadn't been on one since before her divorce. Felicia returned and removed a notepad. "Ready?" "I'll have the steak with French fries and sweet tea." Ash said. "I'll have the grilled club with salad and water." Dawn said. Felicia wrote the food down and walked off. "So Ash, you mentioned that you traveled Sinnoh around the same time that I was there on my journey. What was it like from a trainer's point of view?" Dawn asked, striking up a conversation. "Well, it was interesting. I can tell you that much," Ash said. He thought for a few moments. "I had a major rival named Paul who was tough to beat. Then there was Barry, who was strange, but smart when it came to battles." Dawn giggled slightly. Dawn slowly felt her nervousness leaving her. She realized that she was very comfortable around Ash. She could be herself, and Ash was easy to talk to and get along with. "What are gym battles like?" she asked. "Well, it's similar to contests, except there's only battles, no performances. And we battle for a badge, instead of a ribbon." Felicia returned and placed their food on the table and she quickly left. The two started to eat and Dawn brought conversation back. "Who would you say had to be the toughest gym leader that you faced in Sinnoh?" she asked. Ash thought for a few moments. "That's a hard one. Every gym leader is tough in their own way. If I had to choose, though, I would say Fantina." Dawn thought for a moment. "I should have guessed that. Fantina uses ghost types, but she also uses contest moves in her battles. She loves contests and even judged at some contests that I participated in." "What about you and your journey?" Ash asked. "Well, I didn't exactly have the best luck when I first started. I was so tempted to just give up and return home. My mom was a top coordinator and I wasn't living up to my expectations. I was ashamed to be the daughter of Dawn Berlitz, scared I was putting shame to her name." Dawn said, taking a sip of her drink. "Don't give up just because of a little bump in the road. Those bumps make you stronger." Ash said. "Yes, that's what I learned. My rival gave me the encouragement to keep going and so did my mom." Dawn paused for a few moments. "After a while, I started to have some luck. I was winning and my rivals were keeping me on my toes. Loses made me sad, but I remembered the advice and kept my head up. I went all the way to the grand festival and won. That's like me. I was able to win the Pokemon League. Sinnoh is where it all began." "Well, becoming the champion is a lot of hard work and keeping the title is hard work, too. I would say that you did a good job of making your dream come true, Ash." "Thanks, and I would have to say the same to you, Dawn. You might not participate in contests anymore, but you made your dream come true. Your name is very well known and you inspire many people to follow in your footsteps. Like Julia and her friend Grace, for example." Dawn looked down at her food, hoping her face wasn't red. She looked back up at Ash with a small smile. "Thank you. I haven't smiled like this for a while. I feel so happy when we're together. Something is happening. My feelings for him are changing, but I don't know if it goes that far." Ash took a sip of his drink. His thoughts were everywhere, but mainly focusing on what he was feeling. That feeling of everything feeling right is back again. Alex is right, I do feel something special inside when I'm with her and I do care about her, but is it that far? After a little while longer, they both finished their food and left the restaurant after paying. They arrived back at the Berlitz household and Ash opened Dawn's door for her. "Thank you, Ash," she said, getting out. Ash closed the door and followed Dawn to her porch. He decided to take a chance and take things one step further to really see if his feelings for her went as far as he thought. "Dawn. Yes. May I give you a hug? Sure. They gave each other a friendly hug under the cold night sky. Ash began to feel something more for Dawn. This feels right, holding her in my arms. I haven't felt like this since the last time I hugged Misty before she died. Is this love that I'm feeling? Dawn's heart skipped a beat or two. Wow, I didn't know that a friendly hug from him would feel like this. Am I falling for him? The two broke apart and Dawn unlocked her door and the two walked in. Mom, we're back. Dawn called. She hung her coat up and found Johanna sitting in the living room, watching TV. They're upstairs. They were talking about a rematch of some sort, she said. Footsteps were heard and Alex and Julia appeared. Ready to go home? Ash asked. Yeah. Thank you again, Johanna. Good night, Dawn, Johanna, and Julia. Ash said. Good night, Alex said. Not a problem, and good night. Johanna said. Thanks for taking me out. I had a great time tonight. Dawn said. You're welcome, Dawn. I had a good time, too. Ash replied. Johanna seemed to notice how the two of them were acting. There's something developing between them. I can tell. Ash and Alex then left to go back home. In his mind, Ash was thinking, well, I was hoping to use this date as an opportunity to see if there really was something special in the feelings that I have for Dawn, and it turns out that there is. These feelings go a lot deeper than I thought. Back in her house, Dawn was thinking, well, this date proved that Ash and I do have a special connection and it might be more than just friends. So many thoughts in my mind. Maybe my mom will be able to help me collect my thoughts. Dawn walked out of her room, now dressed in her pajamas. Since her date had just ended, she didn't have anything to do, and what was better than to just relax. Dawn walked into the kitchen and fixed a cup of hot chocolate and a cup of coffee. Hey, Mom. Dawn called. Yes. Can I talk to you? Of course, Dawn. You can talk to me about anything. Dawn added sugar and cream to the coffee before walking into the living room with the mugs. Here, Dawn said, handing her mom the coffee. Thank you, dear. Dawn sat down on the couch and took a sip of the hot chocolate. What do you need to talk about? Johanna asked, setting her mug on the table. Dawn sighed and placed her mug on the table. I have so much on my mind, Mom. There are things on my mind and that I don't know what to do. Dawn said, looking at the ceiling. Johanna knew her daughter had more to say, so she waited. These thoughts and feelings all came after my date with Ash. After our hug outside. Dawn sighed and looked at her mom. I don't know what it is, but I haven't felt like this since before I got divorced. Johanna turned to face her daughter. Dawn, look at me, she said. Dawn turned and looked at her mother. Dawn, I can see that there's something developing between you and Ash. Honestly, Dawn, you seem truly happy for the first time since the divorce. Sure, Julia makes you happy, but this is the first time that I've seen you happy with someone other than your daughter. Really? Dawn asked. Yes, Dawn. I looked at the recent pictures that you took. Dawn opened her mouth, but her mom cut her off. You left your camera out, so of course I was going to look, she said, smiling. I looked at the pictures and what really caught my eye were the pictures from the park a couple of months ago. Dawn, you had a few pictures with Ash and Julia. Julia looked very happy, the happiest I've seen her since her father went out of her life. Dawn, the picture of you and Ash, you both look truly happy together. Dawn remained quiet. Dawn, how does Ash make you feel? Johanna asked. He makes me feel happy. I don't have to act like someone I'm not when I'm with him, I can be myself around him. He accepts me for who I am, he's easy to get along with, he never fails to make me smile, and I never know what to expect when I'm around him. Even Julia seems to enjoy it when he's around. Dawn answered. You do know what it is that you're feeling, right, Dawn? Dawn looked at her mom with her eyes wide. Yes, she trailed with uncertainty. Mom, that I'm scared. What if this doesn't work out and it ends the same way that it did for Kenny and I? I don't want to be heartbroken again. And I don't want to be hurt again. I thought I had the man that I was going to spend my life with once already, but you see how it turned out for us. Dawn, take a breath. Dawn took a small breath and waited for her mom to speak. Johanna took Dawn's hands. Dawn, things, both good and bad, happen for a reason, and sometimes you don't know why the things that happen. The divorce could have been Arceus's way of leading you to who you should really be with, to spend your life with. Sure, it's a pre-started family, but that just adds to what could happen. Arceus is watching over you and he has a plan for you. Just go and see where this path in life takes you, Dawn. Don't be afraid of the feelings that you have for Ash. Don't be afraid of where this could lead. Give it a chance, sweetie. Dawn nodded her head. You're right, Mom. I shouldn't be afraid. I should listen to my feelings, follow my heart, and trust what Arceus has planned for me. Thank you, Mom. You've really helped me. Dawn said, hugging her mother. No problem, dear. I'm happy to help. It had been a few days after Ash and Dawn's date. They had planned to take the kids to Lake Verity, where the legendary Pokémon Mesprit was said to live, to have a fun day of skating on the frozen lake. Alex was wearing black jeans, a light blue long-sleeve shirt with a white tee over it, and a gray jacket. He had his black beanie back on his head and his hockey stick in his black-gloved hands. Playing floor hockey in school was fun, but playing it on ice, even better. Julia was wearing white leggings under her jeans with a light pink turtleneck and a white jacket. Her hands were covered by pink and white gloves, she had a white scarf around her neck, and on her head was a pink hat. Dawn was wearing black leggings under her jeans like Julia, with a black turtleneck and a white jacket with fake fur on the cuffs and hood. She had a black scarf on her neck and black gloves on her hands. She carried 2 pairs of skates in her hands. Ash was wearing jeans with a navy tee pulled over a white long-sleeved shirt and a black jacket. He had on a beanie and black gloves on his hands. He also carried 2 pairs of skates in his hands. After walking through the snow-covered ground, they walked into the clearing of Lake Verity. There were many families skating on the huge frozen lake, a game of hockey was going on, many couples skated together, and younger children skated around until they fell and got right back up. Once the 4 had their skates on and laced, Alex motioned towards where the game of hockey was going on. Some kids from school are playing hockey. I'll be over there, okay, Dad? Go have fun, Alex. Ash said. He kept his eyes on Alex until he got to where the game was. Oh. There's Isla and Grace. Julia cried. Julia looked at her mom, who nodded. Julia skated over towards the 2. Dawn smiled as Julia was greeted by 2 hugs from the girls. Alex and the other boys were having a good time. The boys skated along, pacing a puck and making a point of getting the puck stolen from them. There was the occasional fall and accidental trip, but all in all, they were all having a good time. Alex was talking with Alan and Anthony. I hate winter, but at the same time, I love it because it lets us do this. Play hockey on ice. Anthony said happily. I agree with ya, buddy. Alan said. Alex nodded his head and went to move, but he slid and fell to the ice. He laughed as he got up and chased after the puck again. Grace, Isla, and Julia were skating in a row of 3, chatting happily. Don't you just love winter? Grace asked as she did a small spin with her arms spread wide. No. It's too cold. I just like the way it looks. Isla said as she nearly lost her footing. She wasn't much of a skater. I like the winter, just wish it wasn't this cold. This is the coldest winter we've had in a long time. Julia said as she glanced around the lake to see what was going on around her. Isla then slipped on the ice and fell clumsily. Julia and Grace each held out a hand to help her up, and Isla grabbed Julia's hand with her left and Grace's hand with her right. But instead of getting up, a smirk appeared on her face and she yanked both of their hands, pulling them down, and the three girls fell into a heap on the ice. Getting up off of each other, they just sat on the ice, looking at each other for a second, thinking about Isla's little prank. Then they all broke out into laughter over the whole thing. Being such good friends, they couldn't be mad at each other. Then they all hugged each other in a big group hug. Seeing that their kids were having fun, Ash and Dawn decided to start skating. Dawn easily started to skate, but she saw that Ash was having a little trouble. "Can't skate?" she asked, skating over to him. "I can skate. I just that it takes a little while to get used to the ice since I only skate once in a while in the winter," Ash replied as his foot slid. Dawn laughed, creating a small puff of steam in the cold air. She skated to Ash's side and took his hand. The two skated around the lake with everyone else, both enjoying themselves. "This is really fun. It looks like Alex and Julia are having a good time," Dawn said. "Yeah." Dawn removed her hand from Ash's and skated a little ways ahead of him. She glanced at him from over her shoulder to see that he was skating all right and then faced ahead again. She dug her skate into the ice as a little boy skated in front of her. She didn't hit him, but she lost her balance trying to stop and started falling. She felt an arm wrap around her waist, which kept her upright. "That would have hurt," Ash said, holding her. "Yeah, it would have. Thank you, Ash." A middle-aged woman skated over to the two. "I'm so sorry about my son. I told him to be careful, but he didn't listen," she said. "It's fine, no harm done," Dawn said with a small smile. The woman nodded and skated off. Dawn noticed that Ash still held her waist and her face felt warm. Ash seemed to notice that he still held her waist. "Sorry," he said, letting her go. Dawn looked at him and gave a small smile before taking his hand and began skating again. Alex skated away from his friends, since many had to leave and the game was basically ending. He saw that Julia was hugging Isla goodbye and Isla skated off. Grace must have already left, since she was nowhere in sight. Julia looked around and saw Alex and skated over to him. "Hey, Alex. This is so much fun," she cried as she stopped. "Yeah, it is. Playing hockey on the ice, it never gets old," Alex said. Julia looked around and her eyes landed on something. "Look," she cried. Alex looked to where she was looking and he felt his eyes widen. "Wow, our plan is working better than we thought," he muttered. The two saw that Ash had his arm around Dawn's waist and quickly removed it as they started skating. "I still can't believe our plan to get them to go out on a date worked. How easy was it to convince your dad?" Julia asked. "It took a little time, but once I said a few things, it was in the bag," Alex replied. "My mom was really nervous before you two came over." "Really? I think my dad was, too. I'm glad it worked out, though." "I am, too. I so beat you in the rematch." Julia laughed and shook her head. She started skating. "Yeah, 'cause you cheated," she cried. Alex skated next to her. "How did I cheat?" "I don't know, but you did." Alex laughed. "Hey, you know what we should do when we're on our way back?" "What?" "We should." After skating a little while longer, Ash and Dawn skated over to Alex and Julia. "You guys ready to go?" Ash asked. "Yes." The four made their way to the snow and removed their skates and put their boots back on. Then they started walking back towards home. Alex knelt down and gathered some snow in his hand. He patted it into a ball. Julia knelt down and patted some snow into a ball. Alex looked at her and nodded. They threw the snowballs at their parents. "What the?" Ash turned and saw the two of them gathering more snow. He laughed and Dawn was already kneeling and gathering snow. Soon, a snowball fight was going on and the four were laughing and having fun. Julia ran and fell onto the ground, catching her breath. "I'm cold now," she said, sitting up. "Yeah, I agree," Alex said, plopping down to catch his breath. "Get up off the snow. Dawn, you and Julia can come over and have coffee or hot chocolate," Ash said. "Thanks." The four made their way to the Ketchum house. "So what does everyone want?" Ash asked. "Coffee," Alex cried. "Hot chocolate," Julia said. "Hot chocolate," Dawn said. "Okay, and I guess you can have coffee today, Alex." "Yes." It was Christmas Eve night. Dawn and Julia were at Ash's house, since Alex and Julia decided to have a Christmas party and invite some of their friends. Alan, Anthony, Grace, Isla, and Trey were over and all of the kids were having fun. The Ketchum household was decorated a lot. This seemed to be their favorite holiday. The living room had been rearranged to make room for the tree, which was in the corner of the room with lights that were red, blue, green, and yellow. Alex and Julia's stockings were hanging under the television, and the ornaments decorating the tree consisted of candy canes, different colored spheres, along with a baby's first Christmas ornament, and many others. Removable stickers were on the windows, doors, and walls. The stickers varied from "Merry Christmas" to Santa, snowmen or snowflakes, and many others pictures. Christmas music was playing and the kids were singing along with the songs. Ash and Dawn had gone into the kitchen to make the kids some hot chocolate and get the food ready, since they hadn't really eaten much. But they were all having fun and food was the last thing on their minds. Ash removed 7 mugs and faced Dawn. "Do you want a cup?" he asked. "Sure," Dawn replied. Ash removed 2 more mugs and fixed the hot chocolate while Dawn got some food set out. Dawn walked to get the kids so they would come and eat. "I think it would hurt if you got ran over by a Stantler," Trey said. Laughter followed behind what Trey had just said and even Dawn laughed slightly. "Hey, I know you guys are having fun, but you need to eat. We've got hot chocolate dash." The kids bolted to the kitchen once they heard hot chocolate. Dawn walked back to the kitchen and took the mug Ash held out towards her. The kids were eating some ham or turkey sandwiches and cookies. Once they were finished, they returned to the living room. "So what do you hope to get for Christmas?" Grace asked. "I hope to get some new art supplies," Isla said. "You and art," Trey muttered. Isla shoved her brother and stuck her tongue out at him. "I hope I get a new video game system," Trey said. "I hear the new PlayStation 4 and Xbox One systems are good." "You and your games," Isla said. "I hope I get some new hockey equipment," Alex said. "I hope to get a new dance game," Julia said. "I hope I can get some new accessories," Grace said. "I hope to get some new CDs," Alan said. "I hope I get some games," Anthony said. The song changed and Grace jumped up. "Oh, I love this song," she cried and started to dance around the living room. Dawn was standing in the doorway with her camera. She had been taking pictures of the kids tonight and she snapped a picture of Grace. She smiled, glad that all of the kids were having a good time. Isla and Julia hopped up and started dancing around with Grace. The boys looked at them and laughed slightly. Once the song ended, the girls sat back down, laughing. "Hey, is Santa even real?" "Because Amy says he's not," Isla asked suddenly. "Yes, Santa is real. My dad and his friends met Santa once," Alex replied. "Really?" "Yep. See, Santa's jinx had drifted out to sea on a piece of ice that had broken off from the North Pole. My dad and his friends found the jinx and jinx had Santa's boot," Alex explained. The others were listening to what Alex was saying. They were taken to the North Pole by Elapras to return Jinx to Santa. Sadly, Team Rocket had captured Jinx, thinking that it was Santa. They tied the real Santa, my dad, and his friends up and took all the presents. That's mean. Grace cried. Yeah, it was. With the help of Lapras, they were able to get free, but Team Rocket got away after being frozen and then unfrozen. Santa's Jinx used a psychic move and brought Team Rocket's sub out of the water and got the presents back. My dad and his friends got what they wanted for Christmas and even saw Santa fly away on his sled. Wow, that's so cool. Oh, I almost forgot. My mom brought something for me to give to you guys and your parents. Grace said suddenly as she hopped up. She walked back with a plastic bag in her hand and sat down. We do this at my house on Christmas Day. Can you get your parents? Mom, Dad. Alex and Julia cried at the same time. Ash and Dawn walked into the living room. What? Grace has something to give us. Julia said. Grace, you didn't have to get us anything. Dawn said. We do it at my house. My mom said it would be something fun. Grace replied. She opened the bag and removed reindeer antler headbands. Here you go, she cried as she passed the antlers around. Everyone took one and slid it on their heads. We should play Simon Says, but instead, turn it to Santa Says. Isla cried suddenly. Yeah. Dawn told Ash something and walked off. Okay, Santa Says stand up. Ash said. All the kids stood up. Santa Says put your left hand up. Left hands went up. Hop on one leg. Trey hopped and then laughed. Whoops, he muttered and went to stand by Ash. You can tell them something. Ash said to Trey. Santa Says hands down. Santa Says hug Isla. Isla was suddenly wrapped into a group hug by all of her friends. Santa Says release Isla. Dance. Alan and Isla were out. Dawn walked back into the living room. Spin around. Anthony was out and walked over to the others after he got up, since he had fallen from spinning. Sit down. Santa Says sit down. After a few more minutes, Santa Says ended and Grace had won. Hey, we have a game that you can play. It's called Ring Frosty's Hat. All you have to do is get these snowballs into the hat. You get a candy cane no matter if you ring or not. Dawn said. A black top hat was placed on the floor and Dawn put a cup to mark where you stood. The snowballs were crumpled pieces of paper. Soon, paper was flying through the room, some ringing while most missed. After singing more songs and eating the candy canes, it was time for everyone to leave. Oh, Mom. Before everyone leaves, can you take a picture of us in front of the tree? Julia asked. Dawn nodded her head and told the kids to get in front of the tree. Okay, say Merry Christmas. Dawn said. Merry Christmas. The picture was taken and Dawn smiled at it. That's a good picture, kids, she said and let them see it. Alan, Anthony, Grace, Isla, and Trey all said goodbye and wished a Merry Christmas before leaving. Ash and Dawn picked up the trash and cleaned up the kitchen. Alex and Julia were talking to one another. Well, Julia, it's time we get home. Dawn said. Actually, that we were wondering if we could have a sleepover. All of us stay here tonight. Julia asked. A sleepover for Christmas, and besides, we haven't had one before. Alex added. Ash and Dawn looked at one another. Well, I guess it's okay. Ash said, looking at Dawn. It's okay with me, as long as it isn't trouble for you, Ash. Dawn said. No trouble. I'll be back in a few minutes. Dawn said, having to go back to her house to get some pajamas for herself and Julia, as well as some clothes for them to wear tomorrow. Ash walked to the closet and removed some blankets and made his way to Alex's room to get a bed set up for Julia on the floor. He walked back out to find that Dawn was back and had handed Julia a little backpack. Ash realized something and walked over to Dawn. Dawn, that I have no guest room, but you can share my bed. Ash said. Dawn was about to say something but Ash interrupted her. No need to worry, my bed is big so there's plenty of room, so we have our own space, he said. Dawn nodded her head. After they all changed into their pajamas, Ash and Dawn walked into Alex's room. Night, Alex and Julia said. Night. Ash and Dawn walked to Ash's room and slipped into the bed. Good night, Dawn said. Night, Ash said. Dawn turned onto her side away from Ash and shivered slightly. His room was cool, even with the heat on. Then again, Dawn was always cold. She slid closer to Ash and felt his body heat. Cold? Ash asked. A little. Dawn muttered. Ash's arm wrapped around her waist and pulled her closer. Then he wrapped his arms around her waist. This feels so right, her being in my arms. She fits perfectly in my arms. The last time I held someone in my arms at night like this was the night before Misty died. Ash thought. This is nice. Him holding me, keeping me close, keeping me warm. It's been a while since I felt this relaxed and calm. I wish I could tell him how much he means to me. Dawn thought. The two of them unconsciously snuggled down together and soon found themselves drifting off to sleep. Alex rolled over and the sun streamed into his room and hit his eyes. He opened his eyes and blinked. He stretched and yawned before his eyes widened. He leaned over his bed and shook Julia's shoulder. Julia mumbled something and she opened her eyes and blinked at Alex. What? She asked groggily. It's Christmas. Alex cried. Julia perked up and hopped up. The two made their way to Ash's room and went to wake their parents up, but stopped. They saw that they were sleeping in each other's arms, looking very comfortable. It's working. Julia said. The plan is a success. Alex said. Alex knew that there was no guest room for Dawn to sleep in. He also knew that his dad wouldn't allow her to sleep on the cold couch, so she would have to have slept in the bed. The sleepover idea was a clever disguise for their latest plan to get their parents together. Their plan had worked better than they had hoped. Well, time to wake them up. Julia said. Yep. The two ran towards the bed and jumped onto it. Their landing caused their parents to wake up. It's Christmas. Get up, they yelled. Ash and Dawn followed the kids to the living room. Dawn made sure to get her camera. Alex and Julia sat down on the floor. Pikachu, Buniri, and Piplup came running into the living room. The tree was surrounded by many presents. Ash and Dawn sorted the presents out so it would be easier to find which ones belonged to who. The Pokémon even got a gift from Santa. Alex and Julia started to open their gifts. Julia was ecstatic to get the new Dance Dance Revolution game and read the back to see what songs were included. Alex was happy that he had gotten some new hockey gear, since he was starting to outgrow his old gear. He had grown a bit since moving to Sinnoh. There were many gifts scattered around and the kids loved all of them. Movies, games, clothes, even some new sneakers, the list went on. The kids had just opened their last gifts, which was from their grandmothers. Julia had received a blanket and a gift card that had $10 on it. Alex had received a gift card that had $25 on it. Getting a gift would have costed more, so Delia had sent a card with a gift card for Alex. It was now time for Ash and Dawn to open their gifts from one another. Ash removed the paper and he was now looking at a large white box. He removed the lid and saw a picture of himself and Dawn. He remembered that it was the day they all went to the park and then they had takeout. He never did see the picture, only Dawn had. Looking at it, he smiled. In the picture, Dawn was resting her head on his shoulder and Ash had his eyes looking at her slightly. Both of them had smiles on their faces. Thinking back, Ash didn't remember Dawn laying her head on his shoulder or him looking at her, but he loved the picture. Thank you, Dawn. I love it. I'm going to put it on the wall in my room so I'll always remember what we did on that day. Ash said, smiling. Dawn removed the paper from her gift and a jewelry box was revealed. Dawn opened the box to find a beautiful necklace with diamonds and sapphires. The necklace was a silver chain and in the middle, there was a large sapphire that was cut into the shape of a heart, which was outlined with small diamonds going around it. Dawn broke down, crying tears of joy. "It's beautiful, Ash. It's the best Christmas gift I've ever received," Dawn said, reaching over and hugging him. Ash hugged her back and Dawn told him, "Thank you," and continued to cry. Ash held her, letting her continue to cry in his arms, and they closed their eyes. Alex and Julia hugged one another, happy that their parents were happy. Pikachu, Buniri, and Piplup looked at their trainers happily. After a few minutes, Dawn stopped crying and they pulled away as she wiped her eyes. "Well, all of the gifts have been opened now," she said, looking at the tree, which was now empty underneath. "You two can go and play if you want. We'll start on the food," Ash said to the kids. Alex and Julia decided to play one of Alex's new games and took off to his room to play. Ash and Dawn walked into the kitchen to start getting everything ready. Since Thanksgiving dinner was cooked by Dawn, Ash was cooking Christmas dinner for them. "So what do you need me to do?" Dawn asked as she washed her hands. After the food was eaten, the kids played some more and Ash and Dawn watched some Christmas movies. Eventually, it got dark outside and Dawn and Julia needed to return home. They had to call Johanna and wish her a Merry Christmas before she went to bed. Alex and Ash walked to the door with Dawn and Julia. "This has been the best Christmas ever," Julia cried. "The best Christmas ever," Alex agreed. "Yes it has," Ash and Dawn said. "Bye, and thank you." "Merry Christmas," Julia said. "Bye." "Merry Christmas," Alex said. "Merry Christmas and thank you for having us over," Dawn said, carrying her gifts and Julia's as well. "No problem, hope you all had fun." "Merry Christmas," Ash said. Dawn and Julia left and Ash turned to his son. "So Alex, you know that we have to call someone," Ash said. "Who?" Alex asked. "Your grandma." "Awesome. You think Uncle Gary will be there?" He might, Alex. "I can't promise, though." They walked to where the video phone was located at and dialed Delia. After a few rings, Delia's voice came through. "Hello." "Hey, Mom," Ash said. "Hi, Grandma," Alex cried. "Ash." "Alex." Delia appeared on the screen. Her once auburn hair had become lighter with a few silver strands, her face had some wrinkles, and she had a red turtleneck on, from what was shown. Christmas music could be heard in the background. "Merry Christmas," Alex cried. "Merry Christmas, Mom," Ash said. "Merry Christmas, both of you. How was your Christmas?" "Best one ever." "Oh, thank you for the present," Alex replied. "You're welcome, dear. It was a good Christmas, the first Christmas we've spent away from Pallet Town." "How was yours?" Ash said. "One moment," Delia said. A voice was faintly heard and Delia had replied with, "Ash and Alex. Sorry, someone is going to say hello once I'm done. My Christmas has gone well." "Alex, what did Santa bring you?" Alex started to tell Delia what he had gotten. Delia smiled at her grandson. "That's wonderful, sweetie," she said once he finished. A voice was faintly heard again and Delia nodded her head. "Someone is about to leave and needs to say hello. I'm going to let them say hello and I'll be back when they finish," Delia said. "Okay." Delia disappeared off of the screen and the two were left looking at the decor. "Hey, Ashy boy. Alex, how've you been?" "Uncle Gary," Alex cried as Gary appeared on the screen. Ash chuckled and looked at Gary. Gary was the same age as Ash, his spiked hair had been cut shorter and he had a black shirt on, from what was shown. 2. Think I thought that you had stopped with the nickname, Gary. Ash said, shaking his head. Nope. So how are feelings since moving to Sinnoh? Better, Ash said. Gary nodded his head. So Alex, how was Christmas? Best one ever. Really? How come? Alex went on to tell Gary what had happened that day. Gary asked Alex some questions varying from school to friends to sports. Since they hadn't talked since the move, the two were catching up for a short amount of time. Alex really missed his grandma and Gary, but liked it here in Sinnoh and he didn't want to leave. After a few more minutes, Gary had to get going. Well, Merry Christmas and will we ever talk again? Gary said. Yeah, we'll talk again. Sorry for not keeping in touch. Ash said, frowning. And Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Uncle Gary. Alex said. Gary waved and was gone from the screen. Delia returned shortly after. The three talked for a little while and Ash realized he needed to talk to his mom about something. Hey Alex, I need to talk to Grandma about something. Can you go and play or something? Ash asked. Sure, Dad. Alex looked at Delia. Bye, Grandma. Love you, he said. Bye, Alex. I love you too, sweetie. Delia said, smiling at him. Alex ran off to his room and Ash heard the door close. Is everything okay, Ash? Delia asked, concerned about her son. Why did he want to talk to her alone? Everything's fine, I just wanted to tell you something. What? I've fallen in love with someone again. Her name is Dawn. Delia smiled at her son. I'm happy for you, Ash. Does she know? No, I haven't told her yet. I realized how I felt about her not too long ago. Oh. Ash, I'm happy to see that you didn't close off your heart after what happened to Misty. Well, I did for a while, but I've learned how to love again. Moving here has helped me. I know it has. Ash was quiet for a few moments. What's troubling you? Delia asked. Nothing is, Ash answered too quickly. Ash. Ash sighed. I never realized it up until now, but it's strange being in love with someone again. Misty was the first and only girl that I ever truly loved, and now that I'm feeling the same way about Dawn, I can't help but worry that what I'm feeling is wrong. Is this really what's right for me and Alex? Ash, Misty would be glad that you're moving on. She wouldn't want you to be sad and alone for the rest of your life, she would want you to be happy and she would want a motherly figure for Alex, too. I guess you're right. Is that everything? Yeah, it is. Thanks, Mom. No problem, sweetie. I'm just glad that this has happened to you. I want you to be happy as much as Misty would want you to be. Give it a chance, and remember, every relationship will have bumps in the road, so don't act upon anger, always remember to let someone explain. Love you, Mom. Love you too, Ash. Have a good night. You too. The call ended and Ash looked at the black screen for a few minutes before he got up and walked to his room. There were still a lot of things on his mind, as well as some doubts about his feelings for Dawn. As he fell asleep, he began to have a very surreal dream. Alex had gone into his room a few minutes ago. I got up and walked into his room to find him lying in his bed. Good night, Alex. I said. Night, Alex replied. I walked out of his room, closing the door slightly and flipping the light off. I laid in my bed, unable to fall asleep because my thoughts were on Dawn. I knew how I felt about her, but at the same time, I couldn't help but feel guilty. In my life, I'd only loved one person, Misty, who was taken away from me so suddenly. We never broke up, we were just forced to say goodbye forever when she died. I still really missed her and I still loved her. Misty was the only woman that I swore I'd ever loved. So was it wrong for me to be in love with Dawn? I sighed and rolled onto my side. I wished that Misty was still here. She was always someone that I could talk to about my problems, and she was always able to clear my head. She would know what to say to put my mind at ease. But she wasn't here anymore, so I had nobody to talk to. I closed my eyes and eventually, sleep slowly came over me. Ash, Ash. I opened my eyes and looked around. Ash. That voice. I'd recognize it anywhere. Misty. Is that you? A light shone and then Misty stood in front of me. She looked exactly the same as she did before she died. She had on a light blue turtleneck, white jeans, and white boots. I threw my arms around her and started crying tears of joy. It had been almost 2 years since I had last seen her. Misty. But how? How are you here? I thought you were gone, that I'd lost you forever. Misty looked at me with a sad smile. You're dreaming, and I'm here as a spirit, she replied softly. How am I able to see you? And how are you in my dream? I asked. Misty took my hands. I asked Arceus to allow me to enter your dream for one night. I could see that you were upset with your feelings and you needed guidance. After all, you always talk to me about your problems. So I asked Arceus to send me here so I could help you. So she knew about my feelings. Well, there was no point in hiding them. I sighed and looked at Misty. Misty, that I've fallen in love with someone else since you died. You were my first love, my only love. And when we married, I promised that I would love you and you alone, no one else. But now that I've fallen in love with Dawn, and I feel like I've broken that promise to you. It makes me feel really guilty, loving someone else. But I was so caught up in my feelings for her that I never felt that guilt. Until now. So if I've hurt you, I'm so sorry. Misty shook her head. Ash, I've been watching over you and Alex. I've seen the way that you act when you're with Dawn and the way Alex acts around her, too. Ash, you didn't break the promise you made to me. In fact, you've made me happy. You've made me the happiest that I can be by showing me that you can, in fact, move on from the hurtful past and carry on with your life. You've proved that the world wasn't going to end for you when I died. I'm glad that you and Alex aren't in that dark PRD of your lives anymore, because that's what truly hurt me. I hated seeing all of the pain that you were in over losing me. I don't want you to be sad and alone forever. So you're not mad at me? It's okay with you if I keep following my feelings for Dawn? How could I be mad? The only thing that matters to me is that you and Alex are happy for the rest of your lives. I can't be there for you anymore, but Dawn can. I know that you love Dawn just as much as you loved me, so I know that you'll make her very happy. Care for her and give her all of the love that you would give me if I was alive. I will, Misty. That's a promise. I have to go now, but I'll always be watching over you. Always remember me, and tell Alex that I love him. Will I ever see you again, Misty? Yes, when your time comes like it did for me. You know that I never got to say goodbye to you before you died. Well, you can now. We wrapped our arms around one another and shared one long, final kiss. I love you, Misty. Even though I may love Dawn as well, you'll always hold a special place in my heart. Thank you, Ash. I love you, too. I always will. May you and Alex live a long, happy life. Misty smiled and I closed my eyes. When I opened my eyes, I saw that it was 9 in the morning. My mind was feeling better, nothing was jumbled together, and I felt like a weight had been lifted off of my shoulders. My heart and mind were at ease now that Misty had given Dawn and I her blessing. Now I could really move on with my life. I looked upwards and whispered, "Thank you, Misty." Normal POV. 2 months had now passed since Christmas. School today wasn't like a regular day. Today was Valentine's Day and every class was having a party. Miss Vickers' classroom was decorated with red, pink, and white hearts lining the wall. Happy Valentine's Day was at the front of the room on the board, and the table was filled with snacks. The kids were sitting, talking to one another, eating, or passing out their Valentine cards. Julia sat at her table and she had gotten quite a few cards this year. This was the most cards that she had ever received on Valentine's Day. Grace walked up to where Julia was sitting. "Hey, here you go," Grace said, handing Julia a card. Julia nodded thanks and handed Grace her own card. The two friends exchanged a "thank you" hug after reading their cards. Alex then walked over and handed both of the girls a card. Julia reached across the table and hugged Alex. "Thanks, Alex," she said, pulling away. "You're welcome." Grace's face turned as pink as her hair after reading her own card from Alex. "Thanks, Alex," Grace said softly. "No problem." Grace's face turned a little more pink when Alex looked at her and smiled. Julia guessed that he had written something really sweet to Grace on the card. Alex walked off to the snack table to get something to eat and Julia looked through her bag. "Here it is," she muttered. Julia walked to the front of the room to Miss Vickers' desk. "Here you go, Miss Vickers," Julia said, handing her a card. Miss Vickers looked up and took the card. She stood up and walked around her desk to Julia, as she read her card. "Ah, thank you, Julia," she said, giving Julia a hug. Miss Vickers sat back at her desk and started to rearrange her papers. Julia turned to leave to go back to where her friends were when she saw something on Miss Vickers' desk. "Miss Vickers?" Julia asked. "Yes. Can I have one of those flyers?" Miss Vickers looked down at the stack of flyers. "Sure." Miss Vickers didn't understand why Julia wanted a flyer that talked about the Twin Leaf Town Valentine's Day couples dance. "Thank you." Julia walked to the back of the classroom where Alex was at, munching on some cookies. "Look!" Julia cried, putting the flyer in front of him. Alex read over the flyer. "This could work as another date for our parents," Alex said. "Exactly what I was thinking." "Who should ask who?" Julia asked, raising an eyebrow. "Your mom should ask my dad, since he asked her out the first time." Julia nodded her head in agreement. "Well, I think my mom will love this idea. I bet she loves dancing." Julia cried as she took a cookie from Alex's plate. Dawn sighed and walked out of the laundry room with a pile of clothes in her arms. "Please, Mom," Julia cried. Dawn started walking up the stairs and into Julia's room. "Julia, this will be a terrible idea," Dawn said as she started putting Julia's clothes away. "Why?" "Julia, I can't dance. I'm a terrible dancer. I took classes when I was younger and quit because I have 2 left feet. I'm such a terrible dancer that I would embarrass myself if I went." Dawn explained as she opened Julia's closet. "But Mom." "No buts, Julia. I'm not going." Julia was quiet for a few moments, watching her mom. She looked at the flyer that was in her hands. She read over the information provided and smirked to herself. "There will be music," Julia said in a sing-song voice. "Dancing, fast songs and slow songs. You would be in Mr. Ash's arms. Him holding you, looking deeply into each other's eyes. Then near the end of the dance dash." "Julia." Dawn cut her daughter off. Julia looked at her mom innocently and said, "What?" "Fine, that I'll go. I'll go ask him, okay? Stop with those. Whatever it was you were doing." "I didn't do anything." Dawn just stared at her daughter. "Finish putting your clothes away. I'll be back in a few minutes." Dawn walked out of Julia's room and Julia smirked. "Success," she cried, doing a little cheer. She would have to use that sing-song voice more often, since it worked so well. Inside of Ash's house, he was talking to Alex. "So how was school, Alex?" Ash asked his son. "It was fun. Today we had a Valentine's Day party and I got a lot of cards from my friends. When I gave Grace her card, she blushed so much that her face was as pink as her hair. Then again, I did try my best to write something really nice on the card for her, he answered. Ash smiled. It sounded like Alex had a little crush on Grace. Dawn walked through the snow and over to Ash's house. She reached the door and took a breath before knocking. Why did I agree to this, she asked herself. After a moment, the door opened to reveal Ash. Oh. Hey, Dawn. Come on in, he said, stepping aside and allowing her inside. Thanks. Ash looked at her and waited, sensing that she wanted to say something. That I was wondering if you would like to go to a Valentine's Day dance tonight. Dawn asked, biting her bottom lip nervously. A dance? This would be the perfect opportunity to tell her how I feel about her. Ash thought. Ever since his dream about Misty, he had been thinking of when and where he could tell her how he felt about her. Yeah, I would like that. Ash replied. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm not a very good dancer. No need to worry, I'll help you. Ash said with a smile. Thanks. What time would you like me to pick you up? Around 7 will be fine. Okay. I'll see you then. Bye. Ash nodded a goodbye and Dawn went back to her home. Dawn walked to her kitchen and dialed her mom. Hello. Hey, Mom. Dawn said. Hi, Dawn. Is everything okay? Yes, everything is fine. Could you watch Julia and Ash's son, Alex tonight? Dawn asked. Yes, of course, sweetie. The two of them are so sweet. Anytime you need a sitter, just call me. Thanks, Mom. You're welcome, sweetie. So do you and Ash have another date? Yes, that we're going to the Twin Leaf Town Valentine's Day dance. Okay. Well, you two have fun. I'll be over at around 5:30. Okay, thanks again. Dawn was standing in her room, fixing her hair and adding a little bit of makeup. Since it was Valentine's Day, she was wearing a red dress that reached her knees and it had thin straps. She was currently curling her hair, since she had planned to curl it today. She curled it into long curls and then pulled it into a ponytail, pinning her bangs up. She added mascara and eyeliner, along with light pink lipstick. Julia was looking at her mom's accessories, trying to make her mom look perfect. Mom, you should use this pin to clip your bangs back. It's a heart, since it's Valentine's Day. Julia said. Okay. Dawn removed the pin she had put in and added the heart pin instead. Dawn looked at her reflection and she frowned. She needed some jewelry. Julia walked over to her and handed her some silver hoop earrings, a few silver bangles, and she held something behind her back. I want you to put this on. Julia said. Dawn walked over to her bed so Julia could stand on the bed to clip the necklace on. Julia fastened the necklace that Ash had given her for Christmas around her neck. There. Now you're ready. Julia said, hopping down from the bed. Dawn had to admit that she did look very pretty, prettier than she had dressed in years. She slid her feet into some red flats and walked out of her room. The doorbell rang and Dawn went to answer it. Hey, Mom. Thank you so much for watching them. Dawn said. No problem, Dawn. You look nice, sweetie. Johanna said as she hung her jacket up. Thanks. Ash stood in his room, buttoning his shirt. He was wearing black jeans, a red button-up shirt, and black boots. Ash glanced at the clock to see that it was almost 7. Hey Alex, you ready? Ash asked, walking into Alex's room. Yep. Alex cried, grabbing a backpack. What's in the bag? Some games we're gonna play. I'm going to beat Julia this time. The two walked over to Dawn's house. Ash rang the doorbell and waited. Enjoy yourself and have fun tonight, Dawn. Johanna said as Dawn got up to answer the door. Dawn walked to the door and took a breath before opening it. Hi, come on in. Julia is in her room, Alex. Dawn said, stepping aside. Alex nodded and ran into Dawn's house and up to Julia's room. I'm ready to go, Dawn said. Ash hadn't said anything so far, he just looked at Dawn. Dawn shifted slightly, feeling as if she looked horrible. Ash? Sorry, Dawn, you look really beautiful. Ash said softly, breaking from his thoughts. Dawn blushed and gave a small, shy smile. Thank you, Ash. The Twin Leaf Town Convention Center was decorated beautifully. Red and pink lights blinked around the room, snacks were on the tables, music was playing, and people were having a great time. Would you like to dance? Ash asked. Okay. Dawn replied uncertainly. Don't worry, Dawn. Just follow my lead. Ash said, giving a reassuring smile. Dawn followed his lead, and after dancing to 3 songs, she had it down. The song ended and they walked over to the chairs to take a break. Dawn got 2 chairs while Ash went to get 2 drinks. Here you go, Ash said as he sat down, handing Dawn her drink. Thank you, Dawn said, taking the cup. The two sat in a small silence watching everyone having a good time. I'm having a great time tonight and you taught me how to dance. So thank you, Ash. Dawn said, taking a sip of her drink. You're welcome, Dawn. I'm having a great time, too. Thanks for inviting me to come. The dance continued on. Ash and Dawn danced the night away, but the dance would be over soon. Ash and Dawn were resting once again. Well, we're going to slow things down a little bit, so grab a partner and hit the floor. A slow song started playing. Ash stood up and held out his hand to Dawn. Up for one more dance, he asked. Dawn smiled and nodded, taking his hand. The two joined everyone on the dance floor. Dawn wrapped her arms around Ash's neck and Ash put his arms around her waist. They danced with their bodies very close together, staring at each other the whole time. As the song came to an end, they both felt a strong feeling inside, a feeling that both of them hadn't felt in a while. Now is the time to tell her how I feel about her. Ash thought. Come with me, Ash said to Dawn. Ash led her outside into the cool night air under the bright stars. Ash looked up at the stars and thought to himself, here goes nothing. He took a deep breath, took Dawn's hands, held them in his own, and said, Dawn. From the moment I met you, I knew that there was something special about you. As I got to know you, I saw what an amazing person you were. And after all of the time that I've known you, I've fallen in love with you. You helped me realize that I could still be able to love someone after the tragedy that I went through. Dawn, I love you. I love you so much. Ash, I feel the same way. After my divorce, I felt like I couldn't trust anyone anymore. Well, any man, at least. I didn't want to try to find love again, but something about you made me want to try. So I followed my heart and I fell in love with you, Ash. I love you more than anything in the world. Dawn said, stepping in so that she was only a few inches away from Ash. Slowly, they leaned towards one another. Within a few seconds, their lips met in a sweet, yet passionate kiss. Their hearts flooded with joy and happiness as both of them felt their love for one another in that kiss. All of the pain that they had gone through in the past was forgotten forever. Their love had healed each other's broken hearts. The kiss lasted for what felt like an eternity, but their lips slowly parted after a minute. Both of them looked at one another lovingly until Ash leaned in and gently kissed Dawn's forehead. Dawn leaned her head against Ash's chest as they stood there, holding each other. Ash looked up at the starry sky. He knew that if Misty was watching him right now, she was smiling down on him from above. Ash pulled up in front of Dawn's house. They got out of his car and stood by one another. Good night, Ash. Dawn said. Night, Dawn. Ash said. They gave each other a chaste kiss and the two walked into her house so Ash could get Alex. Alex and Julia were playing DDR when they heard the car doors close. Julia paused the game and the two ran over to the window. They peered out of the window to see that their parents were kissing. "Love is in the air," Julia said with a smile. Alex smiled and faced Julia. "My dad's not alone anymore. Same with my mom. They have each other now. We finally got them together. Looks like our work is done." The two hugged one another and got up when they heard the front door close. They started the game again. "If anyone asks, we know nothing about this," Julia said. "Nothing," Alex agreed. Ash and Alex had just left to go home for the night. Dawn made her way up to Julia's room and knocked on her door before she entered. She found Julia dressed in her pajamas, shutting off her game. "Ready for bed?" Dawn asked. Julia nodded her head and climbed into bed, getting under her covers. Dawn walked over and sat on the edge of Julia's bed. "Did you have fun with Alex tonight?" Dawn asked as she began stroking her daughter's blue hair. "Yeah, we played some games, drew some pictures, and Grandma made some snacks for us," Julia said happily. "Did you have fun at the dance?" "Yes, I did. I found out that dancing is a lot of fun once you get the hang of it. Thank you for suggesting that I should go." "You're welcome, Mom. You know, I think that Mr. Ash cares about me almost as much as you do." "Yes, I'm sure that he does," Dawn said, thinking of the man that she loved. Julia then let out a yawn and Dawn decided that it was time to let her daughter get some sleep. She stopped stroking Julia's hair and leaned in closer to her face. "Good night, sweetie," Dawn said, kissing Julia's forehead. "Night, Mommy. I love you," Julia said, kissing her mom's cheek. "I love you too, baby." Dawn got up and walked to the door. She flipped the light off and closed the door. Dawn walked into her own room to change. She stepped out of her flats and put them in her closet. She removed her necklace, earrings, and bracelets, along with her hair clip. She then took off her red dress and hung it up in her closet. Walking over to her dresser, she found some pajamas before walking into her bathroom. Dawn locked her bathroom door and washed off all of her makeup before deciding to take a quick shower. After showering and drying off, Dawn walked out of her bathroom dressed in blue silk pajama pants and a pink tank top. She pulled her now wet hair into a bun on the top of her head. "That feels much better," she mumbled. All of the dancing that she had done that night had made her feel a little sore, but her hot shower had made her feel a lot better. Dawn walked into the living room to find her mom watching some drama on the TV. "Thanks for watching the kids, Mom," Dawn said, sitting down in one of the chairs, tucking her feet underneath her. "You're welcome. They were both well behaved. I've been talking to Alex quite a bit in the times that I've watched the kids. He's almost become like a second grandchild to me." "That's good to hear." Alex and Julia thought it's amazing how easily the two of them get along with each other and with other people. Dawn paused for a minute before asking, "Do you want to stay and chat or are you going home for the night?" Johanna looked at Dawn and said, "I'm going to stay. I want to hear about how your date went." Johanna enjoyed hearing about how Dawn's dates with Ash went, since he always made Dawn so happy. "Well, I had a great time with Ash. It was a lot of fun. We went to the dance. And I'm still shocked that I even went to a dance. Mom, that I was so nervous, but Ash, he taught me how to dance." "That's wonderful, Dawn. I remember when you were younger, you weren't exactly the best dancer around. He was very understanding and patient with me as I tried to dance. I followed his lead for the most part, and after practicing through the first 3 songs, I could dance. I never expected dancing to be so fun. Honestly, that I wouldn't mind dancing with Ash again if another dance comes up." Johanna smiled at Dawn. She was happy that her daughter had such a wonderful time and that she was able to enjoy it, even though it involved dancing. A dreamy smile then came over Dawn's face and Johanna had a feeling that Dawn was about to tell her something big. After the last song, which was a slow song. Ash took me outside. He told me that he loved me, Mom. He told me that I had helped him realize that it was possible for him to love again after he lost his wife. I told him that I loved him too, and that I was afraid to trust anyone again after my divorce. I was afraid to follow my heart, but I'm so glad that I did. Mom, that we're a couple now. Johanna smiled. I'm so happy for you, Dawn. Ash, he's a good man and he cares for you deeply. I've seen how much you two care about each other, and I know the love that you share is very special. I'm glad you've moved on, sweetie. I'm happy for both of you. Thank you, Mom. I love him so much. Dawn said softly as she hugged her mom. 2 months had passed since Valentine's Day and it was now early April. Shortly after confessing their feelings for each other on Valentine's Day, Ash and Dawn had revealed to their children that they were now a couple. Alex and Julia pretended to be surprised, even though they had known the whole time. The kids no longer had to set up dates for their parents. Now that they were a couple, Ash and Dawn had asked each other out on dates on their own several times since confessing their feelings for one another. It was now spring break, the first day of spring break, to be exact. The weather was warm and Alex and Julia were out of school for a whole week. To start off their spring break, Alex and Julia had decided to play a board game at Alex's house, Life. Ash and Dawn decided to play with them, too. Point 5. You've earned a $100 bonus for a job well done at the convention. Julia said, reading the spot that she had landed on. Dawn handed Julia the game money. Ash was next and was about to spin the spinner, when the phone rang. You can skip my turn, he said, getting up to answer the phone. He walked out of the room and Alex went next, since it was his turn. 2. Your child is sick, pay the doctor $50, he read. He handed Dawn the money. Ash walked back into the room and sat down. Who was it? Alex asked. The Elite Four. They called to inform me that the Sinnoh Pokemon League tournament opening ceremonies start tomorrow. The Elite Four want me to attend the tournament and battle Cynthia during the ceremonies. Also, Dawn, they want you to attend as well and take pictures of the battles during the tournament. Ash explained. Really? I've never done photography of an actual Pokemon battle. Dawn said, shocked. I told them about you and your pictures. They want you to be their main photographer. Thank you, Ash. This is a major opportunity for me. You're welcome. Oh, and the tournament will last the whole week. Do you two want to come? Ash asked, looking at the kids. No, we'll stay and watch it on TV. Alex replied and Julia nodded. My mom should be able to watch them while we're away. Dawn said. At the Pokemon League, the stands were full of fans, their voices mixed together to create one loud uproar. Good afternoon, everyone. It's time for the opening ceremonies of the Sinnoh Pokemon League tournament. And boy, do we have a treat for you. To kick off the tournament, we will see a battle between the Pokemon Master, Ash Ketchum, and Sinnoh's regional champion, Cynthia. The crowd erupted into cheers. All were excited to see Ash battle, since he had taken a break from battling after leaving Kanto and hadn't been in a major battle in a while. Cynthia walked out onto the field and gave a few waves. Cynthia was now in her mid-40s. Her blonde hair was still long and she was in her usual attire. Ash walked out onto the field and waved. He was dressed in black jeans, a white shirt with a red and white jacket over it, and blue sneakers. Dawn was standing at the top of the stand so she could get her pictures. Other photographers for various magazines and the press stood there, too. Dawn got ready so she could get a picture right when Ash and Cynthia released their Pokemon. Cynthia removed a Pokeball. She raised it and threw it. Garchomp, battle dance. Garchomp. Dawn pulled her camera down and looked at the pictures. She had gotten the perfect picture. The Pokeball light faded just enough to see what Pokemon Cynthia had called out. And Cynthia calls out her most trusted Pokemon, Garchomp. Ash removed his Pokeball. Charizard, I choose you, he cried, throwing the Pokeball. Char. The picture came out exactly like the previous one. So far, the pictures were coming out perfectly. But Dawn knew that battles moved at a very fast pace, so she would have to be quick when taking her pictures or she might miss the chance for a good shot. And Ash calls out Charizard. It's a battle of the dragons. Garchomp, use Dragon Rush. Cynthia commanded. A blue aura surrounded Garchomp's body and it shot towards Charizard. Charizard, use Mega Punch. Ash yelled. Charizard's fist glowed and when Garchomp was close, it struck forward. Garchomp was stopped in its tracks. Incredible. Garchomp's powerful Dragon Rush was stopped. Dawn had gotten the picture right at the Mega Punch's moment of impact. Flamethrower. Ash cried. Since Garchomp was still there in front of Charizard, the flamethrower hit it full force. Perfect. Dawn cried, looking at the picture. Flames were sprouting from Charizard's mouth and in the next picture, a beam of fire was hitting Garchomp. Impressive, Ash, very impressive. It seems that you still have your battling prowess. Cynthia said, looking at him. Always, Cynthia. Ash replied. Garchomp, use Stone Edge. Garchomp crouched down and sharp rocks surrounded its body, which then flew towards Charizard. Dodge it. Ash cried. Charizard tried to fly up, but the rocks hit it before it could fly. Char. Charizard cried. Dawn looked at the picture. Rocks were pelting Charizard. Now use Giga Impact. Cynthia cried. Garchomp flew into the air and an orange energy surrounded it. As Garchomp neared Charizard, a purple energy surrounded its body. You use Giga Impact, too. Ash called. Both Pokemon collided as their attacks fought against each other, trying to overpower the other. Dawn snapped another picture. This time, it showed the struggle that Charizard was having to keep Garchomp away. Both moves were fighting for dominance, and cancelled each other out in a huge explosion. Charizard, Seismic Toss. Charizard grabbed Garchomp and flew into the air, spinning around with Garchomp. Charizard zoomed back down towards the ground and once it was close, it slammed Garchomp into the field. Dawn winced slightly and looked at the pictures. The sun was in the background when Charizard was in the air, outlining its body in one picture, Charizard diving straight down in the air in the next picture, and then Charizard slamming Garchomp into the ground in the last picture. You could see pieces of the field breaking up in the picture. That hit was painful. Garchomp said, getting up. Garchomp and Charizard were both hurt. Garchomp was hurt more than Charizard, but Charizard's breathing was slightly uneven. Garchomp, use Dragon Claw. Cynthia cried. Dodge, Charizard. Ash cried. Garchomp's claws glowed light green and it sped towards Charizard. Since Garchomp was faster, it reached Charizard before it could dodge. Garchomp started to slash Charizard repeatedly with its claws. Dawn had gotten a few pictures of Dragon Claw doing its job. You could see the pain that Charizard was receiving. Flamethrower, Charizard. I know you can do it. Charizard opened its mouth and used Flamethrower, hitting Garchomp successfully and stopping Dragon Claw. Garchomp was blasted backwards. Wow! Dawn cried. That was an impressive move. She had seen Ash battle before, but that was only on television. Seeing him battle in person was totally different. Garchomp had taken a good bit of damage from the flamethrower. Garchomp's breathing was heavy. Charizard, use Seismic Toss one more time. Garchomp, don't let it get you. Stone Edge. Flamethrower, full power. Melt the rocks. Rocks flew at Charizard, but Charizard didn't stop. The fire from its flamethrower was so intense that it melted the stone edge. Dawn, the audience, and even Cynthia were shocked. They didn't know that Ash's Charizard could breathe fire that powerful. Once Stone Edge had been burned through, Charizard grabbed Garchomp. Once again, Charizard spun in the air and flew back down towards the field. And once again, Garchomp hit the field very hard, landing painfully. Dawn snapped a picture. Garchomp laid on the field and Charizard was hovering over the field. Garchomp is unable to battle. Charizard wins. Which means the victor is the Pokémon. Master, Ash Ketchum, the ref cried. Well done, take a rest. Cynthia said, returning her fainted Pokémon. Ash rubbed Charizard's head. Great job, now take a rest, he said, tapping the Pokeball against the dragon. Dawn had gotten a picture of Ash congratulating his Pokémon. She also got a picture of Ash and Cynthia shaking hands. It was proven that even though Ash had taken a break from battling, his skills hadn't weakened at all. He was still the same Pokémon Master who earned that title all those years ago. Ash walked out through the hallway that led to and from the battlefield. He was heading up to the stadium's private box where the other Elite Four members were so they could watch the tournament. Dawn stayed in the stands, since the actual tournament was about to begin and she had to get some more pictures of the battles being held that day. After a full day of battles, the tournament concluded for the day and the next round of the tournament would begin the next day. Dawn had emailed the pictures she had taken that day to the Elite Four for approval. It was now nighttime and Ash and Dawn were in the hotel room that the Pokémon League had arranged for them to stay in during the tournament. They were getting ready for bed, tired after a busy day. Ash was wearing black and gray striped shorts and a black t-shirt. Dawn walked out of the bathroom after changing into her usual sleeping clothes, a pink tank top and blue silk pajama pants. What an amazing day. Seeing you battle live is far better than seeing you battle on screen, she said. Thanks, I'm glad you enjoyed it. But the tournament is just getting started. There's even more battles to see this week. Ash replied. I know, I'm so excited. Thanks again for giving me the opportunity to be here. Anything for you, Dawn. Ash said, giving Dawn a quick kiss. So how did your pictures turn out? Look, Dawn handed him her camera and he scrolled through the pictures of himself and the other battles fought that day. Wow, are you sure you've never taken pictures of a Pokémon battle? He questioned. Never. You could never tell with these pictures. They're that good. Dawn yawned and said, I think I'm going to go to sleep, I'm tired. Are you going to bed yet? Yeah, I'm tired, too. Ash replied. The two of them climbed into the large bed and slid under the white sheets, getting comfortable. Good night, Ash. Night, Dawn. I love you. I love you, too. Their lips met as Ash and Dawn gave each other a romantic kiss goodnight. There was even a little tongue activity from Dawn, which Ash willingly accepted. Their lips slowly parted and Dawn wrapped her arms around Ash's waist and leaned her head against his chest while Ash wrapped one arm around her back and his other hand began stroking her hair. Dawn had the softest hair that Ash had ever felt. It was no wonder that she spent so much time fixing it in the morning. Dawn occasionally stroked Julia's hair when she said goodnight to her daughter, but Dawn had never had anyone do it to herself before. She smiled as Ash stroked her hair, since it felt really nice. It made it easier for her to relax and fall asleep. They snuggled down and fell asleep with their arms around each other, with smiles on their sleeping faces, and with love in their hearts. The week had now ended and the Pokémon League was over. Ash and Dawn had their suitcases packed and they were about to leave. Dawn zipped her suitcase and faced Ash. That's everything, she said. Okay. Well, we see a dash, he started when the phone rang. He walked over to the phone and answered it. Hello. Hey, Ash. I would like you and Dawn to come and see me before you leave. Sure, no problem, Cynthia. We'll be down in a few. He said and hung up the phone. Cynthia would like to see us before we leave. Ash said to Dawn. Okay. The two walked towards the lobby where Cynthia would be waiting. After a few minutes, they walked into the lobby and Cynthia was sitting on one of the red couches. "Hello," she said. "Hey." The two sat down and Cynthia faced Dawn. "Dawn, the Elite Four are very pleased with your photos of the tournament. After looking over the photos, we would like to pay you extra in addition to your promised pay if you will let us keep a copy of the pictures. The photos will be for the official Pokemon League archives." "Sure, of course. I'm glad that you all liked the pictures." Cynthia removed some money and handed it to Dawn. Dawn's eyes widened as she stared at the money in shock. She had never been paid this much for her photos. "Wow. We also want to know if you would consider coming back next year." "Yes, I would love to come back next year. I had a blast watching all of those battles." "Wonderful. Thank you very much." Ash pulled to a stop in front of the Berlitz household. Ash and Dawn got out of the car and walked to the door. As soon as the front door closed, Alex and Julia came around the corner and tackled their parents into a hug. "Dad, you were awesome. It was so cool seeing you battle again." Alex cried. "I want to see the pictures you took, Mom. Please." Julia asked. Dawn, Julia, and Johanna looked through the pictures of the battles as Ash and Alex began talking. Alex told his dad that he forgot to mention something to him before he left for the tournament. His hockey team would begin their playoff games next weekend, hoping to win the championship. 2 weeks had passed since the Pokemon League tournament. Chatter filled the lunchroom at school, mixed with some laughter. Alan, Alex, Anthony, Grace, Isla, and Julia all sat together at one of the many tables, eating their lunches. "It was so cool to see your dad battling again," Alan said. "Yeah, Alex. Your dad's battle skills are still just as great as ever." Anthony cried. "Thanks, it was pretty awesome to see my dad battle again." Alex said. "Is your dad back to battling regularly now?" Anthony asked. That I think so. I'm not exactly sure." "So how was your weekend?" Julia asked Grace and Isla. "Boring. I had to go to my grandma's and all she does is knit stuff and her glamour wouldn't go away." Grace said. "Crazy. Some of my family came over this weekend and the house was packed. My cousins decided to draw on me when I fell asleep." Isla said. "How was your weekend, Julia?" Grace asked. "It was okay. Nothing really exciting happened." For a few minutes, the table was quiet as the 6 friends ate their lunches. "Oh, how did the hockey games during the weekend go?" Julia asked. "Yeah, did you guys win?" Grace asked. The hockey team had played 2 games over the past weekend against the Cranidos and the Shieldons. "Isn't it time for the playoffs now?" Isla asked. "Yes, it was 2 playoff games. We faced the Cranidos in the quarterfinals and the Shieldons in the semifinals." Alan explained. "So how did it go?" Grace asked. "We won both games." Anthony cried. "We're going to the finals to play for the championship." "Really? That's great." Julia cried. "Yeah, congrats." Grace cheered. "Way to go." Isla said happily. "Thanks, but we'll have to wait. We don't know who we're facing in the finals, since some of the other schools haven't finished yet." Alex said. The kids soon finished their lunches and were now waiting for lunch to be over. Suddenly, the lights went off and a few shrieks filled the lunchroom. "Looks like a power outage," said Alan. "Students, remain calm. We are experiencing a power outage. School is cancelled for the rest of the day. Please exit orderly and calmly. Parents will be arriving shortly to get you," the principal said, walking into the lunchroom. Cheers filled the lunchroom now that students knew that they had the rest of the day off. "Awesome, no school." Anthony cried. "Yes, no spelling test." Grace cried happily. Hey, since school's over and it's a beautiful day outside, how about we hang out? We can go to the forest near Lake Verity to hang out or play. Alex suggested. I'm in. Julia yelled. A chorus of yes filled the table. We'll meet there after we go home and let our parents know. Grace said. The kids left the lunchroom and headed towards the front doors. Alex and Julia were walking through the forest to meet their friends. Thankfully, the 6 of them all lived in the same neighborhood, so they were within walking distance of the forest. After walking for about 5 minutes through the trees, Alex and Julia arrived near the lake and the others were there waiting. Hey, my mom told me something about Lake Verity. An old tale about the lake. Julia said to the others. What is it? Alex asked. A legendary Pokemon is said to live in Lake Verity. They say it can sense emotions. Really? I wonder if it's true. I wish I could see it for myself, said Grace. But the legendary Pokemon was soon forgotten as Isla asked, how about we play hide and seek? Okay. And since there are 6 of us, we could have a team of 3. The girls and the guys on the teams. Sure, who hides first? Ladies first. Anthony said, doing a bow. The group laughed. Count to 20. Julia said. The boys closed their eyes and the girls ran. 19.20. Ready or not, here we come, they called out. Julia was hidden behind a tree. Grace was hiding in a tree that had a huge hole in the trunk that was big enough for her to hide in. Isla was hidden up in a tree. After playing a few rounds of hide and seek, they decided to play tag. Once again, Alex started it and took off running. He and the others then ran from Julia, who had gotten tagged by Alex. Julia ran and tagged Isla, who had stopped momentarily to catch her breath. Isla tagged Alan, who tagged Anthony shortly after getting tagged. Alex was tagged by Anthony and Alex stopped to see where everyone was. Grace was the closest to him, so he chased after Grace. Alex saw that Grace was about to run behind a tree and come out on the other side of it. He ran on the other side and tagged Grace when she came around. You're it, he said. Grace laughed and put her hands on her knees. I give. I can't breathe, she said. They plopped down onto the grass and caught their breath. They were staring up at the sky in clouds. I want to climb the trees. Isla said. I pick Julia as my partner. I pick Anthony. Alan cried. That left Alex and Grace together. Since it was dangerous to climb a tree with 6 people, it was better to climb in groups of 2. Never climb alone was something that all of their parents had taught them, since something could happen. Isla ran to a tree and started climbing it and Julia started to climb behind her. Alan was having a hard time getting up on the tree that he chose to climb, but eventually got it while Anthony was waiting for Alan to catch up to him further up the tree. Alex jumped and grabbed the branch and pulled himself onto it. He climbed up until he was very high in the tree. He looked down to make sure that Grace was okay, since she was climbing up behind him. Grace pulled herself onto a branch and balanced herself. She reached for another branch when a loud crack was heard. She screamed as the branch she was standing on broke and she started falling towards the ground. Or she thought she was. Grace slowly opened her eyes to see Alex. He had one hand on the branch that he was climbing to and the other was holding Grace's hand. Alex had grabbed her just as she started to fall. Grace's hand was shaking and she grabbed another branch and quickly, but carefully, made her way down the tree. Alex followed her down and landed beside Grace, who was sitting on the ground, panting and shaking. She was shaken by the very scary experience that she had just gone through. You okay? Alex asked. Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you for saving me from falling, Alex. Grace said. The others ran over, since they had heard Grace scream. Are you okay? They asked, worried. Grace nodded her head and Julia and Isla hugged her, relieved that she was okay. Julia and Isla talked to Grace to help her calm down while Alan and Anthony pulled Alex aside. What happened? Alan asked. The branch she was on broke and she was about to fall. I caught her right before she fell. We were really high up in the tree, so it would have been a long fall. Alex explained. Guess it was a good thing that you went with Grace then, huh? Yeah, I guess so. She was so scared. I would be too if that happened. She could have been really hurt. Or worse. They walked back over and saw that Grace had calmed down. She still looked a little shaken, but she was okay. They played for a little while longer before they all began to get tired from playing so much. They laid down under the shade of a tree for a rest. One by one, they fell asleep. They were all tired, so a nap wasn't a bad idea. Alex woke up a little while later. He looked around, confused, until he remembered where he was. He looked around at the others who were still asleep and he noticed that Grace wasn't there. He looked around and spotted Grace on the other side of the lake, sitting by the water. He walked over to where she was. As he approached, he noticed that her shoes were beside her and her legs were in the water. Hey, what are you doing? He asked. I was too warm so I came over here to cool off by soaking my legs. The water is really cool. Want to join me? She asked. Sure. Alex sat down and removed his shoes and stuck his legs in the water. A small silence passed over the two. Thank you again, Alex. You saved my life. I mean, something terrible could have happened. But you saved me. Well, I always look out for my friends. And it's what my dad would have done. He always puts his friends and Pokemon before himself, and that includes their safety. Well, thank you. You're welcome, Grace. Another silence passed over the two. Alex was looking at the sky and Grace was looking at the water and would glance at Alex every once in a while, since he was thinking about something. I've finally figured out what I want to do when I'm older. As much as I love sports, I've realized that I want to travel. I want to become a trainer and go on a journey like my dad did. Alex said. I think you would be a great trainer. I want to be a coordinator. I love getting dressed up for contests, but the moves you see and can come up with are just as amazing. A coordinator. Nice choice. Julia wants to be a coordinator too, right? Yes, she does. Her mom was my inspiration. Well, since you and Julia want to be coordinators, I might just travel with you too. I mean, when we're old enough to go on a journey. It would be fun. I would love it if you traveled with me. Grace said that a little too happily. Her eyes widened and a light pink tinge came across her face. I mean, I would love it if you traveled with us. When we get old enough to travel, that is. Grace said, looking at the water and feeling a little embarrassed. No need to feel embarrassed. Alex said reassuringly. I'd love to travel with you, too. Grace looked up to see Alex smiling at her. His smile was warm and reassuring. Alex had inherited that smile from his dad. It was a smile that told Grace that everything was fine. Grace smiled back at him, but didn't try to hide the blush on her face from him like she usually did with people. But their touching moment was interrupted when a glow came from the water. The two looked up and saw a strange shape appear from the middle of the lake. The shape looked as if it was made of water. It was in the shape of a small Pokemon. Do you think that's the Pokemon that Julia mentioned? Grace asked. I don't know. Maybe. Alex said. The mysterious Pokemon then vanished. Should we tell the others that we saw that? Grace asked. No, let's keep this between us. It'll be our little secret. Alex replied. They sat there for a few more minutes before getting up and walking back to where the others were. After a while, the others woke up and they all said goodbye to one another and went home. A few days passed. Dawn was lying on the couch. Her skin was paler than usual and her hair was a tangled mess. She had a heating pad by her neck and a cooling pad by her back. Her head was resting on a pillow. She coughed and quickly got up, running to the bathroom. She had felt very tired all day, she kept throwing up, and her body was aching. She hoped that the heating and cooling pads would help her with the pains and aches, but no. She rinsed her mouth after throwing up in the toilet and walked back to the living room. She got to the couch and fell onto it, right as Julia walked into the living room. "Everything okay, Mom?" Julia asked, concerned. Her mom looked like a mess. Julia had never seen her mom like this. "I'm fine, sweetie. No need to worry. I think it's just a flu bug. I probably just need some extra rest and it'll go away on its own. You'll call Mr. Ash or Grandma if you need them, right?" Julia asked. "Of course, sweetie." "Okay, then I'm gonna go and do my homework. Do you want me to get you anything?" "No, I'm fine." Julia walked to the door and stopped. She looked at her mom one more time. "No need to worry, sweetie," Dawn said, giving a smile that was slightly forced. Julia walked out of the room and Dawn took a breath. She really needed to know what was wrong with her and she needed to make Julia not worry about her. It was Saturday. Julia's eyes fluttered open as the sun drifted into her room and onto her face. She yawned and looked at her clock, which read 9, she sat up and yawned again, slowly getting out of her bed. She ran her fingers through her hair as she walked to her door. She walked out of her room and went downstairs, but something was strange. She didn't smell any breakfast. Her mom usually cooked breakfast on the weekends and she was always the first one up. Maybe she was making something that wasn't on the stove. Julia walked into the kitchen to find it empty. There were no signs showing that her mom had been in the kitchen, either. She looked out the front window to see the car still there, so her mom hadn't left to go anywhere. She must have slept in later than usual. She wasn't feeling well yesterday, Julia said to herself, remembering seeing her mom lying on the couch. Pip. Piplup. Pip. Buniri. Bon. Buniri. Julia jumped, startled as the Pokemon ran downstairs and she saw Piplup and Buniri looking worried. "What's wrong?" Julia asked. Both Pokemon motioned towards where they had come from, her mom's room. Julia walked to her mom's room and found her mom asleep. "She's asleep. She wasn't feeling well yesterday, guys. She's resting, so just let her rest," Julia said quietly, not wanting to wake her mom. Julia turned to leave, but Buniri and Piplup blocked her. Both were motioning towards Dawn and Julia finally understood that they wanted her to wake her up. Julia quietly walked over to her mom's bed and she gently shook her. Normally, her mom would wake up to a gentle shake, since she was a light sleeper. "Mom. Mom, wake up," she said softly, shaking her mom a little harder. There was no response. "Mom, wake up," Julia said, speaking in a normal tone and shaking her harder. Still nothing. Julia was getting really worried now. "Mom, wake up. Mom." Julia cried, shaking her mom. Julia was now shaking with fear. What was wrong with her mom? She wouldn't wake up. Then, Julia remembered something. "When I'm sick. Mom always feels my head." Julia put her hand to her mom's forehead. Her forehead was really hot and her breathing was very shallow. She took her mom's wrist and put her hand there to feel her pulse. Her pulse was slow and weak. Julia's eyes started watering. She knew that something was very wrong with her mom and she didn't know what it was. She ran out of her mom's room and straight to the front door. She managed to get the door unlocked and get her shoes on in her hurry, and darted across the road to Ash's house. She ran straight to the house, and without stopping to knock, she walked right in. "Mr. Ash." "Alex." Julia cried. Alex looked towards the hall. They had just finished eating breakfast and he was helping with the dishes. Ash was already out of the kitchen. Alex quickly turned the water off and went to join his dad. He found Ash kneeling in front of Julia, who looked terrified. "Julia, what's wrong?" he asked. "My mom that she won't wake up. I don't know what to do. She's sick. Really sick." "Take us to your mom," said Ash. The three of them ran back to the Berlitz household and went to Dawn's room. Dawn was still where she was when Julia left her. Ash walked over to her and felt her pulse. It was slow and weak, just like Julia had said. Her forehead was hot, so she had a bad fever. Her breathing was very light, too. Ash realized that Dawn needed help. Fast. He removed his cell phone and called for an ambulance. "What's your emergency?" "I need an ambulance to Twin Leaf Town, the Berlitz household. My girlfriend's pulse is very weak and she's barely breathing. We don't know what's wrong with her." "Okay, sir, remain calm. Help is on the way." Ash hung up and dialed Johanna. She needed to know that Dawn was sick. "Hello, Ash. Johanna, can you meet me at the hospital? Something is wrong with Dawn and we don't know what it is. An ambulance is on the way to the house." "I'm on my way." Alex and Julia were standing by the door. Julia was hoping that her mom was okay. Alex was hoping Dawn was okay, too. Ash was kneeling next to Dawn's bed, holding her hand. "Ash?" Dawn asked weakly as she slowly opened her eyes. Ash's head snapped towards Dawn. "What's wrong?" he asked. "I don't know. It feels like I'm dying." Ash stared at her in shock. "Ash, if I don't make it." "Don't say that. You're fine, you're just sick. The flu, that's all." Ash said, not wanting Dawn to say what she was about to say. The hard part, though, was that Ash didn't believe his own words. He knew something was seriously wrong. "Ash, I love you," Dawn said softly as her eyes closed. Ash was about to lose it, but he realized that she was just unconscious. Just then, sirens blared from outside and Ash hurried to lead the paramedics to Dawn's room. Dawn was put on a stretcher and quickly taken away. "Come on," Ash said to the kids. Alex and Julia followed Ash out of the room and were about to leave, but the Pokémon cried out. They were motioning towards Ash's car, saying that they were worried and wanted to go with them, too. Ash opened the door for Alex and Julia and got in himself. Alex and Julia hopped in and Buniri, Pikachu, and Piplup followed. As Ash drove, he was praying that nothing was seriously wrong with Dawn. He glanced at the rearview mirror to see Julia looking scared for her mom and Alex was scared, too. He pulled into the hospital parking lot and found an empty parking spot. They got out and Ash saw Johanna hurrying across the crosswalk. "Johanna!" Ash called. She got across and stopped. She waited for the three of them and once they were next to her, she put her arm around Julia. "It's okay, sweetheart. You did a good job getting Ash," she said to her granddaughter. They walked into the hospital and went straight to the front desk. The receptionist was a young girl with blonde hair, curled to her shoulders, dark brown eyes, and tan skin. She was wearing blue shrubs. "We're looking for Dawn Berlitz. Do you know what happened?" Johanna asked. The girl, who was named Trinity, looked at some folders. "Dawn is in the emergency room right now. Doctors are trying to figure out what's wrong with her." "Thank you." They had no choice but to sit and wait. They walked to the dark blue chairs in the waiting area and sat down. Alex and Julia looked at the cartoon that was playing on a TV, both trying to take their minds off of what was happening. Ash and Johanna talked quietly while the Pokémon were by their feet. "I don't understand. She was fine the last time that I saw her." Ash said quietly. "I think I remember hearing about the flu going around. This might just be a severe case of the flu." Johanna said. "Maybe, but highly doubtful." What type of flu makes your pulse weak and stops you from breathing? Ash thought to himself. He also couldn't erase Dawn's words from his mind. She said that she felt like she was dying. After 20 minutes, footsteps were heard. Ash looked up. The doctor was approaching. He tried to find any signs of how Dawn was doing on his face, but he showed no signs. Dawn Berlitz's family? He questioned. Ash and Johanna stood up and Alex and Julia joined them. I'm Dr. Garrison. We've figured out what's wrong with Dawn. She has been poisoned. We've given her an antidote. But upon examination, we saw that the poison had already spread through most of her body. So there's no guarantee that the antidote will save her, it may already be too late. We're doing everything we can to save her life, but she only has a very small chance of making it. You all may want to prepare yourselves for the worst. I'm very sorry. Then he walked away. Ash watched as he walked away. His whole body felt numb. How could Dawn be poisoned? How could she have such a small chance of living? This couldn't be possible. He couldn't lose another woman he loved. He had already lost Misty, and by meeting Dawn, he was finally able to move on after her death. If he lost Dawn, too, he didn't think he would ever be able to move on from her. He was thankful that he had put his hat on today, because he felt like he was going to cry. He sat down in the chair and lowered his hat over his eyes as the first tear fell from his eyes, which were clenched shut, trying to keep the tears in. He didn't want Alex and Julia to see him like this. He wanted to be strong for them, but it proved to be easier said than done. Johanna was thankful that she had a table beside her after hearing the news, because she lost her balance. She clutched the table and had her eyes closed. This couldn't be happening. She couldn't lose her only child, her only daughter. A child wasn't supposed to die before their parent. A child was supposed to bury their parents, not the other way around. Johanna closed her eyes and began saying in her mind, "Please, Arceus. Don't take my little girl away. It's not her time yet. Don't take her from her daughter, and please don't take her from Ash or Alex. Please, that it's not her time to go. She has so much to live for, and so many people need her. She will beat this. Don't think that she won't, my little girl is stronger than this. She went through the heartbreak of losing her husband, so I know that she can get through this." Alex frowned and looked down. Dawn couldn't leave, she was so nice and caring. She was a motherly figure to him ever since he had first met her. He thought of Dawn as his other mom. Like in movies, best friends call their best friends' parents their mom and dad. He thought of Dawn as his mom, since he didn't have one. He didn't want to lose her. He couldn't. He sat down on one of the chairs and looked at the television. He wanted all of this to be a dream, a horrible nightmare. But it was real. Julia couldn't believe what she had just heard. Her mom was dying and only had a small chance to live. What would she do if her mom died? Julia's dad had left them, and without her dad in the picture, she would be an orphan. Being an orphan meant that she would be alone and unloved for the rest of her life. She would have to leave her friends and her grandma behind and be put into a foster home and possibly into a foster family. Or maybe even worse. Julia looked around and saw that Alex was staring up at the television. His eyes were glossy, holding back tears that would soon fall. Her grandma was crying. No, what was the word people used? Bawling, that was it. Her grandma was bawling. Ash had his hat over his eyes. Did that mean he was crying? No one was looking at her, so without a second thought, she bolted for the door. She didn't want to cry with strangers looking at her. Julia, no, her grandma cried. Julia didn't care. Strangers' eyes were on her as she ran. She heard footsteps behind her. She knew it wasn't her grandma couldn't move that fast. And the footsteps sounded too heavy to be Alex's. She had just gotten out of the hospital when a hand gripped her arm. Don't run. Julia looked behind her to see Ash. He knelt down so that he was at her level. She stared at him through her glossy eyes to see, to her amazement, that his eyes were slightly red and tears were running down his cheeks. Julia knew that Ash cared a lot for her mom, but this proved that he cared for her deeply and that he truly did love her. "I'm scared," Julia started to say. With that, Julia started crying and hugged Ash, crying into his chest. Ash held her and let her cry. "Arceus, please heal Dawn. Don't take Dawn away from Julia. Julia needs her mother. Dawn's all that she has left." Ash also knew that Julia missed her father. She missed having father support. Like right now, she needed her father, but he wasn't around. 4 days passed. Johanna was watching Julia until Dawn got better. If she got better. Nothing had changed with Dawn and she still hadn't woken up. Julia still had to go to school and she was doing her best to focus on her schoolwork, but she was worried and scared. Luckily for Julia, Alex, Grace, and her other friends were there to help her when she was feeling that way. Every day, they went to the hospital once school was over. Maybe some good news would come today. Ash, Alex, Julia, and Johanna walked into the hospital. The Pokémon were with them again. They were worried about Dawn, too. Dr. Garrison walked out and saw them. "I have some good news," he said as he approached them. "Dawn has woken up and gotten some of her strength back. She's fine now. Amazingly, she's beaten the odds. If she keeps improving like this, she'll be able to go home in a few days. She's okay." Julia cried happily. "You may all go and visit her. She's in room 150. Once they were where the rooms were located, Julia ran ahead to find her mom's room. When the others arrived, Julia was hugging Dawn tightly. "I was so scared, Mommy," she mumbled. "I'm so sorry, baby. I'm okay now, though," Dawn said, kissing Julia's forehead. Johanna walked over to the bed and Julia released her mom. Johanna had a few tears falling from her eyes. "I'm so glad that you're okay. Don't ever scare us like that again." "Sorry, Mom." Johanna hugged her daughter tightly and kissed her head. "Thank Arceus," Johanna muttered, pulling away. Alex walked over and hugged Dawn. "I'm glad that you're okay." "I was scared," he said. "I'm sorry, Alex. I'm okay now, though. I'm okay." Ash walked over and hugged her. "I'm so happy that you're alive. I don't know what I would do if anything ever happened to you." "Well, I'm okay now and I wasn't going to go down without a fight. I don't plan on leaving any of you," Dawn said and gave Ash a quick kiss. "Mom, how could you have been poisoned?" Julia asked. "I don't know, Julia. I really don't know." After 2 more days in the hospital, Dawn was released. She made a full recovery. Officer Jenny and the police did an investigation, but the cause of the poisoning was never found. But Dawn was more cautious from then on. It was the day of Sinnoh's elementary school floor hockey championship. Families and friends were in the hall with the players, wishing their child or friend luck in the game. Ash, Dawn, Grace, Isla, and Julia were there, wishing good luck to Alex, Alan, and Anthony. "We're going against the Infernapes for the championship. They've won the championship every year for the past 3 years. All throughout the year, this is the only team that we haven't beaten," Alex said. "If we couldn't do it before, what hope do we have of winning now? Just go out there and play your hardest. You've all worked hard to get here. It's time to show the Infernapes just how much you've improved. Good luck today, and remember, have fun," Ash said. "Just remember to have fun and do your best. You're all winners to us, no matter what the outcome is," Dawn said. Grace, Isla, and Julia hugged their 3 friends and smiled at the boys. "Go out there and show the Infernapes what the AAA line is all about," they said. The boys went to join their team in the locker room while the others went to get their seats in the gym. The gym was fully packed with families and friends all cheering for their respective teams. Little did anyone know that it would be the most spectacular game of school hockey ever played. The show Sinnoh Now was also there to broadcast the game on TV for everyone to see. The cameras were set up around the gym. Hopefully, that wouldn't make any of the kids nervous. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the championship game. Our game will feature the Weevils and the 3-time defending champions, the Infernapes. Both teams walked out and they saw the cameras. The crowds cheered for their teams and Alex saw his friends and dad cheering and gave a wave. The Weevils wore their usual black jerseys with red and silver stripes around the waist and elbows. The name, Weevils, was on the front, written in white with a Weevil's face underneath it. On their backs were their last names and their numbers in white. They also all wore helmets, sneakers, and gloves. All of which were black. The Infernapes wore white jerseys with red and orange stripes around the waist and elbows. The name, Infernapes, was on the front, written in orange with an Infernape's face underneath it. On their back, their last names and numbers were written in orange. Their helmets, sneakers, and gloves were all red. The Weevils haven't made it to the finals in many, many years and haven't won the championship in 25 years. But as good as they've been this year, they will face their toughest test today, the reporter said in front of the camera. And in this game, they will go through the most difficult and demanding, yet exciting time of their lives. They will be up against the Infernapes, a team that is far better than them, probably the strongest team in Sinnoh, and they are looking for their 4th straight championship. The players sat on their benches as the team sent out their first lines of players, who took their starting positions and waited for the ball to be dropped. Alex stood, ready to take the face-off. The ref looked at the kids, raised the ball, and dropped it as he blew his whistle. First PRD. Alex swiped his stick as the ball fell, but he was too late. The Infernapes won the face-off and swept it back into their side of the gym as the players ran, scattering around the gym. The Infernapes defenseman was the first one to get to the ball and he knocked the ball off of the wall and into the middle of the gym where his teammate received it and started to run to the Weevils' net. Luckily, Alex was there to cover him, forcing the player off of the ball. Josh, a 2nd grader and one of the Weevils' defensemen, got the ball and passed it ahead to Anthony. Alan joined him as they ran towards the Infernapes' net and Alex ran to catch up to them. The Infernapes didn't see Alex coming from behind them and Anthony suddenly stopped in his tracks and passed the ball to Alex, who was wide open. Alex shot at the net, but the goalie stopped the ball and held it under his leg pad, forcing the play to stop and resulting in another face-off. Coach Craig called Alex's line back and sent out the line of Greg, Ryan, and Jake, all 2nd graders. The Infernapes made a line change, too. Alex looked up at the clock. Only 1 minute had passed but it felt like it had gone by so fast. Both teams could sense a few minutes into the game that this would be a very different kind of game than the kind of hockey that they were used to. The Weevils were playing with a newfound determination and purpose that they hadn't shown in the times that they had lost to the Infernapes. But it made no difference. The Infernapes struck first, only 3.5 minutes into the game. As the Weevils passed the ball ahead from behind their own net, the Infernapes intercepted the ball as it reached the blue line. They took a shot from there and an Infernape player in front of the net tipped the ball with his stick, redirecting it past Jeff, the Weevils' goalie, and into the net. Infernapes, 1, Weevils, 0. The Weevils and their fans began to worry if this goal was the sign of another loss in the making. But the players remained calm and just 3 minutes later, they tied the game. Josh took a shot right at the Infernapes' net and the ball zoomed through a mass of bodies in front of the goalie. The goaltender made the save, but the rebound came right to the open side on the right towards Anthony, who tapped the ball into the open side of the net, tying the game. Infernapes, 1, Weevils, 1. But the tying goal failed to shake the Infernapes. An Infernape player stormed into the Weevils' zone with a burst of speed. He pushed past Greg and the other forwards, slipped around the defensemen, Matt and Daniel, and shot the ball high over Jeff's glove and into the net. The unassisted goal had given the Infernapes back their lead. Infernapes, 2, Weevils, 1. As the PRD went on, the Infernapes once again saw their goal answered with 1 by the Weevils. Daniel had the ball and shot it high into the air over everyone's head and from his own zone into the Infernape zone. Greg was right there waiting as he pushed through 2 Infernape players to get the ball on his stick and got a breakaway to the net. With nothing standing between him and the goalie, he made no mistake with his shot and tied the game. Infernapes, 2, Weevils, 2. As the first PRD ended, the players and the fans were shocked. The Infernapes weren't dominating the game like they had done before. In fact, they weren't even winning. The biggest mistake, as far as the Weevils were concerned, was that the Infernapes didn't seem to be taking them seriously. Second PRD. But as the second PRD began, it was clear that if the Infernapes weren't taking the Weevils seriously before, then they definitely were now. They were playing as if they were trying to end the illusion that the Weevils even had a chance in the first place. The Weevils tried to hold them off as hard as they could, but halfway through the PRD, the Infernapes broke the tie. As quick as lightning, the Infernapes won a face-off to the left of the Weevils' net and immediately took a shot that beat the goalie just before his leg could get there to stop it. Infernapes, 3, Weevils, 2. Near the end of the PRD, the Infernapes took a long shot at the Weevils' net, which went too high. The ball hit the wall of the gym and bounced down by the side of the net. The goalie, momentarily distracted, didn't know where the ball was and the Infernapes were the first ones to get to it. The goalie, finally realizing where the ball was, tried to move to stop the incoming shot, but couldn't get there fast enough. Infernapes, 4, Weevils, 2. As the second PRD ended, the Weevils knew that they were on the verge of defeat at the hands of the Infernapes once again. Down by 2 goals and with the championship on the line, they would have to push themselves way beyond their limits. Third PRD. 1 PRD. 20 minutes. That's all that remained in the final game and the Infernapes were winning. But as the PRD began, something became clear. If the teams were even in the first PRD and the Infernapes were dominant in the second PRD, then the Weevils were the dominant team in the third PRD. The Weevils started the PRD off with a bang. Alex had the ball and ran into the Infernape zone. But an Infernape defenseman, knowing how strong of a player Alex was, pushed him to the floor and he lost control of the ball. The ball rolled right between the legs of the defenseman and landed right on Anthony's stick, who had picked up the slack on the play. Anthony shot the ball, which went under the arm of the goalie and into the net. Anthony had scored his second goal of the game, only 2.5 minutes into the third PRD. Infernapes, 4, Weevils, 3. Closing the gap to only 1 goal, the Weevils began outplaying and outshooting the Infernapes through the PRD. It seemed to be taking its toll on the Infernapes and the Weevils knew it would only be a matter of time until they would break through and tie the game. With only 7 minutes left in the game and the score still 4-3, Anthony charged into the Infernape zone on a breakaway, but with an Infernape player right at his heels. He took a shot but the ball hit the goalie's chest and bounced into the right-hand corner of the gym. Anthony chased it down and blindly hit the ball with his stick as he was hit by the opposing player coming behind him. The ball rolled back into the middle, right in front of the net. Alex was there and took a shot, but the goalie stopped it and Alex was pushed away from the net by a defenseman. Luckily, Alan was there and took a shot, which sailed into the net, tying the game. Infernapes, 4, Weevils, 4. As the minutes continued to tick away, neither team could break the tie. With only 30 seconds left, Alex and his line mates were sent out one last time. As they left the bench, Alex looked at his coach and confidently said, "Don't bother with any more line changes. The 3 of us aren't going back to the bench until we score that winning goal." He looked at the AAA line and replied, "Go get him, boys." The Weevils had the Infernapes pinned in their own zone with only 8 seconds left. Alan had the ball on the far right side, just inside the blue line. Alex was to his left and Alan passed him the ball. Alex ran at the net, but was pushed by an Infernape player and fell to the ground. The player tried to clear the ball out of his zone, but Anthony was there and intercepted the ball, keeping it in play. Alex got back on his feet, and before he could do anything, Anthony just shot the ball at the goalie as fast as he could. The goalie made the save, but the ball bounced off of his leg pads, right in front of the net. Alex moved fast, faster than he had ever moved in his life. Ignoring the other Infernape players, he got the ball and hit it towards the net. Again, the goalie kept it out. The opposing players tried to push Alex away from the ball and the net, but Alex firmly planted his feet on the floor and stayed in the same place. He got his own rebound and saw that the goalie was lying on the floor, and he only had one more chance at this. Alex had just enough open space to move his stick and tap the ball as it rolled towards the net, but would it get in there in time? 0. For an instant, nobody knew if the goal had counted or if the clock had run out first. But then the referee blew his whistle and pointed at the net, signaling that Alex had scored the winning goal. Final score, Weevils, 5, Infernapes, 4. The gym erupted into cheers and screams. For the first time in 25 years, the Weevils had won the championship. Alex threw down his stick, gloves, and helmet as his teammates jumped off of the bench, running towards him, shedding their sticks, gloves, and helmets as they ran. The players all began hugging each other as the crowd continued screaming. The Infernapes silently walked out of the gym and back to their locker room in defeat. Their time as champions was over. After the players dispersed from their group, the principal walked into the gym and presented the championship trophy to the team. The trophy was a large silver bowl mounted on a wooden base. After each of the players had had a chance to lift the trophy in victory, a team photo was taken for the Twin Leaf Town newspaper, and then the families and friends of the players were allowed to come down onto the gym's floor to congratulate them. Alan, Alex, and Anthony were standing on the floor thanking people who came up and congratulated them. Alex spotted his dad and the others approaching them. The girls ran and hugged the boys. They all had huge smiles on their faces. "You have made history," Isla cried as they released the hugs. The losing streak had ended, so history had been made. "That was an amazing game. I was sitting on the edge of my seat until the end," Julia said. "Great job," Grace cried. "Congrats on winning. You all deserve it," Ash said. "That was a great game. How about some pictures?" Dawn asked. They walked over to a spot that was less crowded and Dawn took some pictures of the boys with the trophy. "How about you three get into the pictures, too?" Dawn asked, looking at the girls. They nodded and hopped into the pictures. After a few pictures they all said goodbye and went home. Julia was in the kitchen at the table. She had gotten the mail for her mom and she was looking through it. Bill.newspaper.letter from mom. Wait, a letter, she said. "Mom," yelled Julia as she walked to the living room where Dawn was at, folding some clothes. "What, sweetie?" she asked. Julia handed her the letter. Dawn looked the envelope and opened it. She removed the letter and read it. A surprised look came over her face. She finished reading the letter and folded it back and put it in the envelope again. "Who's it from?" Julia asked. "It's from Princess Salvia." Julia looked at her mom. "Who's Princess Salvia?" she asked. Dawn had never mentioned anyone named Salvia before. "I met Princess Salvia while I was traveling as a coordinator. I'm not kidding when I say this, but we looked exactly alike. We could pass as twins. Anyway, I met her and switched places with her for a day. I switched places with her so that she could compete in a Pokemon contest. Competing in contests was her dream, but being a princess, she couldn't leave to follow that dream and achieve her goal." "So you got to be the princess? Did anyone else know?" Julia asked. "Yes, I got to be a princess for a little while. And yes, a few other people knew who I really was, they were in on it. They even came to find me in town and take me to the palace." "What was it like being a princess?" Julia asked, amazed and fascinated. "It was a different experience. I got to wear a gown and a crown. I have to say, it's a lot of work. You have to walk and stand a certain way, you have to talk a certain way. It's really stressful. Oh, wow, that doesn't sound fun. Well, I think if you're raised in a royal family, you get used to it. Either way, it's an experience that I'll never forget. So what did she say to you in the letter? Julia asked. Well, she has invited me, plus one guest, to a royal ball at her palace in honor of her recent coronation. Princess Salvia is now the queen. A big smile came over Julia's face and she bounced slightly. You should take Mr. Ash. That should be your plus one, she cried excitedly. Dawn laughed and smiled at her daughter. Of course I'm going to ask him to come. But then, Dawn's smile quickly vanished and a frown replaced it. Disappointment was present on her face. What's wrong? Julia asked. I don't have a gown formal enough for a ball and I don't have the money to buy one, she said sadly. Mom, you're forgetting about the money. Money? The money that Cynthia gave you. The extra money for the pictures at the Pokemon League. Thank you, sweetie. Dawn cried, hugging her daughter. I had forgotten about that. We should go and find you the perfect dress. Julia said. Dawn nodded her head in agreement. And we can help you pick one out. Dawn looked at her daughter, confused. We? Yes, we. Grace can help. If there's one thing that she knows best, it's dresses. Okay. Dawn, Grace, and Julia got out of Dawn's truck, walked to the entrance of the Heart Home Mall, and walked to the directory. The best shop would be Gracie's Formal. My mom used to work there. The dresses there are amazing and very pretty. They aren't too expensive, either. Grace explained as she looked for the location. Number 20. Julia said, pointing. Dawn looked and found where they were. Well, it isn't far. We just have to keep going straight until we reach the other side of the mall. Dawn said. As the three walked, Grace was chatting excitedly to Dawn. This is so cool. I'm excited to get to do something like this with you. I wish I could go to the ball, too. I thank you both for helping me pick out a dress. Dawn said, smiling at the two girls. When you get back from the ball, could I come over and hear about it? Grace asked in an excited voice. Of course, Grace. I'll tell both of you what happened. They arrived at the entrance of Gracie's Formal and walked into the store. Soft music was playing and the walls were a light pink color. There were many racks with dozens of dresses hanging from them and the mannequins were dressed in some of the new arrivals or top seller dresses. Dawn and Grace picked up multiple dresses while Julia grabbed various types of gloves, since gloves would complete a formal look. Once Dawn had a good amount of things to try on, she walked into a changing room. Grace and Julia sat in the chairs, waiting for Dawn to come out. Dawn opened the door and walked out. She was wearing a pale yellow dress that was held up by two thin straps. She also had on white gloves, reaching to her elbows. What do you think? Dawn asked. It's pretty, but it's a little too pale for your skin color. Grace said. Yeah, I agree. A pretty color, though. Julia said. Dawn turned and went back into the dressing room. She walked back out in a white strapless gown and still wore the white gloves. This reminds me too much of a wedding dress. Dawn said, shaking her head. This wasn't the one for her. After a few more dresses, they still had yet to find one. Then Dawn walked out, dressed in a strapless light blue dress with sparkles covering it and matching light blue gloves with sparkles that reached up a little past her elbows. The dress graced the floor as she walked and stood. Oh wow, Mom, that's so pretty. Julia said in awe. Dawn had a huge smile on her face, showing that she loved this dress. She gave a small twirl and the sparkles shimmered as the light caught them, making her look even more stunning. Grace then realized this was a dress that she had picked out for Dawn. I love this dress. It's one that you picked out, right? Dawn asked. Yes, that I did. Well, I love it. Don't you two agree? The girls nodded. Grace, you really know your stuff when it comes to dresses. Dawn said, smiling. Thank you. Grace was shocked and freaking out slightly on the inside. Her idol had just given her praise. Praised in fashion, something that she loved. Thank you that I try my best. They walked to the checkout once Dawn had changed and she brought the dress and gloves. After dropping Grace off and getting home, Dawn grabbed the invitation. Julia, I'll be back. Dawn called. Okay, Julia replied from her room. Dawn walked across the street to Ash's house. She held the invitation in her hand. She knocked and waited. The door opened to reveal Ash. Hey, he said, smiling. Hey, I wanted to ask you something. She handed the invitation to him and he looked at it. Would you like to come with me? She asked as he read. Of course, he said, giving her a quick kiss. I enjoy every moment that we're together. Dawn smiled. And I adore every moment that we spend together. You've made me the happiest that I've been in a long time, and being with you is something that I wouldn't trade for anything, she said, giving him a chaste kiss. Ash pulled in through the gate. The palace stood before them. The path made a circle around a huge fountain in the middle. The palace was a light color with balconies on every other window. The sunlight was hitting a few windows, causing a shine to come from them. It looked like a beautiful place to live. Cars were parked in a row and many people were getting out of their cars. As the two looked around, off in the distance they could see small buildings, possibly a stable. Salvia had asked that all of her guests come and stay overnight in the palace after the ball. A room would be provided. There had to be a ton of rooms if every guest was going to stay. After getting out and grabbing their bags, the two walked across the marble stones and to the huge mahogany doors. A servant was waiting, dressed in black attire with his blonde hair slicked back and his dark eyes looking at the guests approaching. Names? He asked. Ash Ketchum and Dawn Berlitz. Ash said. Go ahead. He sidestepped slightly and the two walked in. They saw high ceilings with a window on the ceiling, letting natural light into the foyer, marble floors, and pictures of the past royal family were hanging on the wall. A staircase was straight ahead, splitting to the left and right. The foyer also had many other hallways leading to who knows where. Hello and welcome. Queen Salvia is pleased that you have come to her ball. May I please know your names so that I may show you where you will be staying? Another servant asked, making the two return to the real world. Ash Ketchum and Dawn Berlitz. The servant checked a list in his hands. Follow me, he said as he started walking towards the staircase. The staircase was covered with a dark blue carpet in the middle of the stairs. As they walked, they noticed that dark red curtains were pulled back from the windows, letting in the sunlight. The servant led them up the stairs and to the left. They walked past many doors. Then the servant stopped. This is where you will be staying. Queen Saliva hopes that you like the room. Have a good day, he said, opening the door and nodding goodbye. Ash and Dawn walked into the room. Wow! Dawn said in amazement. The room was far bigger than their own rooms at home. A white carpet was covering the floor. The curtains were red and were pulled back. A balcony was with the room, too. The bed was a queen-sized bed with red curtains surrounding it which were tied back. It had blue silk sheets and white pillows were placed neatly at the head of the bed. There were two doors, one must have been the bathroom and the other would be the closet. A small bedside table was there with an S carved into the wood. A small couch was also in the room and a glass table. Dawn walked to one of the doors and opened it to find the closet. I wish I had a closet like this, she said, staring at the size of it. The closet was a walk-in closet and it was empty. She removed her dress bag and hung the dress up, still in the bag. Ash put his tux in the closet, too. They had just finished settling in when the door opened. They looked up to see Salvia. She was dressed in a long gown that was light purple, the color of lilac, and she had white gloves on that reached her elbows. Ash and Dawn bowed before the queen. "Hello, I hope you are enjoying everything," she said. "We are. Dawn, it's lovely to see you again. It's been too long." Saliva cried. "Wait, that how do you two know each other?" Ash asked, confused. "While I was traveling as a coordinator, I met Salvia. We swapped places for a day, I was her and she was me." Dawn said. "I wanted to compete in a Pokemon contest, and since we looked so much alike, we were able to pull it off. I can't thank you enough for letting me do that, Dawn. It wasn't a problem. I'm sorry, but I must get going. I have to greet the other guests. I am glad you came, and I'll see you at the ball tonight. To pass the time, you may explore the palace grounds if you wish," Salvia said. She then crossed the room and hugged Dawn. "It really is wonderful to see you again," she said, pulling away. Ash stood in front of the mirror, fixing the jacket and tie of his tuxedo. His tuxedo was black, with a white collar shirt, a black vest underneath the jacket, and a black bow tie. For once, he was wearing dress shoes too, and not his normal dress shoes, which were boots. He fixed his clothes and looked at Dawn, who wasn't dressed yet. Dawn had her hair pulled into a low ponytail, tied with a light blue ribbon, with a few strands of her side hair curled and framing her face, clipped back by some light blue clips. Her makeup was done with some shimmery white eyeshadow, light blush, and light pink lipstick. She had on the necklace that Ash had given her for Christmas and some diamond stud earrings. She was currently wearing her robe. "I can't wait to see your dress, since I haven't seen it yet," Ash said. Dawn smiled and shook her head. "Oh no, I want to surprise you. Go ahead and head down to the ballroom while I get it on, and I'll be down shortly," Dawn said. "Okay, I'll see you then," he said. Ash walked out of the room and Dawn walked to the closet to get her dress. She removed it from the bag and looked at it. She put it on and quickly fastened her clear heels. After putting on her gloves, she looked at herself in the mirror, and once satisfied with her appearance, she left the room, heading for the ballroom. She started down the stairs and looked for Ash among everyone that was there. The ballroom was very pretty. There were chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, huge glass doors were at the back of the ballroom, leading out into a garden, and an orchestra was playing in the corner. Ash looked towards the stairs and saw Dawn as she walked down. He stared at her in shock, completely mesmerized. Ash couldn't take his eyes off of her. He had never seen her look so beautiful before. Dawn walked over to him and he was quiet for a moment before he found his voice. "You look so beautiful, Dawn," he said. "Thank you, Ash. This is the best I've seen you dress since I've met you," Dawn replied. Dawn glanced around and saw that a lot of the other women there were dressed in ball gowns that were poofy, unlike hers. The talking stopped, and looking towards the stairs, they saw Salvia. She was dressed in a dark blue dress that was held up by thin straps, and long white gloves were on her arms. Like Dawn, her dress wasn't poofy. Her hair was falling in curls across her shoulders and down her back. A diamond crown was on her head, completing her look. Everyone in the room bowed and Salvia looked at everyone. "I would like to thank everyone for coming. I hope you have all enjoyed your time here. It is my honor to be the queen, and I will do everything I can to make everyone in Sinnoh happy. Now without further ado, let the ball begin," she said, smiling at everyone. The orchestra started to play some soft music and people broke off into couples to dance. Salvia also found a partner to dance with. Ash glanced at Dawn. He held out his hand to her and she smiled and took his hand. Ash kissed her hand and they started to dance with everyone else. Ash held Dawn's hand in his own while his other hand was on her side. Dawn's other hand was on Ash's shoulder. Unlike the other guests' dresses, Dawn's gown flowed as she moved and danced, the sparkles making it glisten. As they danced across the ballroom floor, Dawn rested her head against Ash's chest, listening to his heartbeat. A smile graced her face. Ash was looking at Dawn with the uttermost love and care visible in his eyes. Both of them were feeling a new feeling inside. It was similar to their love of being together, but this love felt different, stronger. Ash placed a kiss on Dawn's head and then their lips met in a long, loving kiss. Dawn looked at him and smiled at him as the kiss ended. Nothing could compare to the way either of them felt at that moment. After dancing for a while, an announcement was made that there was a supper in the palace's dining room if anyone was hungry. A variety of food and champagne would be there. "Are you hungry?" Ash asked. Dawn nodded her head. Neither of them had eaten any supper that day. They walked to the dining room. They got some food and a glass of champagne before sitting at the long table to eat. "How are you enjoying tonight?" Dawn asked. "I'm having a great time." "You?" Ash replied. "It's wonderful. I'm having a great time, too. By the way, I didn't get the chance to tell you something." Ash said. "What do you mean?" Dawn asked. "You always look so beautiful, but this is just amazing. Your dress is stunning, it fits you perfectly, and you are just so beautiful that I can't stop looking at you. I love you." Dawn smiled and took a sip of her champagne. "Thank you, that means a lot, Ash. I love you, too." They finished their food and walked back into the ballroom. "How about we go and look at the garden?" Ash asked. "Some fresh air sounds nice." The two made their way to the other side of the ballroom and slipped out through the glass doors. The air was warm, but refreshing. Other people were outside as well. Ash wrapped his arm around Dawn's waist and held her close as they walked through the garden. The garden was full of beautiful flowers and plants. Some of them, they didn't even know what the names were. There were a variety of roses and a lot of rosebushes. It seemed that Salvia liked roses best. There were carnations, lilies, daisies, and many others. They continued to walk around the garden and once they had walked all the way through it, they went back to the ballroom. As they started dancing again, a woman standing beside the orchestra began singing, creating a comfortable atmosphere in the room. "Oh, I love this song," Dawn said softly. They danced for about another hour before the ball finished. Salvia said goodnight to them and some other guests as they left the ballroom. Ash unlocked the door to their room and let Dawn walk in first and he followed behind her, closing and locking the door. Dawn walked into the bathroom, going to change into her pajamas, clean off her makeup, and brush out her hair. Once she walked out in her robe, Ash walked into the bathroom to change and Dawn removed her earrings and necklace and hung up her gown. Dawn stood by the bed, thinking about her night. "Thank you for inviting me to come with you," Ash said, walking over to the bed. "You're welcome. Thank you for teaching me how to dance before. If you hadn't taught me how to dance, I wouldn't have come to the ball in the first place," Dawn said. They smiled and Ash leaned over and kissed Dawn. Dawn smiled into the kiss as she returned it. Ash deepened the kiss and his arms wrapped around Dawn. One of Dawn's hands was resting against his chest and the other was around his neck. The simple kiss then turned into a make-out session as their tongues danced around in each other's mouths. Both of them once again felt the strong feelings that they had felt while they were dancing earlier. Ash leaned forward, causing Dawn to lean backwards onto the bed. He broke the kiss and looked down at her. "Dawn, I love you so much. And that I want to show you how much I love you," he said. Dawn nodded her head. "I want to show it to you too, Ash," she said. Their mouths met again as they continued and their hands began to move along each other's bodies. They proved their love for each other that night. The sun rose in the clear morning sky, its rays of light coming through the windows of Queen Salvia's palace. Inside one of the palace's bedrooms, the light hit Ash's face and he slowly opened his eyes. He then realized that he felt something soft and warm resting on his chest. He looked down to see the sleeping form of Dawn, the woman he loved. Her arms were wrapped around his torso and her head laid on his bare chest. She looked so peaceful sleeping there, so Ash decided to let her sleep. Ash smiled down at her as he brushed some of her long blue hair away from her face. He began to gently run his fingers through her hair, smoothing it down as she slept while his other hand began softly rubbing her bare back. Dawn smiled in her sleep as Ash showed his silent affection towards her and she held him a little tighter. After a few minutes, Dawn ummed and shifted slightly as she opened her eyes. Dawn looked up and smiled at Ash. "Good morning," she said and kissed him softly. She felt his arms around her and she felt at peace. Him holding her in his arms just felt right and she felt safe. She rested her head against his chest, listening to his heartbeat and closing her eyes in content as he ran his hand through her hair once more. "This is nice. This feels right," she said softly. Ash kissed her forehead and looked down at her. "I always wondered what it would be like to wake up in the morning with you beside me like this," Ash said softly. Dawn hummed in agreement and nodded her head. She lifted her head and looked at him. Ash, the man she loved. She put her hand to his cheek and caressed his face. He closed his eyes from her touch. "I love you, Dawn. More than you'll ever know," Ash said softly. "I love you too, Ash," Dawn said. Dawn sighed softly. She didn't want to get up yet. She didn't want to leave Ash's arms, but they had to leave the palace today. Kissing his cheek, she rolled off of his chest and away from him, signaling that it was time to get up. "Do you want to shower first?" Ash asked. "Who says we need to take turns?" Dawn replied playfully. A mischievous smirk came over Ash's face and he followed her to the bathroom. Ash was wearing a pair of jeans, a plain red shirt, and his boots. Dawn was wearing a pair of white jeans, a light blue top, and white flats. Dawn had just finished fixing her hair and Ash had just finished getting dressed when there was a knock on the door. Ash got up from the bed and walked to the door, opening it to reveal a servant. He was holding a tray with 2 large plates that were covered by silver cloches. "Here's some breakfast, courtesy of the Queen," he said as he placed the tray on the table. He nodded his head and walked out of the room, closing the door. Ash and Dawn walked over to the table and removed the cloches. They couldn't believe all of the food that was on the plates. The plates contained eggs, bacon, sausage, ham, pancakes, toast, a variety of fruit, and at least 4 types of drinks, including juice, tea, coffee, or just plain water. They couldn't believe that Salvia had prepared this much food to serve to her guests, but they didn't expect anything less from the Queen. Salvia knew how to treat her guests, giving them a large variety of food to eat because not everyone liked the same things. Her kindness and generosity were apparent to everyone. Ash and Dawn sat down and started eating. They talked about the dance and then discussed what time they would be leaving to go back home. Once they finished eating, they started packing their bags. Dawn was walking to the closet to get her gown when there was a knock on the door. She walked to the door and opened it to reveal Queen Salvia. "Oh, hello," she said, stepping aside to allow Salvia to enter. Salvia was holding a white box in her hands. Dawn closed the door and Salvia placed the box on the table. "I hope that you enjoyed your breakfast," she said. "Yes, it was delicious. You know how to treat your guests," Dawn replied. "I'm pleased that you both enjoyed it. I want all of my guests to feel welcome and enjoy their stay here." "Well, we've enjoyed our stay very much." Salvia then picked up the box that she had laid on the table and handed it to Dawn. "Here, it's a present from me," Salvia said. Dawn walked over to the table and set the box down, opening it. Her eyes widened and she gasped as she looked inside. Inside the box was a crown, covered with diamonds. "It's one of my crowns. I want you to have it, Dawn. Let it serve as a reminder of when you were the princess all those years ago," Saliva said. I can't accept this," Dawn said. "No, it's yours." I never did properly thank you for what you did for me. Besides, you were a princess once. It may have only been for a day, but you deserve a crown just like a real princess should. Dawn smiled and walked over to Salvia, hugging her. Salvia hugged her back. Thank you, Dawn said. Dawn couldn't believe that Salvia had done this for her. She had given Dawn one of her own crowns. All because she did one small favor for her when they were younger. The two released each other and Salvia looked at Dawn. Dawn, you're my very special friend and I was able to experience one of the greatest moments of my life because of you. If you or Ash ever need anything in the future, I'll gladly take care of it. Salvia then turned and looked at Ash and added, Ash, treat Dawn well and make her happy. Dawn looked at Salvia, shocked. How did you know we were a couple? Dawn asked. Salvia smiled. I saw how you two acted towards each other at the ball. You were both so happy. The love that you two share is clear to everyone, she said, and then left the room. Well, it seems that we're both personal friends of the Queen, said Dawn. I never imagined that ever happening to me. And with her kindness and thoughtfulness and concern for all of her subjects, I think that Sinnoh is in good hands under her rule and leadership as the new queen. Don't you think so? Asked Ash. Definitely, Ash. Ash and Dawn got out of Ash's car and walked to the Berlitz house. Ash opened the door and allowed Dawn to walk in before following. They walked into the living room to find 4 kids, Alex and Julia, and their friends, Anthony and Grace. Mom! Julia cried. Dad! Alex cried. The 2 kids ran and hugged their parents. Grandma let us each have a friend over today. Julia said, releasing her mom. Hey Dad, can we go home? Alex asked. Ash nodded his head. He was back home now, so the boys could play at his house. Bye, Alex and Anthony said. Later, said Grace and Julia. Ash kissed Dawn and murmured a goodbye and left with the boys. Johanna walked into the living room with a mug in her hand and saw Dawn. Welcome back, sweetie, she said. Mom, are you gonna tell us what happened? Julia asked. Yeah, are you? Grace asked. Dawn had told them before that she would talk about what happened at the ball. Yes, I'll tell you. I told you I would, didn't I? Dawn said. She sat down on the couch and had Grace and Julia on each side of her. Both girls were excited to hear about what happened. I think you all would have loved Queen Saliva's palace. It had so many rooms that Ash and I couldn't explore the whole thing with the time we were there. The dance was so much fun. You both would have loved all the different types of dresses that the other ladies wore. Many of the dresses were poofy ones, though. I guess a lot of people there wanted to be a princess and that involves dressing the part. Dawn said, laughing. She continued to talk about how the ball was. When she finished, the girls looked at her. That sounds like so much fun, said Grace. Yeah, it does. Julia agreed. Did you feel like a princess? Grace asked. I guess you can say I did. It was just so much fun. It was like a dream. I'm glad that you had fun and had a great time with Ash. Johanna said. Oh, I have a surprise. Dawn said, lifting her bag up. She removed the white box and opened it, revealing her diamond crown. Salvia gave this to me as a gift. Dawn said. Grace and Julia were shocked. She gave this to you? Julia asked. It's so pretty. Grace said. Julia and Grace looked at one another, sharing a look of amazement. Can we try it on? Julia asked. Yes, but be very careful with it. It's very valuable. You can try it on first. Julia said to Grace. But Grace started. You're more into getting dressed up than me. Go ahead. Grace smiled and Dawn placed the crown on Grace's head. Wow. Dawn smiled and Grace carefully made her way to the hall, where a mirror was. I feel like I'm a real princess, she said softly as she looked at herself. She walked back to Dawn and Dawn took the crown off and placed it on Julia's head. Julia made her way to the hall and looked at herself. It is like you're a real princess. This is so cool. Julia said, making her way back to her mom. Dawn took the crown and put it back in the box. We're gonna go play. Julia said. Okay, have fun. Dawn said, smiling as the two ran up to Julia's room. Dawn grabbed her bag and walked to her room to unpack. Ash was sitting alone in his living room. It was the middle of the day, so Alex was at school. The TV was on, playing a show that Ash usually enjoyed. But today, he couldn't focus on the show. His mind was a jumble. It had been a jumble ever since the ball. He kept feeling like he couldn't go on another day without Dawn there by his side. He knew that there was only one more step for him to take to prove just how much he loved her and cared about her. He jumped up from the couch and walked into the kitchen and dialed Johanna. Hello. Hello, Johanna. It's Ash. Hello, Ash. Is everything okay? Everything's fine. I was wondering if I could come over and talk to you. Of course, you're welcome here anytime you want. What do you want to talk about? I want to talk about Dawn. Okay. You can come over whenever. Thank you, Johanna. You're welcome. The phone call ended. Ash grabbed his keys and walked out of his house, locking the door. He got into his car and drove towards Johanna's house. He pulled to a stop in front of a small white house that was 1 story high. He got out and walked to the door and rang the doorbell. Johanna opened the door and allowed Ash to enter. Ash followed her into her living room. Johanna's home was cozy. It had wooden floors and light-colored walls. The living room was simple: a table, a small TV, a rocking chair, a couch that was a faded red color, and 2 chairs that were also faded. Johanna sat down on the couch and Ash sat down in one of the chairs. Is everything okay? She asked. Yes, everything is fine. Ash replied. Oh, you just seemed a little that I don't know, stressed over the phone. I've just had a lot on my mind. You said that you wanted to talk about Dawn. Is something wrong with her? With you too? Ash shook his head. No, everything with us is perfect, which is what I wanted to talk to you about. I just wanted to. Johanna waited for Ash to talk. She knew that he was trying to figure out what he wanted to say and how to say it, but she had no idea what it could be. Johanna, I know how much Dawn means to you and I know how much you love her. She is, after all, your little girl. Dawn, she means the world to you and I know that Julia does, too. Johanna gave a small nod. Well, I want you to know that I love her too, and I want to spend the rest of my life with her. I love her with all my heart, she's everything that I've ever wanted and more. Johanna smiled as Ash continued. I didn't think that I would ever fall in love again after leaving Kanto, but Dawn showed me that I could move on and love someone again after the tragedy that I went through. And it's not only me, Alex loves both Dawn and Julia, too. I promise to protect Dawn and Julia and treat them the way that they should be treated. Ash then looked right at Johanna and said, So I just want to ask you, Johanna, may I have your permission to marry your daughter? Will you give Dawn and I your blessing? Johanna wiped a few tears from her eyes. She couldn't believe that her daughter was going to get a second chance to spend her life with the man that she loved. She was so happy for her. Yes, Ash. You have my permission and I would love to have you as my son-in-law and have Alex as my grandson. Johanna said after a few moments. Ash smiled and they hugged each other. Thank you, Johanna. Ash said. I'm just so glad that my girl got another chance at love. Ash sighed and looked around the jewelry store. Why had he thought that this would be easier? It's not easy. He didn't know what kind of ring Dawn would like. He was having déjà vu all over again, because when he was picking out a ring for Misty, he hadn't known what to get her either. "Hi, may I help you?" a voice asked. Ash looked over and saw a middle-aged lady with dark hair pulled back and kind green eyes looking at him. "Yes. What are you looking for?" "I would say a ring, since you're over here." "Yes, it's a ring. I want to propose to my girlfriend, but I don't know what kind of ring she would like." "Well, I can help you. We have many different types of rings and these are the most popular engagement rings," she said, removing a section from under the counter. Ash looked at all the rings, none catching his eye until he looked at the last one. It was a silver ring that had a diamond in the middle of it. The stone was surrounded by tiny sapphires. On the side of the ring, "Forever Yours," was engraved into it. He suddenly thought of when he bought Misty's ring. He had chosen a light blue stone for hers, since it was her favorite color and since she loved water Pokemon. The ring just seemed to call out to him. Looking at this ring, he thought of Dawn. "Would you like the last one?" the lady asked. "Yes," Ash said. The lady removed the ring and put it in a red box. She put it in a bag and handed it to Ash as he bought it. "I hope everything goes well. With a ring like that, it must mean that she's very special to you," she said, smiling. Ash decided that he would go over to Dawn's house once it was night. He didn't want Alex or Julia to see anything, and with it being night, they would be in bed, asleep. It would also be a surprise to the kids when they learned the news. "Night, Alex," Ash said. "Night, Dad. Love you," Alex said, lying down. "Love you, too." Ash walked out of Alex's room and closed his door. Ash then walked to his room and grabbed the ring case, putting it into his pocket. Gathering his courage, he made his way to the front door and walked across the street to Dawn's house. Is this too soon? Am I making a mistake? Well, Johanna seems to think that this is a good idea. I think she would have told me if it was too soon for this. Well, here's goes nothing. Ash opened the door and walked in. But looking up, he saw the worst sight he'd seen since Misty's death. Dawn was standing there in the living room, kissing another man. Dawn was standing there, kissing another man. Ash could only stare in shock at the scene before him. Once his brain fully registered the scene in front of him, the shock vanished and was replaced with anger. "What are you doing?" he yelled. Hearing his voice, Dawn quickly spun around. She saw Ash standing in the door, pain and anger visible in his eyes. She then realized something very important, that she was about to lose the man she loved because of that kiss. Ash turned and walked out of the door, anger clearly visible on his face. She hadn't answered him, only stared at him in shock when he entered the house. Had she been lying the whole time during their relationship? Had she cheated on him the whole time? Dawn quickly ran out of her house and grabbed his arm, but Ash still tried to continue walking. "Stop. Please," she cried desperately. Ash yanked his arm from her grip and faced her, the anger clearly showing. "I thought you loved me, Dawn. But it appears that there was someone else the entire time." Ash yelled. "Please, Ash. Let me explain." Dawn begged. "Explain what?" "There's nothing to explain. I saw you kissing him without remorse. You didn't even seem to care about me. How do you explain that? It was a mistake. It meant nothing to me." "Nothing? It sure didn't look like that. Why were your eyes closed when you were kissing him? Did you forget about me? Do I mean nothing to you?" "No. I love you, Ash." "Yeah, right. I saw you kissing him. Did he force himself onto you so that he could kiss you?" "Ash, I can't lie to you. No, he leaned in for a kiss and I let him." "So you kissed him back? You admit it? You aren't denying it?" "No, I'm not. I don't know what came over me. But please listen, Ash. That guy, he told me. I don't want to hear any excuses. But I just dash. I said I don't want to hear it. You broke my heart. I thought that I could finally move on with my life when I met you, but it turns out that our relationship was nothing but a big lie. We are through, Dawn. Dawn had tears in her eyes. Not yet falling, but would soon be falling. Oh yeah, Alex and Julia are not allowed to see each other anymore and are not allowed at each other's houses. No playing, no helping with homework at home, nothing. Make sure you tell Julia that. Ash said, walking across the street to his house without a second glance. Dawn choked back a sob, but shook her head, letting her tears fall freely as she collapsed to her knees. Her hand was clenched around the necklace that Ash had given her for Christmas, tugging at it as she cried. No matter how hard she tried to stop crying, she couldn't. Forget about him, Dawn. He's gone, we can be together now, said the man behind her. Her body tensed from hearing his voice. She stood up and spun around, her hand connecting with his cheek. He jerked back and stared at her in shock from her slapping him. She was angry at him for kissing her. Just seconds before Ash came in, no less. Because of him, she had lost the man she loved. We will never be together. Never. I just lost the man I love because you came back here, she said, glaring at him. She saw a red hand print appearing on his cheek. Then why did you kiss me back? Because I was stupid enough to believe your words for that instant. I should have learned better from the first time you tried to win me back. Leave. Now. Leaving him outside, she walked into her house and closed her door, locking it behind her. Her tears came again and she leaned against the front door. Why did I kiss him? What was I thinking? This is all my fault. She walked into the living room and sat down on the couch. She put her elbows on her knees and cried into her hands. Great, Dawn. Just great. Look at what you've done, she muttered to herself. The next morning, Alex sat at the table, eating his cereal. He had noticed that his dad was frowning when he came downstairs, but Alex just thought that he didn't sleep well and wanted some food. Now he had food, but he was still frowning. What's wrong? Alex started. I don't want to talk about it. Ash said curtly and cutting Alex off. Alex was quiet for a moment, thinking of what could be wrong with his dad. Did something happen with Dawn? Alex asked. He had heard his dad leave the house last night. Don't talk about Dawn ever again. Ash yelled in anger at his son. Alex visibly flinched and felt scared. He hadn't done anything to get yelled at and his dad rarely yelled at him. Alex swirled his cereal around, not eating it, just playing with it. Ash glanced up and saw Alex looking down at his food. He sighed and said, Alex, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have yelled at you. Alex nodded his head and looked at his dad. Can I go play with July? Alex started. You are no longer allowed to see Julia. You can invite another friend over. Ash said. Alex frowned and could only wonder what exactly had happened. Why wasn't he allowed to see Julia? He and Julia didn't do anything wrong. At least, he didn't think that they did. He kept his head down, but trained his eyes on his dad. Something big had happened, Alex could tell that much. He just wanted to know what it was, and why it had happened. Julia walked into the living room to find her mom looking like a mess. Her eyes were red and puffy and it looked like she hadn't slept all night. What's wrong? Julia asked, sitting next to her mom. Nothing's wrong, sweetie. Dawn replied, not wanting to worry her. Julia knew better, though. Something was definitely wrong with her mom. Mr. Ash could cheer you up, she suggested. Hearing this, Dawn remembered what had happened last night and started crying. Julia could only frown in confusion. Why was her mom crying at the mention of Ash? Can Alex come over and play? Julia asked. Dawn wiped her eyes and shook her head. You can't see Alex anymore. Why? I don't want you around the Ketchums anymore. Julia knew something bad had happened last night, because they were all perfectly fine before. This didn't make any sense. Mr. Ash was like her dad and Alex was her best friend, why couldn't she see them anymore? But he's my best friend, Mom. My first true friend, and I can't see him. Julia cried, tears welling up in her eyes. Julia dash. No. It's unfair. I don't know what happened to make you say this, but it's not fair. He's my best friend. Julia cried, wiping at her face as she ran towards her room. Dawn sighed and frowned, hearing the door slam shut upstairs. She didn't want Julia to be hurt more than she already was, but her little girl was hurt yet again after being hurt by the divorce and from the bullying at school. It was Dawn's mistake of kissing that other man that was causing Julia to get hurt. It was her own fault, all because she kissed someone else. Dawn put her head in her hands and listened for any sounds from Julia's room. Julia was upset and she didn't want her to do anything, like break something in her room. Hearing something crash, Dawn quickly got up and headed to Julia's room. Dawn opened the door and frowned. Julia was laying on her bed, crying. But she was looking at a picture that Dawn knew all too well. It was a picture from the park of her and Alex both playing happily. Looking around, Dawn saw that it was Julia's alarm clock that had fallen from her table when she had grabbed the picture. Sighing, she closed the door and left her alone. Trying to talk to Julia wouldn't be a good idea because Julia was mad at her for not allowing her to see Alex anymore. Alex got out of his dad's car, muttering a goodbye. He walked into Miss Vickers' class, feeling sad and confused. He looked up to see Julia with her head resting on her arms and a frown on her face. "Hey," Alex said, sitting down. "Hi, Alex," Julia mumbled. A small silence passed between the two. They still had some time before class started. "My mom said that I can't come over anymore," Julia said softly. "My dad said the same thing," Alex said, frowning. A small noise came from Julia. She was fearing that she was going to lose her friend. "I'm still going to be your friend, we'll just only see each other here in school," Alex said, looking at Julia. Julia tried to smile, but couldn't find it in her to smile, so she settled for a nod. "Same here, Alex." After a moment, Julia said, "It's like they don't want us to be friends anymore. We're still gonna be friends. But they're trying to make us not be such close friends anymore that I think. I asked my dad what happened, but he got angry and didn't tell me," Alex said. "My mom wouldn't tell me, either. She was crying. I don't know what happened, but it looks like all of our work to get them together was for nothing," Julia said, sighing. "I guess so. We tried our best, but they," Alex trailed, "just didn't want it." Julia finished softly. "I just want to know what happened, but they won't tell us," Alex mumbled. "Me too. They were fine and happy together until now." Alex and Julia faced the front as Miss Vickers entered the room. Class was now starting. Dawn ran a hand across her face and made her way to the phone. As she passed the mirror, she shook her head. She was a mess, but she honestly didn't care. Dawn waited and soon Johanna appeared on the screen with a smile on her face, which soon vanished once she saw Dawn. "Dawn, what happened?" Johanna asked, concerned. Dawn made a choke sound and looked at her mom. "I messed up, Mom," Dawn said. Johanna waited for Dawn to continue. Dawn looked at her hands. I broke Ash's heart." "What do you mean, you broke his heart?" "I kissed someone else and Ash caught me." "Oh Mom, I messed up. It was a mistake." Johanna was shocked. To say that this was what she was expecting was an understatement. She was expecting the happy news of Ash's proposal, not this. "Dawn, that I'm disappointed in you. Why would you do that to Ash?" I don't know that I made a mistake." It meant nothing, but it's cost me everything. I lost Ash, the man I love. Julia lost Alex, that they can't see each other anymore. It's all my fault. Johanna sighed and shook her head. She couldn't believe that this had happened. Dawn, that I hope you're able to fix this. After all, Ash did lose his first love. That's heartbreaking enough. This, though, it'll destroy him, seeing the woman he loves kissing another man. He finally found love again with you. You healed his broken heart after the tragedy he went through, but his heart has been shattered once more. He's lost all trust in you, Dawn. Sadly, the kids are suffering from this as well. Dawn closed her eyes and a lone tear fell. I know. It's all my fault. Yes, it is, Dawn. You should have known better than to allow him to get that close to you when you were in a relationship. I know that I just dash. Dawn, that I'm sorry that this happened, and I hope everything works out between you two. I do too, Mom. Your actions caused you to lose someone important to you, but it also caused Julia to lose two people important to her. Dawn nodded her head. Goodbye, Dawn. Bye. The call ended and Dawn now felt even worse. Her mother was right, and she had every right to say what she had said. Dawn had messed up, big time. She had messed up her relationship, but she also messed up Julia's. Ash paced around the house with the ring case in his hand. Yeah, this was definitely a mistake. He walked into the kitchen and looked at the trash can. He threw the case into the trash can and walked out of the kitchen. Why would she do this to me? Kissing another man. All while, knowing she was in a relationship with me. I loved her. And I thought she loved me, too. I really did. He sat down on the couch and pulled on his hair. It was taking all of his self-control not to cry or punch something. The anger and pain that was consuming him was becoming too much. He got up and walked into his room. He stopped just a little ways inside. His eyes had caught the picture. He walked over to the wall where the picture of him and Dawn hung and looked at it. Without blinking, he grabbed the picture from the wall and threw it to the floor. The glass shattered as it hit the floor. The picture. The memory it was now shattered, just like his heart was. Up above, Misty was looking down at Ash with sadness in her eyes. Things had taken a turn for the worse. He was going to ask Dawn to marry him and he found her kissing another man. He's in that dark part of his life again. He doesn't realize that Alex is hurt, too. Looking down at him, she saw that he was the same person that he was when she had died. A man who had lost all feeling. No happiness or love showing in his eyes, only anger and pain. He was once again that man, once again falling into a dark part. She frowned, seeing Ash sit on his bed and finally break down, crying. Exactly the same as when she had died. Chatter filled the cafeteria at school as Alex and Julia sat at their usual table. Julia was playing with her food, not hungry, and Alex was looking at his water bottle. Both were still sad about what had happened between their parents and didn't really talk much. They weren't very hungry today. Amy and a few other girls approached their table. Amy stopped by the side and placed her hands on the table and smiled at Julia, but her smile was a fake smile. You and your mom were abandoned once more, just like when your dad left you and your mom. No one loves you and no one ever did. They just felt sorry for you and took pity on you and your mom. Amy said. Her friends laughed. Amy and some other kids in school had heard about what had happened with Julia's mom. Julia's fork stopped moving her food around on her plate and she sat still. Her eyes filled with tears. Was Amy right? She must be right, since no one ever stayed in Julia's life for long. No one ever loved her or her mom. Ash must have just felt sorry for them. That's not true. Alex said. Our parents may be mad at each other, but I know one thing about my dad. He's someone who would never give up on his family or friends. He cares about everyone else above himself. He didn't abandon anybody. Amy stared at him in shock for a moment before she laughed. "Why would anyone consider the two of you friends?" she said and walked off. Julia placed her juice back on the table right as the others arrived with their lunches. Grace sat down beside Julia on her left and Isla on her right with Trey beside her. Alan and Anthony sat across from them on the opposite sides of Alex. After the fallout between their parents, their friends had noticed that they were acting differently and had asked about it. Alex and Julia had revealed that their parents had had a fight. What it was about, they didn't know, and they weren't together anymore. "I think I know why we aren't allowed to talk to each other or visit each other anymore," Alex said, pulling something from his pocket. He placed the object on the table and the others saw that it was a ring case. "I found it in the trash can in my house." Grace reached for it and opened the case. The ring was still there. "The night before my dad said that I wasn't allowed to see Julia anymore, I heard my dad leave the house," Alex said, looking at the case. Their eyes widened. "So he went over to ask Julia's mom to marry him," Grace said softly. "I don't understand, though. Did her mom say no?" Alan asked. "No, something bad must have happened," Anthony said. "And whatever it was, it caused them to break up," Trey said. "But what?" Isla asked. "That night, I did hear my mom talking to someone, right before I fell asleep. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I could tell that the voice was a man's voice," Julia said softly. Julia looked down. Had her mom been seeing someone else the entire time? A stunned silence fell over the table. "Did you recognize the voice?" Alan asked. Julia shook her head. "No, it was too muffled." Then they all wondered, did Dawn cheat? "It's bad timing for all of that to have happened," Grace said softly. "The night he was going to propose to her, they break up. Have a good day and I'll see you tomorrow," Miss Vickers said as her class packed up their belongings and started to leave. "Alex and Julia, could you wait for a moment?" she asked. Alex and Julia looked at one another and finished packing up. They walked to the front of the room and waited until everyone was gone. "Yes," they asked. "Is everything okay? Your grades have dropped and you were both doing so well. Over these past couple of weeks, your grades have done nothing but falter," she explained. "Something bad happened," Alex said softly. Julia looked at him and he looked back at her and frowned, but nodded his head, knowing that they should tell their teacher. "Our parents were dating and they recently broke up," he said. "We also just found out the reason to their breakup. His dad was going to propose to my mom, but something happened and they broke up. They said we weren't allowed to see each other anymore, except at school," Julia explained. "It's just been so hard to concentrate on schoolwork after what happened and we can't help each other out anymore," Alex finished. Miss Vickers put the pieces together. That was why the two were such good friends and really close from the start, and it explained why Julia had asked for the Valentine's Day flyer. "If need be, you could stay after school to study whenever you need to," she said to her two students. She looked at them and stood up and walked to the other side of her desk and stood in front of the two. She knelt down to their level and looked at them. "Things will get better, just give it time. And if you need to talk to someone, don't hesitate to come see me. Thank you, Miss Vickers." She then put her arms around the two kids and hugged them. Alex and Julia smiled as they hugged her back. It was great to have a teacher that loved her students and cared about them so much. "Have a good day and I'll see you both tomorrow," she said. The two walked out of the classroom and then went their separate ways. Ash was sitting on his bed. It had been a couple of weeks since he and Dawn had broken up and he was now able to think clearly instead of feel hurt and angry. He had also finally realized how hurt Alex was over what had happened and having his best friend ripped away from him. He rested his elbows on his knees and put his head in his hands. How could he be so selfish? He had taken his son's best friend away just because he was angry at Dawn. I'm glad that you and Alex aren't in that dark PRD of your lives anymore, because that's what truly hurt me. I hated seeing all of the pain that you were in over losing me. I don't want you to be sad and alone forever. Misty's voice echoed through his head as he remembered the dream that he had of her on Christmas. If Misty was watching him now, he knew that she was upset with what had happened. He and Alex had fallen into that dark PRD again. She was hurting just as much as they were. Without Misty there, he didn't have anyone to talk to. No one to give him advice. Wait, his mom had also given him advice about his relationship on Christmas Day. He got up and walked to the phone and dialed his mom. After 2 rings, she answered. "Hi, sweetie," she greeted. "Hey, Mom." She appeared on the screen and concern came over her face. "Is everything okay?" she asked. "Not exactly. Dawn and I broke up." Delia was shocked, but she remained quiet, allowing Ash to continue. "I had gone over to her house one night to propose to her and I found her kissing another man. She told me that she couldn't lie and that she let him kiss her and she was kissing him back. We've ended our relationship." "I'm sorry to hear that, Ash. The worst thing that happened, though, is that I hurt Alex. I told him that he can't see either one of them anymore." Ash said softly. Delia looked at him and he looked down. "Well, Ash, I know that this is hard and that you're hurting, but let me ask you something. When you and Misty had that huge blow-up when Alex was 2, what did you do?" Ash remembered what his mom was talking about. They had a major argument over something regarding work and money. "We worked through it and fixed it. We were angry, but we didn't let the argument affect our relationship, we worked through it like we promised one another, through better or worse. I know that you're hurting and that she hurt you, but take this as a bump in the road. Try to fix the relationship. I know that deep down, you don't want to lose Dawn. I know that you care too much about her to give up on your relationship with her." "Thanks, Mom." "You're welcome, sweetie. I hope that everything goes well. If it doesn't, then it's Arceus's plan for you." Ash nodded his head and ended the call. He looked at the screen for a few moments before walking into the living room. Dawn sat in the living room, her mind a jumble, her emotions frayed, and her heart hurting. It had been a few weeks since Ash had broken up with her, since she had kissed that other man, since Alex and Julia were forbidden to see one another, and she had stayed away, needing to collect herself. She hadn't been able to feel better, though. The weeks that passed had been horrible. She was once again hurting. When Kenny had left her after their divorce, she had been exactly like this, but this hurt felt far worse. She had also realized that Julia was acting the same way that she had acted when Kenny had left and when the bullying at school had started. The bullying must have started once again. Even with Alex there, he wasn't around after school to cheer her up. Dawn had lost count of how many times she had walked into Julia's room and found her crying, sitting on her bed or floor, staring at their picture, or just hearing things fall from her dresser or from her throwing something out of frustration. Her little girl was acting the same way that she had acted before Ash and Alex moved to Sinnoh, and it seemed to affect her more, since it was 2 people that she cared about who were gone from her life. Dawn sighed and looked at her hands. She knew that she had hurt Ash deeply by kissing the other man. She just wished that she could fix things between them. She wanted to talk to him to try and fix things, but her fear had kept her from doing anything. She was scared that he would yell at her or just reject her. She was scared that if she tried to fix things, the argument would happen again, but be much worse and things wouldn't be able to be fixed. Most of all, she feared that if she went over, he would say no and never forgive her. Their love had been broken, but she knew that it wasn't the case. She still loved him no matter what, because if she didn't love him, then she wouldn't still be hurting now. She couldn't let fear control her, though. She leaned back against the couch and closed her eyes. She then remembered the talk she had with her mom, the night when she had realized her feelings for Ash, that she had fallen in love with him. Just go and see where this path in life takes you, Dawn. Don't be afraid of the feelings that you have for Ash. Don't be afraid of where this could lead. Give it a chance, sweetie. You're right, Mom. I shouldn't be afraid. I should listen to my feelings, follow my heart, and trust what Arceus has planned for me. She couldn't be afraid. She had to follow her heart and do what her heart was telling her to do. Her heart was telling her to not give up. I love Ash too much to give up on him and our relationship. I have to go and talk things out with him. And if Ash loves me like how I think he does, then he'll listen to me and not turn me away. The most important thing in a relationship is to be able to forgive each other when we've done wrong, no matter how much we've hurt each other. Our love is stronger than that, and every relationship will have bumps in it, she said. She stood up and walked to her front door. As she stared at the door, she remembered how Ash looked, standing there when he saw her. The hurt and anger was shown across his face, his eyes darker than normal, his face twisted from pain and anger. She shook her head and opened her door. She couldn't think of the argument, not anymore. Because for all she knew, another one could happen with what she was about to do. No. Think positive, Dawn. Not negative, she muttered to herself. She walked towards the house that was across from her own. Ash sat in his living room, music filling the silence that filled the room. He was holding the ring case in his hand once again. Alex had surprised him after school by giving it back to him. Ash had asked him why he took it out of the trash, but Alex had run off to his room, saying that he had a lot of homework to do. Ash opened the ring case and looked at the ring. As he stared at the ring, he thought of Dawn. He sighed and remembered everything that they had gone through before that horrible night. She was his first friend when he moved to Sinnoh. She had invited him and his son over for dinner the day that they had moved in. She was able to get him to reveal his painful past, and he was able to get her to reveal her own painful past. They had celebrated Thanksgiving together, and like the kids had said, it was like they were a family. He was able to be himself again when he was around her. He bought her that necklace for Christmas, and she had given him that picture. Their first date. The Valentine's Day dance and their first kiss. The ball at Salvia's palace and their night of passion that they shared. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. He glanced at the clock and he turned off the music. He stood up and walked towards the door, closing the ring case and putting it in his pocket. He opened the door and found Dawn. "Hi," he said, trying his best not to sound rude. "Hi." She had her hands clasped in front of her, which was something that she did when she was nervous. An awkward, tense silence passed. "May I come in?" she asked. Ash looked at her and saw that she seemed to be preparing herself for the worst. He saw fear in her eyes, and he also saw sadness. He briefly wondered if his eyes showed the same sadness. Ash stepped aside and motioned for her to come in. Dawn had braced herself for him to yell at her or for him to say that he didn't want to see her anymore. She didn't expect him to allow her in. She walked into his house. "Maybe there's still some hope for us. Ash is willing to talk to me," she thought. Ash and Dawn were sitting on the couch in silence. Neither had spoken yet. Ash was looking at the wall, waiting for Dawn to say something. "Okay, that I'm here. Now I just have to say something. I have to choose my words carefully because I can't mess up again. I can't say the wrong thing. If I do say the wrong thing, he'll become angry again. This shouldn't be this hard," Dawn thought as she bit her lip. Ash glanced over and saw the fear that was still present in her eyes. Deciding to break the silence, he spoke. "How's Julia?" he asked, looking at her. Dawn sighed almost silently. "She's very sad and she cries a lot ever since she wasn't allowed to see Alex anymore. She hasn't cried this much since the bullying at school started. She really misses Alex, that he's her best friend. She misses you a lot, too. She misses being able to see both of you every day," Dawn explained. "How is Alex doing?" she asked after a moment. "He seems slightly hurt by everything, but I know that he's hiding his true pain from everyone. He does that. He's almost acting like he did when his mom died. He's far less social and distant ever since he was told that he couldn't see Julia anymore. He misses Julia a lot. And you, too. Thankfully, he hasn't lashed out at anything. Ash explained. As they sat in silence, taking in what they had just heard, they realized that this argument which led to their breakup had taken a toll on their kids. They looked down in remorse. Both of them felt horrible that they had caused this much pain to their children. As a parent, they were supposed to encourage their child and make them feel happy, not make them upset and put them into a dark PRD of emotions. Alex was finally acting like himself again, and now he's back into his shell, just like he was after Misty died. I've caused him to go back to that dark PRD. Ash thought. Julia's finally put the bullying behind her, and it was all thanks to Alex, who showed kindness towards her when nobody else would. She was happy and loud again, even at school. Now she's slowly going back to her quiet self, and the bullying may start again. That I don't want that to happen. Dawn thought, frowning. As another silence passed between them, they both wondered why had they punished their children just because they were mad at one another. The kids hadn't done anything wrong. I came over here to talk about that night. Dawn said slowly, bracing herself for the worst. She feared that mentioning this would cause Ash's anger to flare, and he may say something in anger or do something out of anger. Then she remembered her pep talk that she had given herself before coming over. If Ash loves me like how I think he does, then he'll listen to me and not turn me away. The most important thing in a relationship is to be able to forgive each other when we've done wrong, no matter how much we've hurt each other. Ash sat in silence for a few minutes, thinking. He knew that in his heart, part of him still loved Dawn, even after everything she did. He knew that if he didn't still love her, he wouldn't still be hurting and feeling like this. He would have gotten over this by now and would have moved on with his life. Maybe I should let her talk. Maybe this can save our relationship. He thought with some hope. Okay, that's fine. Dawn was quiet for a few minutes, trying to think of how to word everything. That night that the man you saw was Kenny, my ex-husband. Dawn started. He came back after almost a year of being gone, asking me if we could try to repair our damaged relationship. She frowned slightly and looked down. I could tell that he was being sincere, and in a moment of weakness and nostalgic desire for our old relationship that I forgot about you. And remembered what Kenny and I had at one point in our lives. That's why I kissed him back when he kissed me. But when I kissed him, I didn't feel the same spark that I feel with you. Before I had time to pull away you walked in and saw us. A silence passed as Dawn thought of what to say next, and as Ash took in what he was being told. Everything that happened between us was completely my fault. You were in the wrong place at the wrong time. If you didn't see the kiss happen, I would have rejected Kenny and told him to leave. After you left, I did that exactly to Kenny, except that he angered me. As I stood there staring at your door, he came out of the house. He told me to forget about you, that you were gone and he and I could be together now. That angered me and I spun around and slapped him, yelling at him. I told him, we will never be together. Never. I just lost the man I love because you came back here. He then asked me why I had kissed him back, and I admitted that I was stupid enough to believe what he had said to me for that short time, and that I should have learned better from the first time he tried to win me back. I told him to leave and he did. The door was slammed in his face and... As a silence passed, Ash felt hurt. But he also understood why she had done what she did. If he had the chance to see Misty again, he might have forgotten about Dawn as well. He looked at her. So you didn't cheat on me? There wasn't someone else the whole time we were together, he asked. Dawn shook her head. No. Ash, I love you and only you. She sighed, I'm sorry for kissing someone else. I should have had more thought and respect for you and our relationship, even when someone was trying to break us apart. I'm sorry, too. I'm sorry for not waiting to get the full story about what had happened from you first. I never should have yelled and did what I did. I understand why you acted the way you did, though. You were hurt and it was understandable. Yes, but I should have waited to hear you out. I would have yelled and done the same thing that you did if I saw you kissing another woman. Dawn thought. Can we give our relationship another shot? Ash asked. Dawn smiled her first real smile since they had broken up and responded with a happy yes. Dawn hugged him and he hugged her back. I'm glad that I listened to my feelings and didn't give up. Never give up on someone you love. Dawn thought. I love you. Dawn said, resting her head on Ash's shoulder. I love you too, Dawn. Ash said. I can't make this mistake again. I can't lose her again because of my anger. I'm glad that I let her speak that I missed her so much. Ash thought. They were a couple once again and both felt like themselves again. Both of them had missed the other and in their time broken up, they couldn't stop thinking of each other. Alex and Julia ran into the living room, startling the two. I heard Dawn come in and I snuck out of the house to go and get Julia. Alex explained. He told me that you two were talking, so we snuck back in and listened to the conversation. Julia finished. To say that they were shocked would be an understatement. Ash was wondering how Alex had gotten out, but seeing his son smiling again, he couldn't help but smile, too. Dawn smiled, glad to see both of the kids smiling once more. So are we allowed to see each other again? Julia asked. Yeah, are we? Alex asked. Yes, their parents replied. Alex and Julia high-fived and cheered. Then they ran and hugged their parents, smiling. Everything was once again back to normal. Later that night, Dawn sat in front of her video phone, calling her mom to tell her the good news. Hello? Johanna asked. Hey, Mom. Dawn greeted cheerfully. Well, you certainly are happy. Johanna said. I am. Why? Ash and I mended our relationship. We're back together. That's wonderful. Julia is a lot better now. She's back to her regular self again. I'm happy to hear that. I'm glad that you and Ash are together once again. I'm glad that the children are happy again, too. I am too, Mom. Well, it's getting late and I'm getting tired. I'll talk to you soon, Dawn. Okay. Night, Mom. Night, sweetie. Little did Dawn know that her mother was wondering when Ash would ask the question to her daughter. She hoped that it would be soon, now that they were together again. As the days passed, Ash and Dawn's relationship became how it was before they had broken up. Their relationship seemed to be stronger than ever. Alex and Julia were both happy once again. The weather had grown warmer, a lot warmer since summer was approaching. Today was the first day of June, which meant that summer vacation was coming soon. Alex and Julia had also recently turned 8 not too long ago. Alex's birthday had been a week ago and Julia's was a few days after that. Julia walked into the kitchen and saw her mom sitting at the table, writing. Julia grabbed a bottle of water and walked over to her mom. What are you writing? Julia asked. Dawn stopped writing and looked up. I'm writing a letter to Queen Salvia. We've been writing to one another ever since the ball that Ash and I went to. Being her friend, Salvia wanted me to stay in touch with her and I do, too. Dawn replied. That's nice. Have you ever mentioned me to Queen Salvia in your letters? Julia asked curiously. All the time. In fact, Salvia has a daughter. Her name is Sarah and she's around your age. Salvia has asked that I bring you to the palace the next time that I visit so Sarah can have a friend to talk to and play with. Would you like to go with me the next time we're invited to visit? Julia stared at her mom in shock. Are you serious? She asked. Yes, I'm being serious. Yeah. I would love to go. Julia cried. She would get to go to a real palace, meet the queen and princess, and play with the princess, too. She may even become friends with her, a real princess as her friend. She couldn't believe it. I'm going over to Isla's house. Grace is going to be there too and we're going to work on some homework together. Julia said. Okay, that's fine, sweetie. Be back before supper time. Dawn said, kissing Julia's head. I will. Love you, Mom. Love you too, sweetie. Julia left her house and started walking to Isla's house. As Dawn was finishing her letter, there was a knock on the door. Dawn got up and walked to the front door, opening it. She smiled when she noticed that it was Ash. Hey, she said. Hey. Is something wrong? No, not at all. I just wanted to invite you out for dinner tomorrow night. Yes, of course. Where are we going? We're going to Jubilife City to the fanciest restaurant in Sinnoh, Falling Stars. So make sure that you dress formally. Dawn kissed him quickly and smiled at him. I can't wait. This would be their first date since they had gotten back together, so Ash wanted to make it really special by inviting her to the Falling Stars restaurant. But little did Dawn know that there was another reason behind this dinner tomorrow night. Dawn stood in her room, nervously looking at her reflection. She was wearing a long, dark lilac-colored silk gown that had one strap over her left shoulder and matching heels. Her hair was half up and half down and loosely curled. She had curled her bangs, so instead of sticking to her forehead, they were curving outwards more. Her makeup was done up more than how she usually did it. She had put on silver eyeshadow, eyeliner, mascara, a light coat of blush, and medium pink lipstick. She had decided to wear a plain silver necklace that her mother had given her a few years ago. She had also added 2 silver bangles to her wrists and diamond-studded earrings. She bit her lip and faced her mom, who was standing beside her. How do I look? Too much? Too little, she asked, making a face at her reflection. Dawn, you look beautiful. Everything is perfect. Johanna replied. Johanna had noticed that Dawn was acting nervous while she had helped her get ready for her date. Johanna knew that something was wrong because of 2 things. 1, Dawn was too nervous, compared to how she usually felt before a date with Ash. And 2, she had never asked her mom to help her get ready for a date. Usually, it was Julia that helped her decide how she should look. Dawn, what's wrong? She asked, grabbing her hand so that she would quit messing with her hair. No need to worry, nothing's wrong. Dawn replied, giving a smile. Johanna stared at her daughter, not believing her for a second. She knew that something was up. Dawn should have known better than to say, no need to worry, because that phrase always meant that something is or was wrong. Dawn sighed and clasped her hands together. I'm nervous, Mom. This is my first date with Ash since we got back together after mending our relationship. I'm afraid that I might do something or say something that will cause the date to not go how me or Ash want it to go. Dawn explained. I want this date to be special and I know that Ash wants the same. I could tell because when he asked me out, there was a gleam in his eyes. I've never seen that gleam, but it looked like he was thinking of something special for us. Not to mention that Falling Stars restaurant is the fanciest restaurant in Sinnoh. I've also never been there before and I don't want to embarrass myself in front of everyone. While Dawn was talking, she had walked away from her mom and over to her bed. Johanna walked over and stood in front of Dawn and put her hands on her shoulders. Dawn, look at me. Dawn lifted her eyes and looked at her mother, waiting. Dawn, there's no need to worry. Think of this date as any other date that you two have gone on. You wanted those to go perfect too, didn't you? I bet that Ash is really nervous about tonight too, sweetie. Just treat this date like you always do, there's nothing to worry about. Johanna said. Dawn nodded her head. You're right. Ash and Alex would be arriving at any time now. Dawn checked her makeup to make sure that it wasn't smudged and nodded her head. But she was still nervous and only hoped that she would get through the date without doing anything to ruin it. It was important to her that this date go. smoothly, since it was the first time that she and Ash had spent any real time together since mending their relationship. The doorbell rang and Johanna went to answer the door. Dawn was sitting in the living room with her hands folded in her lap. Hearing footsteps approach the living room, she stood up. Ash and Alex appeared in the doorway and Dawn quickly noticed that Alex had a bag with him. Ash was wearing his tux, which he had worn for the ball. Dawn was glad that he could wear it again, it made him look very handsome. "You look beautiful, Dawn," Ash said softly, walking over to her and kissing her cheek. Hearing this, Dawn calmed down slightly. "Since we're driving to Jubilife City and won't be back until late, I thought that it would be easier if Alex and Julia had a sleepover tonight. I didn't want to have to wake him up at such a late time and bring him home. That's why Alex has his bag with him," Ash explained. "That makes sense," Dawn said. "I don't mind watching them. I'll be happy to watch them whenever it's needed," Johanna said. "Yay!" Julia cried, walking into the living room. Ash walked over to Alex and knelt down in front of him and told him to be good for Johanna and to go to bed when she says so. He then said that he loved him and that he would see him tomorrow. "Julia, be good for your grandma and listen to her," Dawn said. "I will. Love you, Mom." "Love you, too," Dawn said, kissing her forehead. Ash stood back up and faced Dawn. "Ready?" he asked. Dawn nodded her head and the two left, walking to Ash's sports car. He walked over to Dawn's side and opened the door for her. Once she was in, he closed the door and got in himself. Ash pulled into the parking lot of Falling Stars. When people said that this place was high class, they weren't kidding. The building was huge. Dawn had heard that you had to make reservations to even get a table. Looking at the restaurant from the outside, Dawn knew that this place was very classy. She was pulled out of her thoughts when Ash opened her door. They walked to the front door and he opened it, allowing her to walk in. Dawn was amazed by the inside of the restaurant. The walls were wooden-looking and with the lights shining on them, they glowed yellow. The floor was made of dark tiles, the tables were circular with glass tabletops and red tablecloths over them, the chairs were black with red cushioned seats and backs and were shining under the light. As Dawn looked around, she saw that there was a second-level balcony above with more tables and people. She also saw a dance floor on the other side of the room with slow, quiet music playing. A few couples were dancing there. "Good evening, welcome to Falling Stars," a man said as they stopped at the podium. "Reservations under Ash Ketchum," Ash said. The man looked at the book and nodded his head. "Here we are. Follow me," he said, grabbing two menus and leading them to their seats. As they walked, Dawn saw that the restaurant was even bigger than she had thought. She saw two glass doors that lead out to an outdoor area. She saw that lights were woven around the columns and that candles were on the tables. "Here you are. A waiter will be here momentarily to take your orders. Enjoy." The menus were placed on the table and Ash pulled Dawn's chair out for her and she sat down. As Ash sat down in his chair, Dawn noticed that he was being quite the gentleman to her tonight. She then felt her nervousness leave her. She knew that Ash loved her and that there was no need to worry, because the date would go wonderfully, like always. After looking over their menus for a few minutes, a waiter approached the table. "Hello, I'm James and I'll be your waiter. Are you ready to order or do you need more time?" he asked. "I'll have the steak with the vegetables," Ash said. "I'll have the shrimp cocktail with rice," Dawn said. James nodded his head. "What would you like to drink?" "A bottle of red wine would be perfect," Ash said, knowing that Dawn liked to have wine. "A steak with vegetables and a shrimp cocktail with rice. A bottle of red wine to drink." "Is that everything?" he asked. "Yes." James grabbed the menus and walked off. The music filled the silence after James left, both of them thinking of what to talk about. "Ash, how were you able to afford this?" Dawn asked. She knew that Falling Stars wasn't cheap and seeing the prices for the food. Ash smiled at her. Don't worry about the price, Dawn. It's fine. I'm just curious about how. Well, I am the Pokemon Master, the most powerful trainer in the world, and had to become Pokemon League champion in every region to earn the title. So I'm very well off when it comes to money, the league pays me well. Doing that battle with Cynthia helped, too. I also have to go to meetings, conferences, interviews, and everything else. The title and position is everything that I could have asked for, but I could do without all of the business. You would rather battle? Dawn said, grinning. Exactly. That's what I look forward to the most as Pokemon Master. I may have money, but I don't live a wealthy lifestyle. I was just a small town boy from Pallet Town with a dream to be the best trainer that I could, someone who understands the pressure of the press. I was a top coordinator, so trust me, I know. Lately, Dawn hadn't been getting a lot of business in her photography. No one was wanting her pictures and no one was asking her to take pictures for them. It meant that she could spend more time with Julia, which she enjoyed, but she was short on business and low on money right now. It worried her, but she kept it to herself. She didn't want to ruin her date with Ash by making him worry. How's Julia doing? Ash asked. She's doing a lot better now. She's back to her regular self. She also mentioned that she's interested in going to a camp with Grace for a couple of weeks during the summer. Dawn said. Really? Yeah, she said that Grace invited her to come if she wanted. I think that it would be a great experience for her, since she didn't always have friends. How's Alex? He's a lot better now, too. He's also back to his regular self. He's been bored since the hockey season ended. He may play on the community soccer team. Ash said. He really does love sports. He lives and breathes them. At least he's active and healthy. A small silence passed between them. Dawn really wanted to ask about a few things that she had always wondered about, but she was scared to ask. Something wrong? He asked, concern in his eyes. No, nothing's wrong. She trailed. She really wished that she had something to distract her. Thankfully, James arrived with a little bucket of ice, the wine bottle, and 2 glasses. He poured the wine and put the bottle in the ice and left. Dawn took her cup and drank some, wanting to distract herself. You want to know something? He asked. She set her glass down and nodded her head. I do, but What do you want to know? I just wanted to know a little more about you. Like Kanto and Pallet Town and just at your life before the accident. Ash was silent for a few moments. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said anything. Dawn said, looking down. No, it's fine. You have every right to ask, Dawn. I can talk about it now. I already told you about the painful part of my life in Pallet Town. I can talk about it just fine now, it's not as bad as a sore topic anymore. Oh. What do you want to know? Ash asked. While they ate, Ash told her about Kanto. He told her about his friends there and even mentioned some of his better stories to tell about his travels. Dawn laughed and tried to contain it since they were in a classy restaurant, but was unable to do so. Ash had just told her about his 10th birthday and when he got Pikachu. It wasn't what she had expected since she had seen how close they now were. After they finished their meals, their plates were taken away and Dawn had just finished the last of her wine. Hey Dawn, would you like to dance? Ash asked. Dawn smiled at him. I would love to, Ash. Ash walked over to her chair and pulled it out, holding his hand out to her. She took his hand and stood up and the two of them walked to the dance floor. They slowly danced around, Dawn's head resting on Ash's chest and Ash looking down at Dawn lovingly. Ash held her close as Dawn's arms were around his neck. As the third song came to an end, Ash gently kissed her and said, We should go. I have one more place that I want to take you tonight. Dawn nodded her head and they headed to the front of the restaurant to pay for their meal. Thank you and have a nice night. As they walked out of the restaurant, Dawn started to head to the car, but Ash stopped her. We're not leaving just yet, he said. Okay. Ash put his arm around Dawn's waist and she did the same to him and they walked to the park, which wasn't far from Falling Stars. They walked along the path. Dawn looked up at the sky and smiled to herself. Tonight was perfect. The sky was clear, the stars were shining brightly, and the moon was full. All around them were trees and bushes with flowers and even a water fountain with light surrounding it at the center of the park. It was a wonderful sight to behold. Tonight is so beautiful. It's been an amazing evening. I'm here with the man I love, seeing such a beautiful sight. She thought. She suddenly felt Ash stop beside her and he faced her. She smiled at him and looked into his eyes, seeing love, but she also saw fear. She also spotted the gleam in his eyes again. She felt that he was about to say something important to her. Dawn, you mean everything to me. I don't know what I would have done if I hadn't met you. I didn't think that I was ever going to be able to allow my heart to be open to love. Until I met you. You made me realize that there was still happiness and hope and remembrance, even through all of the pain. I enjoy you being around me. I love your smile, your laugh, your personality, your kindness, and everything that makes you. You. You've helped me become the man that I was before the pain entered my life. I can never thank you enough for that. You never cease to amaze me. You healed my heart and then stole it. He knelt down in front of Dawn, removing the ring case and showing the ring to her. Giving a nervous smile he said, Dawn Berlitz, I love you with all my heart. Will you marry me? Silence cut through the air as Dawn let his words sink in and she tried to find her voice. Tears had started to fall from her eyes during his speech, but now seeing him on his knee caused more tears to fall. Tears of joy and happiness. Why yes, she cried, holding her hand out, allowing him to slide the ring onto her finger on her left hand. Ash stood up and the two hugged and passionately kissed one another. Right now, nothing else mattered because nothing could compare to how they felt. They stood there, kissing for about 3 straight minutes until they finally separated and looked at each other. I had actually planned to propose to you a while ago. The night that we broke up, actually. That's why I came into the house when you were kissing Kenny. Ash said. What? So that's why he was there. That's why it hurt him so much to see that. I ruined his night and I made it even worse for him because of what he was going to ask me. I hurt him even more than I thought. Oh Arceus, I feel terrible. Dawn thought to herself. Dawn looked down sadly as she remembered that night. She felt so guilty, even more so than before. Seeing the pain on Ash's face and now fully understanding why it was so strong over every other emotion that had played across his face that night. Seeing the sad look on Dawn's face, Ash put his fingers on her chin and gently lifted her head up and looked into her eyes. Dawn couldn't believe the amount of love and care that she saw in his eyes. None of that matters anymore. It's all in the past and I forgive you. All that matters is that we're together now, and we're engaged, he said. Dawn knew from the look in his eyes and the words that he had just spoken, that everything was fine. Dawn smiled at him and closed the small gap between them, kissing him once more. I haven't felt this happy in a long time. He's made me so happy and I know that this is what's right for me. This is the path that Arceus wants me to go down. I'll have Ash as a husband and Alex as a son, who will gain a mother again. I know that I can't replace his mom, but I'll treat him all the same. Julia will have a brother and a father again. I love him with my entire being and I can see that he feels the same, Dawn thought. I'm so glad that I met her. Everything is how it should be. I have a second chance at love. I have the woman that I love, Alex will have her as his mom, and I'll gain Julia as a daughter. She'll have a father again, a father who loves her. Ash thought. I had a feeling that this date was going to be special. I could see it in your eyes. Dawn said, smiling at him and hugging him. Yes, I wanted it to be perfect because of this. So what do we do now? She asked, looking up at him. Well, the kids are sleeping over, so we have the whole night to ourselves, he replied. Since Alex and Julia are at my house, why don't we go to your house for some alone time? She asked in a sweet voice. Dawn didn't want to be away from Ash on this special night. Okay, we can do that. Ash said, taking the hint. Dawn wrapped her arm around Ash's waist and he held her close to him as they walked back to his car. Dawn's eyes fluttered open as the sunlight hit her face. She was lying on her side and she felt Ash's arms wrapped around her from behind. She could hear his light breathing and soft snores, signifying that he was still asleep. Dawn sighed softly to herself, feeling safe and comfortable in his arms. She looked at her ring as she let Ash sleep. She still couldn't believe that she was engaged. That Ash had asked her to marry him last night. It all felt like a dream. A wonderful dream that she didn't want to wake up from, but this was real. Looking closer, she saw that the words, "Forever Yours," were engraved around the outside of the ring. She smiled to herself, unable to rid her face of the smile. Seeing the two simple words that held so much meaning behind them made her feel special, knowing that he was hers forever. He was hers forever. Then movement was felt from behind her and she knew that Ash was now awake. "Good morning," he whispered, kissing her shoulder. He then planted kisses up her shoulder, neck, and jawline. Dawn closed her eyes and sighed softly. A smile took over her features as she enjoyed the feeling of Ash showing his love for her. Then Dawn decided to return his gesture of love with one of her own. She rolled from her side and onto her back. Ash moved and laid on top of her, being careful to not let all of his weight fall on her. Dawn put her hands on Ash's cheeks and caressed his face as their lips met in a soft kiss. Dawn deepened the kiss as Ash wrapped his arms around her back as she laid there. Ash opened his mouth, letting Dawn's tongue enter his mouth, and he liked it a lot. He also loved the feeling of Dawn's soft skin against his bare chest as it rubbed against her own as he laid there on top of her. Their NTMT makeout lasted for a few minutes until Ash pulled back and stared down at his beautiful fiancée and she stared back up at him with loving smiles on both of their faces. "You know that I always sleep better and easier when you're here beside me," Dawn said quietly as she put one arm around Ash's back and she ran her fingers through his messy black hair with her other hand. Ash rubbed Dawn's soft cheek with his thumb as his other hand began stroking her hair. "Well then, you'll sleep better every night when we get married because I'll be right next to you. Mrs. Ketchum," he said, kissing her forehead. Dawn smiled and hummed to him. "I like the sound of that. Dawn Ketchum. I can't wait for the day when I say, I do, and I become Mrs. Dawn Ketchum." She thought to herself. "Did you notice the engraving on your ring?" Ash asked softly. "I did, and it made it all the more special. Forever yours," Dawn said. "It's the truth. I want to be yours, if you'll have me. Dawn, am I yours forever?" Dawn looked over at Ash and kissed him again. "Of course you are, Ash. Forever and ever," she said. Glancing over at the clock, Ash saw the time. "The kids will probably be waking up soon," he said. Dawn's eyes widened as an idea popped into her head. "Why don't we go over to my house and fix breakfast for them when they wake up?" she asked. "That would be a nice surprise and we could tell them the news." Ash said, agreeing. "I think that they'll be happy with this." Dawn thought. "I hope that the kids take the news well, but I think that they will. Johanna will definitely be happy." Ash thought. Dawn sighed and rolled away from Ash as he got off of her. She then got out of bed and retrieved her dress from the floor amongst the articles of clothing that had been discarded that night. As she put it back on and pulled her heels onto her feet, she glanced at Ash. "I'll meet you over at my house," she said as she picked up her necklace and bangles from the bedside table and left the room. After Ash heard the front door close, he got up and looked at his wall, at the picture of him and Dawn. He had recently had it fixed and hung back up after throwing it on the floor when he and Dawn broke up. He smiled at the picture and walked into his bathroom. Ash walked out in a pair of light blue jeans, a black tee, and red and black sneakers. He walked out of his house and over to Dawn's, letting himself in. He walked into the kitchen but Dawn wasn't in there and it was also quiet in the house. That meant that Dawn was still getting ready and the others were still asleep. Since Dawn wasn't ready yet, Ash decided to start getting the things that they would need so that they could fix breakfast. He had just taken the eggs out when Dawn walked into the kitchen, pulling her hair up, which she had straightened. She was dressed in a plain white tee and bright pink yoga pants. She had decided to dress casual and comfy after being all dressed up last night. The two started to make a variety of food including eggs, bacon, pancakes, toast, and sausage. After a little while, they had finished. Ash placed the plates on the table and Dawn was setting the silverware down when Johanna, Alex, and Julia walked into the kitchen. The kids were still in their pajamas and their hair was still messy, meaning that they had just woken up. "Good morning," Ash and Dawn said to them. "We thought that we would surprise you and make breakfast," Dawn said. Alex and Julia hugged their parents and Ash asked what they would like to eat. Once everyone was served and eating, Johanna and Julia asked about the date. "Falling stars is exactly how everyone describes it. It's beautiful and spectacular to look at," Dawn said, still amazed by the restaurant. They have a dance floor in the restaurant, which was different. They continued to talk about the date and then the kids asked where they had stayed that night while they were having their sleepover. "We stayed at our house," Ash said. "So you guys had a sleepover, too?" Alex asked. "You could say that," Dawn replied. When they had finished eating, Ash and Dawn said, "Alex, Julia, you aren't going to be friends anymore." Alex and Julia stared at their parents in shock. Both of them were fearing that something bad had happened again and that their friendship was about to be caught in the middle of it. But if something bad had happened, why did they have such a good time on their date? "Why not?" they asked. "You two won't be friends anymore. Instead, you're going to be brother and sister now." Dawn held her hand out and showed the ring. "We're engaged and we're getting married." Alex and Julia smiled widely. "I'm getting Mr. Ash as my daddy. And Alex is gonna be my brother." Julia thought happily. "She'll be my mom and Julia will be my sister. Our plan worked after all," Alex thought. Alex and Julia got up from their chairs and ran to their parents, hugging them. Dawn looked at her mom and saw that she didn't look excited. Instead, she was just staring at them with a big, happy smile on her face. Why isn't she excited? Dawn thought as she watched her mom's happy smile turn into an all-knowing smile. Then it clicked in her head. "Did you know about this, Mom?" she asked. Johanna nodded her head and said, "I did know about it. Ash talked to me about it before and asked for my permission. I gave him my permission and I give you both my blessing." Dawn walked over to her mom and hugged her. "Thank you, Mom." "You're welcome, sweetie. I'm so glad that you're getting a second chance at love and a second chance to spend your life with the man you love." Alex and Julia were sitting in the grass with Alan, Anthony, Grace, Isla, and Trey. It was recess time at school and they had decided to sit and talk. "So what's the big thing that you had to tell us?" Grace asked. "Our parents are engaged," Julia cried. "And you guys are all invited, as long as your parents come with you to the wedding," Alex added. Grace smiled and jumped up happily. "You two are going to be brother and sister. You already act like it, so at least you won't hate each other." Alex and Julia laughed. They knew that stepbrothers and stepsisters don't always get along when their parents get married. But they knew that it would work for them, since they were already best friends. "That's great, you guys," Anthony said and Trey nodded his head. "Congrats to your parents," Alan said. "It's a happily ever after for you and your parents." Isla said joyfully. So where's the wedding at? Grace asked. We don't know yet. It's too early to know. Julia replied. We'll let you guys know as soon as we find out. Alex said. After school, Alex walked into his house and was heading to his room, but looking into the living room, he stopped at the sight of who was there. His grandma, Delia. Grandma, he cried, dropping his bag and running into the living room, hugging her excitedly. He hadn't seen her in almost a year. What are you doing here in Sinnoh? He asked, pulling away. Your dad called me and told me to come to Sinnoh. He said that he had something important to tell me, so important that he couldn't say it over the phone and had to be done in person. I'm anxious to find out what it is, she replied. Alex knew what it was and understood why his dad had called her to tell her to come. Ash walked into the living room and looked at his mom. Hey, Alex. Mom, I'm going to go and show you what I wanted to tell you about. Ash said and left the house before Delia could reply. Ash walked across the street and into Dawn's house, hearing her talking to Julia and Johanna. Ash's mom is here and she's going to meet us all for the first time. We're also telling her that we're engaged. Dawn said. Ash walked into the room, greeting them. I can't wait to meet her. Julia cried, excitedly. Johanna was smiling, happy to be meeting the mother of the man that her daughter was in love with. Ready? Ash asked. Dawn sighed softly. I'm feeling really nervous. I'm marrying Delia's son and I want to make a good impression on her. What if she doesn't approve of me? Dawn thought, worrying herself. Unknown to her, she had spoken her thoughts out loud. Ash walked over to her and took one of her hands. Dawn, look at me, he said, and she looked up. My mom's going to love you, Dawn. She sees the good in everyone. She'll be crazy not to approve of you. You're everything that she wanted me to find in someone after I lost Misty. Ash said, running his thumb along her hand. Ash is right, Dawn. She's going to approve of you. Just be yourself and you'll be fine. Johanna said, squeezing Dawn's hand reassuringly. No need to worry, Mom. If Mr. Ash and Alex like you, I know that she'll like you, too. Julia said, smiling at her mom, who smiled back. Dawn nodded her head and they left her house and headed over to Ash's. Ash walked into the living room ahead of them. Mom, this is Johanna, Dawn, and Julia Berlitz. Dawn and Julia live across the street from us. Ash said, pointing to each one when he said their name. Delia noticed that Dawn looked nervous. She obviously wanted to make a good first impression. Dawn, there's no need to be nervous. I've heard a lot about you from Ash and it's great to finally meet you in person. Delia said. It's nice to meet your mom and daughter, too. They all sat down in the living room with Ash and Dawn on the couch, Johanna and Delia in the chairs, and Alex and Julia on the floor. Maybe if I tell her about myself and my mom and Julia, she'll get to know us better and be more accepting of us. Dawn thought. I used to be a coordinator when I was younger. I was inspired by my mom and eventually reached my goal. I became a top coordinator, and now I'm a photographer. Dawn said, striking up a conversation. A top coordinator, that's a nice title to have. What kind of photographer are you? Delia asked. Freelance, but I've been hired to take photos for magazines and other things. Ash managed to get me an opportunity as the photographer for the Sinnoh Pokemon League. Yes, Ash showed me some of his battle pictures. You took those pictures of the battles? Yes. Those were very impressive pictures, Dawn. Thank you. Julia plans to be a coordinator like me when she's old enough. She likes sports, too. Well, she and Alex certainly have a lot in common. That they do, and my mom watches them when Ash and I go out on dates. She loves being with them. Dawn and Julia were the first friends that we made after moving to Twin Leaf Town. We met on the day that we moved in. From that first day, we we've grown closer through all of the time we've spent together. Ash explained. Alex and Julia became closer when Julia's leg was broken. Alex was over at Dawn's house almost every day, keeping Julia company, since she couldn't go outside and play. Each of them are never without the other. From helping each other with homework or playing together. Dawn added. I got to see Alex's championship hockey match. And some of his other ones, which were the first hockey games that I'd ever seen. It was fun to watch him doing something that he loved. A small silence passed. With a few small meetings and the kids constantly growing closer to one another, Dawn and I got to know one another, too. Ash explained. Dinners after a play date to cooking Thanksgiving and Christmas dinner together. The Valentine's Day dance and smaller dates. Dawn said, looking at Ash. And through it all, I was able to fall in love with her and she did the same. Ash said, looking at Dawn. But through all of the happiness, there were some hard times. Dawn was poisoned and nearly died. That day was one of the worst days of my life. I thought that I was going to lose another person that I loved. I didn't think that I would be able to go on if Dawn died like Misty had. But Arceus listened to our cries and she lived, and I'm forever grateful for it. Ash said. Ash and I also had the privilege of going to a ball at Queen Salvia's palace, the Queen of Sinnoh. That was a wonderful night, probably the best date that we'd ever had. It was so magical and just a night to remember. Dawn added. Then the happiness was broken yet again and we all paid a price. When Dawn and I broke up, we were too blind to see how our breakup had affected Alex and Julia. We were selfish and unable to see the wrong that we had done. Well, the wrong that I had done. Ash explained. I was stupid and had kissed another man and that caused me to lose the man that I loved for a while. I was so scared that I was going to lose him forever. I had also managed to hurt both Alex and Julia. Dawn said. I must say, you two have been through a lot. Delia said. She then looked at Ash, and he knew that she now wanted to know why he had told her to come here all the way from Kanto. I know that you're wondering why I asked you to come here, Mom. Well, I'm going to tell you now. Ash said, looking at his mom. He put his arm around Dawn. Dawn and I recently went on our first date since we got back together. And while on the date that I proposed to her and she said yes. We're getting married, Mom. Ash said. They waited for Delia's reaction. Dawn was nervously holding her breath. A grin broke out on Delia's face and Dawn released the breath. Tears had sprung in her eyes. I'm so glad that my boy is happy and that you're happy too, Dawn. I always wanted Ash to have a second chance at love and it's happening, she said, walking over and hugging them both. Welcome to the family, Dawn. I'm so glad that you found happiness once more. You both have my blessing. Delia said and Dawn returned the hug, seeing that Delia approved of her. Delia hugged Alex and then Julia. When Delia pulled away, Julia spoke, I love you, Grandma. Delia smiled at those words. She only had one grandchild, Alex, and now she had gained another. I have one more surprise, said Ash. I've picked a place to hold the wedding. Ash walked to the phone and picked it up. After finding the number that he needed, he dialed it. He was trying to get a hold of Salvia. He knew that Salvia didn't take calls unless they were from someone important, but being the Pokemon Master, he had that privilege. After saying who he was, Ash was asked to wait and Salvia appeared on the screen after a few minutes. She smiled, immediately recognizing him. Hello, Ash. How are you? She greeted. I'm fine. How are you, Your Majesty? He replied. I'm quite well, thank you. Is everything okay? Has something happened? Salvia asked, concerned. I wanted to know if you remembered what you told Dawn and I on the day that we left your palace after the ball that we attended. You told us to let you know if we ever needed anything. Well, that time has come. Of course, I'll be happy to help in any way possible. What has happened? Dawn and I are engaged. I was wondering if you would be able to let us have our wedding at your palace. Every bride wants to feel like a princess on their wedding day, and what better way than a palace for a wedding? Salvia smiled widely. Of course. You can use my palace to hold the wedding. Not only will I let you use the palace, I'll help with the planning and organizing for the wedding, cover a part of the cost, and preside over the ceremony. Thank you, Salvia. I want Dawn to have the wedding that she's always dreamed of, one that she'll remember forever. She deserves the very best. Ash said. Don't worry, Ash. I'll make sure that this wedding will be the most beautiful wedding possible. Ash stood up as he finished, looking at the others, who were shocked at what he had just told them. Dawn was staring at Ash in complete shock. He had gotten a hold of Saliva and had asked her if they could have their wedding at her palace. A close friend would help her with her wedding. She was so happy that Salvia was going to help her. I can't believe that you did this for me, Ash. Dawn said, still in shock. Ash had done a lot of nice things for her, but this was incredible. Dawn stood up and held Ash as they shared a loving kiss. Dawn felt very happy, since Ash had done something so special. I'll finally get to meet Princess Sarah. Julia cried excitedly. She had been looking forward to meeting Salvia's daughter and possibly gaining a new friend. This is going to be really fancy. I wonder what our friends will say. Alex said softly. Delia and Johanna just smiled at their children. Looking up at the clock, everyone saw that it was almost supper time. I'll help with supper. Delia said, offering to help cook. We can talk some more over our meal. I'm eager to learn more about everyone. Alex, hearing that his grandma was going to be helping cook, smiled widely. He hadn't had her cooking in almost a year, so needless to say, he was excited to have it again. You'll love Grandma's cooking. Alex said, looking at Julia. It's delicious. 3 weeks had passed since Ash had told his mother that he was getting married. It was now the last day of school for the year. The classroom was full of chatter, since only a few minutes remained until it was officially summer break. Miss Vickers sat, perched on the edge of her desk with a stack of workbooks beside her, having collected them earlier that day. Alex and Julia were sitting at their desks, their eyes watching the clock. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. The shrill ringing of the bell went off and most of the students cheered and ran out of the room. Laughter and cheering carried on from the hall, into the open door of the classroom. But Alex, Julia, Grace, Isla, Trey, and a few others hadn't hurried out of the classroom right away. They walked up to Miss Vickers and one by one, they hugged her and said goodbye. Bye, Miss Vickers. Thanks for being a great teacher and making second grade awesome. Isla said, hugging her. Thanks for a great year, Miss Vickers. Trey said as he hugged her. Thank you for everything, Miss Vickers. I'll miss you next year. Grace said and hugged her. Thank you for not only being my teacher, but also someone who was there to help me when I needed it. I'll miss you. Julia said, hugging Miss Vickers tightly. For my first school year in Sinnoh, I'm glad that I had you as my teacher. Thanks for making second grade unforgettable. Alex said, hugging her. Miss Vickers hugged each of them in return and said, I'll miss you all. Thank you for being such great students and for making my year an enjoyable one. I hope that you all have a wonderful, fun summer, and be safe. Have a good summer too, Miss Vickers, said the kids. Oh, Alex and Julia, tell your parents congratulations and I send my best wishes to all of you. They had recently told her of their parents' upcoming wedding. As they left, Miss Vickers placed her hand on Julia's shoulder, stopping her. I know that the bullying you've experienced is behind you now, but always remember to be yourself and don't let the hurtful words of others upset you. If you ever need to talk, my door is always open. Julia smiled and hugged Miss Vickers once again. I know, and I won't. That's the old Julia, and that Julia is in the past. I'm going to be me and only me. Miss Vickers smiled and Julia waved goodbye before running to catch up to her friends. Later that day, Alex, Alan, Anthony, Grace, Isla, Julia, and Trey were at Lake Verity, sitting in the shade of the nearby trees, since it was quite warm outside. Because of the warm summer weather, Alex was wearing jean shorts and a red tee with sneakers. Alan was wearing jean shorts and a blue tank top with sneakers. Anthony was wearing a pair of white shorts and a black tee with sneakers. Grace was wearing pink shorts and a white tank top with white flip-flops. Isla was wearing jean shorts and a white tee with a pokeball on it with sneakers. Julia was wearing cut-off jean shorts and a light blue tee with white flip-flops. Trey was wearing jean shorts and a black tee that had a design on it with sneakers. They had all agreed to meet up after school, since Alex and Julia had to tell them about the wedding plans that their parents were making. "So what's the news?" Grace asked. Out of all of their friends, Grace was the most excited. Her excitement was influenced by the wedding being at a palace. "Well, ever since we found out where the wedding was going to be held, Salvia has been emailing us constantly. She's been emailing our parents lists and pictures of different things that she has picked out for the wedding that our parents can decide on." Alex explained. "They've been given lists and pictures of the gowns for my mom and her bridesmaids, food, flowers, music, decorations, designs, invitations, and who to invite. It's all hectic," Julia said. "Our parents have been choosing with our help and their mom's help and emailing Salvia their choices. All in all, Salvia has been working quickly to put this all together, with some help from some other people that she's hired to take care of each aspect. And since Salvia's working so quickly, our parents are planning to have the wedding near the end of July, so in 1 month's time," Alex said, smiling. "They want to have their wedding during the summer, before school starts again." "Wow, 1 month?" Grace asked, shocked. Wedding planning usually took several months, but with Salvia, it was taking no time at all for her. "In 2 days, Julia and I, our parents, and grandmas will all be heading to Salvia's palace to finalize all of the major details for the wedding and meet the other people that Salvia has hired to help put it all together," Alex said. "I can't wait to go because I'll get to meet Salvia's daughter, Princess Sarah, and maybe gain a new friend," Julia added. "Oh, wow. I would love to meet a real princess," Grace said. "Well, you can. Salvia has heard about you guys and said that we can each pick someone to bring with us. But your parents have to be okay with it," Alex and Julia said. Grace smiled and excitement danced in her eyes. "Grace, would you like to come with us?" Julia asked. "Duh. Like you even had to ask." Grace cried happily. "Not me, summer is only just starting and I don't want to go away so soon," said Alan. "Yeah, us too," said Isla and Trey. "Anthony?" Alex asked. "Sure, why not? It seems like fun, plus you guys are offering," Anthony replied. Ash's sports car and Dawn's truck pulled through the gates to Salvia's palace and then drove up the path leading to the palace. They parked and they all got out and started taking out their suitcases. "Remember, be on your best behavior. This is a royal palace," Ash and Dawn said, reminding the kids. A servant was standing outside of the mahogany doors. "Welcome, Ash, Dawn, and their family and friends," he said, opening the doors and allowing them in. They walked into the palace and saw Salvia waiting for them. They all bowed before her. "You don't need to do that. You're our friends, after all," Salvia said to them, and they stood up. Salvia was dressed in a light pink dress with white gloves reaching to her elbows. Her hair was curled loosely and her crown was on her head. Standing beside her was a girl who looked exactly like Julia. The girl looked to be the kid's age and had sapphire blue hair and eyes to match. She was wearing a light blue dress that ended right before her white flats. Her hair was pulled half up and half down and a crown was on her head, too. It's so wonderful to see you again, Ash and Dawn. I'm honored to meet you all as well, Delia, Johanna, Alex, Julia, Anthony, and Grace. Salvia greeted. I would also like to introduce you to my daughter, Princess Sarah. All of the kids were staring in shock. They were overcome by how similar Salvia looked to Dawn and then how similar Sarah looked to Julia. Julia was the most surprised, it was like looking at her own twin. Princess Sarah had her hands clasped in front of her and she looked nervous and shy. Salvia looked down and saw her daughter. Sarah has yet to meet very many people and she has yet to have any real friends her own age. This is why I invited Alex and Julia and let them invite 2 friends to come along. I wanted Sarah to know what it's like to have friends and be around children her own age, something that I didn't have the pleasure of experiencing when I was young. Some servants walked into the room and took their suitcases from them. I'll show you to your rooms now, Salvia said as she turned and started walking. As they followed Salvia, everyone was amazed by the look of palace, minus Ash and Dawn, since they had been there before and had seen nearly everything. Salvia stopped and motioned to a few doors. Here we are. I hope that the rooms are acceptable and I hope that you are all comfortable and enjoy them. Ash and Dawn were sharing a room while everyone else had their own rooms. The rooms looked exactly the same as the room that Ash and Dawn had stayed in when they were there last. As they got settled in, Salvia waited in the hall outside. Ash, Dawn, Delia, and Johanna, if you will please come with me so that I can show you where the wedding will be taking place and to introduce you to the wonderful people who have been helping me, said the queen. Salvia then faced the kids. You can all get acquainted with one another. If you need anything, don't hesitate to let us know. The adults then walked away and the children were left alone. Hi, I'm Alex. Alex greeted. I'm Julia, Julia greeted with a smile. I'm Grace, it's nice to meet you. Grace said. And I'm Anthony, Anthony said. Sarah gave a small smile. Come with me, I'll show you around the palace. They walked around as Sarah pointed out many rooms, including the kitchen, dining room, and ballroom, where they could hear the voices of Ash and Dawn talking to other people about how it should be decorated, amongst other things. Sarah eventually led them out of the palace and into the wide open field behind the palace's large flower garden. A building could be seen in the distance. I'll show you the stables. We have Ponita and Rapidash that stay there. It's really lovely and peaceful, said Sarah. As they walked towards the stables, the kids told Sarah about their other friends who hadn't came with them, Isla, Trey, and Alan. They said that Sarah would get along with them very well. So what's it like being a princess? Grace asked. It's tough. I get lessons from my mother on how to be a princess, like proper etiquette and speech. There are parties, but I don't go to many, since almost no children ever come with the guests. It's how I've been raised, so I'm used to this. Here we are, the stables. Sarah said as they reached their destination. The kids looked in and saw 2 Rapidash and 4 Ponita. One of the Ponita came to the door of the stable and leaned its head out to Sarah. This Ponita is my close friend. Sarah said as she rubbed Ponita's head. She's still young, the same age as me. I love to go riding on her and she loves having me around. Being around Pokemon is very peaceful for me. Anthony held out his hand to Ponita and said, May I? Of course, but be gentle. Ponita's mane is made of intense fire and will burn you if she feels scared. Sarah replied. One by one, the kids rubbed Ponita's head and neck without getting burned as Ponita let out a soft, happy neigh. Ponita really seems calm around us, said Grace. I think that she can sense that we're friendly, said Julia. You really love Pokemon, don't you? Alex said to Sarah. Yes, I find them so fascinating. We often get Beautifly in the flower garden, too. I wish that I could go on a Pokemon journey, seeing all kinds of different Pokemon that I haven't seen before. But my royal status and future duties prevent me from doing so. That must be hard to deal with, said Anthony. It is. My mother went through the same thing when she was young. She wanted to travel and become a Pokemon coordinator and enter the Grand Festival. Thanks to Julia's mother, she was able to live her dream. For one day, at least. She said that it was one of the greatest moments of her life. We all love Pokemon, too. We're hoping to get our own Pokemon when we're old enough and go on a journey to see and catch more, said Alex. He then realized that he was making Sarah feel worse, since he was telling her that they could someday do what she wanted to do, but she couldn't. Sorry. I didn't mean to, he began. It's fine. I'm happy for all of you to be able to follow your dreams, really. Sarah said in a disappointed voice. Let's just go back inside. So why did your mom invite us here to befriend you? Julia asked after a minute of walking silently. Like my mom said, I don't have any friends my age. When my mom was my age, she didn't have friends her age, either. Sarah explained. My mom's first real friend, her only real friend that she ever had, was Dawn. Sadly, she couldn't stay in touch with her because she was only the princess and her father, the king, never allowed her time for things that didn't involve her learning and etc. My mom grew up raised by her father. She never knew who her mother was because her mother wasn't around while she was growing up. Her father was very strict and wanted her to be raised properly and formally, for she was the next in line to the throne. And since he was like this, he never allowed her to enter Pokemon contests or enjoy her childhood. I believe that my mom wants to give me everything that she didn't have while growing up, including friends. My mom is teaching me how to behave like a princess should, but she's going about it in a slow and kind manner, not like how she was taught. And since the king's passing and my mom becoming the queen, she's been hosting ball and parties. She's being friendly and getting acquainted with her subjects, which is something that she wasn't allowed to do much of when she was a princess. I, on the other hand, have been allowed to get to know people if I decide to come out and join a ball or party. But it feels strange meeting grown-ups and meeting nobody who is my age, someone that I can talk to. Which brings me back to my first point. I believe that my mother invited you all because she wants me to have the kind of life that she was denied when she was young. She wants me to have friends, people that I can be close to. I also want to compete in a Pokemon contest someday. At least once, like my mom, and I hope that she lets me. The kids were shocked from hearing what Sarah had just told them. How could someone live like that? No one should have to live like that. I mean, royal or not, kids are supposed to be able to have fun at times. Grace said. How could your mom live like that? She never got to do anything fun. Julia said softly in disbelief. It seemed like Salvia was trying to make sure that Sarah didn't end up like she did. She wanted Sarah to grow up differently, enjoying her childhood. As Sarah spoke about Salvia's past, they made their way back into the palace and were heading up the stairs. This is my room, Sarah said, opening one of the doors. They followed her inside and were shocked. Her room was huge. The walls were light and the floor was a soft white carpet. Blue curtains hung from the windows and were pulled back, letting in sunlight. There was a twin-size bed pushed against the left side of the wall with blue sheets on it and two big, fluffy pillows were on the bed. A dresser that was made of dark wood was near the door. A desk was pushed against the wall opposite the door with a chair. The desk was stacked with books and papers. A bookcase was near the desk and full of books. Quite a few pictures of different Pokemon were hanging from the wall. Two glass window doors lead out to a balcony. In the corner of the room were stuffed dolls. There were also two other doors in the room which were the bathroom and closet. The closet door was slightly ajar. Grace walked over and looked inside. It was like being in a clothing boutique. Sarah had countless outfits and dresses. Grace spun around and looked at Sarah. You have so many dresses. They're all beautiful. Grace cried. You and Julia can try some on. We're all about the same size. Sarah said. That gave Julia an idea. Hey, why don't we put on a fashion show for fun? We can try on dresses and Alex and Anthony can take pictures of us. Julia suggested. That will be fun. Grace cried. Sarah nodded her head. Okay, the boys agreed. My mom's camera is in their room. Can you go and get it? Julia asked. Alex and Anthony nodded and left the room, and the girls decided to change into the dresses. After Alex and Anthony returned, the fashion show started. Laughter filled Sarah's bedroom as the girls walked out. Grace had changed into a dark pink dress that had short sleeves to cover her shoulders, and she had added white gloves. Julia was wearing a purple dress that was held up by thin straps with short black gloves. Oh, wow! Grace cried as she spun and looked at her reflection in the large mirror that Sarah had in her room. Wow, this is wicked! Julia said, giving a small twirl. You girls look amazing, said the boys. Alex and Anthony took turns taking pictures with the camera as each of the girls posed and twirled. After the first pictures were taken, the three girls retreated back into the closet to pick a different outfit. Julia emerged first. She was now in a black dress that had a red ribbon around the waist. Her hair had been pulled from the ponytail it had been in, and her hair fell over her shoulders. Grace walked out next, dressed in a white dress that had ruffles from the waist down, and her hair had been pulled back into a side braid. Sarah walked out dressed in a yellow dress, and her tiara had been removed from her head. If someone was looking at Julia and Sarah, it would be hard to tell which one was which without the tiara. Grace was having the time of her life doing this. She was surrounded by countless dresses, and it was an amazing experience for her. Julia was happy too, and was smiling along. Sarah had never had this much fun in her life, and it was made even better by sharing the experience with the others. They walked out once more. All three were dressed in a similar dress, but different colors. The dresses were loose and held up by thin straps. Grace was in a cream color dress, Julia was in pink, and Sarah was in dark blue. Grace had also grabbed a scarf that she had spotted and was in the process of wrapping it around her neck. Fabulous, she said, tossing it around her neck, and Alex had snapped a picture of it. Wow, Grace! You really know how to pose and show off your style. It comes so naturally to you. So beautiful. Alex said, amazed. Grace blushed at Alex's words, causing everyone else to laugh. I've never had this much fun in my life. Sarah cried, smiling. Well, you all look fabulous, especially you, Princess, said Anthony. It was Sarah's turn to blush. She had never been paid a compliment like that before, least of all from a boy. Why, thank you. And it's Sarah, to all of you, she replied. The kids could see that Sarah was going to be one of their new friends in no time. She was going to gain the friends that she had always wanted. The sun was shining brightly in the bright blue sky with few white, fluffy clouds. A cool, gentle breeze was blowing, making this July day not too hot and the perfect weather for the wedding. The garden of Salvia's palace had been decorated beautifully. Salvia had outdone herself and had done a fantastic job. At the entrance of the garden and at the front were arches of white flower arrangements. Row after row of white wooden chairs were occupied and unoccupied by the guests. A vase of red roses was placed beside every other row of chairs. Ash, along with his best man, Gary, who had been his best man at his wedding to Misty, were at the front. Salvia stood behind Ash with a smile gracing her face. She was dressed in a powder blue gown that graced the floor. Her hair was straight and held back by her crown. She had worn her crown because this was an important event and so that people wouldn't mistake her and Dawn for each other. In the front row of chairs, Delia, Pikachu, and Piplup sat. Delia was smiling at her son. She was proud that her son had found happiness once more. Delia was dressed in a long, light pink dress that had two straps and her hair was pushed back by a white headband. Some of the guests that were there were Ash's friends that he had met while on his journeys. He saw Brock, Tracy, Leaf, who was Gary's wife, Drew, who was married to May, she was one of the bridesmaids, Iris, Sillon, Bonnie, and Clement. Even some of the Sinnoh gym leaders had came along with Cynthia. The gym leaders in attendance were Rourke, Gardenia, Maylene, Candace, and Faulkner. Alex and Julia's friends were scattered around the area, sitting with their families. Salvia looked around and after a moment, she signaled for the music to start playing. May, Serena, and Leona appeared. They were each dressed in one-shoulder, knee-length, sapphire blue satin dresses. Their hair was half up and half down. May was leading and Serena and Leona were following behind her beside one another, making a triangle. Following behind the three was Zoe, who was Dawn's maid of honor. She was dressed in the same dress as the others. Once Zoe reached the front, Alex appeared and started down the path, holding a white cushion that had the rings resting on it. Following behind Alex was Julia and Sarah, who wore matching baby blue, floor-length dresses that had 2 straps. Julia's hair was straight while Sarah's hair was curled and her crown was on her head. They carried a white basket in their hands and were dropping flower petals. The music then changed to the bridal march and everyone stood up, looking towards the entrance of the garden. Dawn and Johanna appeared. Johanna was dressed in a teal, floor-length dress with thin straps. They started walking down the aisle. Dawn was wearing a white halter, chiffon, A-line dress with a small train following behind her as she walked. A silver design was on the upper half of the dress. Her veil was long and the material looked glittery. Dawn's makeup was done to perfection. Her eyeshadow had been done in natural tones and her eyes were brought out by eyeliner and mascara. Her cheeks were a light pink and her lips were the same color. Her hair had been curled and was framing her face. She had diamond stud earrings in her ears. She had a smile on her face and as she walked, she never looked away from Ash. "She's so beautiful. I'm so lucky," Ash thought as he watched Dawn walk down the aisle. He was unable to look away and everyone else had faded from his sight. He saw only her. "Today is the day that I get to say, I do. I'll become Mrs. Dawn Ketchum soon." Dawn thought happily. She tightened her grip on her bouquet of roses. When they reached the front, Johanna turned to Dawn and hugged her. She then stepped over to Ash and hugged him, whispering in his ear, "I know that you'll take care of her and make her very happy." Johanna placed Dawn's hand in Ash's and then went and sat with Delia, Alex, and Julia. "Welcome, Ash and Dawn. And welcome to your family and friends who have joined you here on this special day. We are gathered together on this beautiful afternoon to share with Ash and Dawn as they exchange their vows of their everlasting love," Salvia said, looking around at the guests. "As Ash and Dawn take their vows today, we are privileged to witness the joyous love of a new family. The vows that you are about to exchange will serve as a verbal representation of the emotions that are as real as anything that can be seen, heard, or touched. For it is not the words that you will speak today that will bond you together as one, but the strength of the love and commitment found deep within your hearts. Ash, you may now say your vows." Ash looked at Dawn with love showing in his eyes. He smiled lovingly at her and spoke. "Dawn, almost 2 years ago, a terrible thing happened to my family. We lost a wife and a mother. Alex and I were heartbroken over our loss and took it very hard. I didn't think that things would ever go back to normal for us ever again. In my pain and heartache, I left Kanto, hoping to get a new start in a new region and escape my painful past. I couldn't stay in Pallet Town anymore, the horrible memories were just too much for me to bear. But then, when I moved here to Sinnoh, I met you and your family. You were the first friend that I made when I moved to Twin Leaf Town. Our children, Alex and Julia, found comfort in each other over the loss of their mother and father respectively, and became close friends very quickly. As Alex grew closer to you and your daughter, so did I. Both you and I had recently lost someone that we had loved, so we each understood what the other was going through. We shared so many wonderful moments together and you were always there for Alex and I. And over time, our relationship grew from friendship to something even more. When I lost my wife, Misty, I didn't think that my heart would ever be healed or that I would ever be happy again. But Dawn, you made it happen. You healed my broken heart and made me happier than I've been in a long time. You're the most beautiful woman that I've ever met and I love you more than anything in the world. Ash said, never once looking away from Dawn. Dawn had tears in her eyes after hearing Ash's loving words. She took a breath to calm herself and looked at him. Ash, when I met you, I was alone and broken-hearted, raising a little girl all by myself. I didn't want to find love again, out of fear that my heart would be broken once again. But then I met you and Alex and you became my close friend. You understood me and understood what I was feeling after the heartache of saying goodbye to my husband. I could be myself around you because you accepted me for who I was. You were someone who was always there for me, who made me smile and laugh when I was down. You were patient and caring, even while teaching me and my two left feet how to dance. You showed me that it was possible to fall in love again. I was scared to open up my heart to someone again, and I took a leap of faith by opening my heart to you. But it turned out to be the best decision that I've ever made in my life. You are the best thing that's ever happened to me. Like every couple, we've had our ups and downs, but we've pulled through and it has made our relationship stronger than ever. I know that you'll always be there for me and protect me. You healed my broken heart and I want to tell you to keep my heart. I give my heart to you and I'll never take it back because I know that I hold your heart, too. I will be forever yours as long as I live. Dawn said and smiled at Ash. Alex walked up with the cushion and the two of them took their rings. At this time, I ask you, Ash, and you, Dawn, to face each other and take each other's hands. They took each other's hands and waited as they smiled at each other. Will you, Ash Ketchum, take Dawn Berlitz to be your wedded wife? Will you love, comfort, and cherish her from this day forward in sickness and in health, richer or poorer, for better or for worse, for as long as you both shall live, till death do you part? Salvia asked, looking at him. I do, and I will, more than anything. Ash said and slid a diamond ring onto Dawn's finger. And will you, Dawn Berlitz, take Ash Ketchum to be your wedded husband? Will you love, comfort, and cherish him from this day forward in sickness and in health, richer or poorer, for better or for worse, for as long as you both shall live, till death do you part? Salvia asked, looking at Dawn. I do, and I will with all of my heart. Dawn said and slid a gold band onto Ash's finger. Then by the power vested in me as Queen of Sinnoh, I now pronounce you husband and wife. Ash, you may kiss your bride, said Salvia. Ash and Dawn wrapped their arms around one another and shared a long, loving kiss. Their first kiss as husband and wife. Their family and friends applauded and Salvia had a big smile on her face, happy for Dawn. Pikachu and Piplup were cheering happily for their trainers. Delia and Johanna were both smiling and wiping a few stray tears away. Alex and Julia were smiling and hugging one another. They were both ecstatic that their plan had worked so well and that this was the outcome. They were so happy that their parents were happy once more. Later, everyone had moved inside the palace for the wedding reception. Some guests were standing and talking amongst themselves while others were looking around the palace, since they had never been there before. Alex, Alan, Anthony, Grace, Isla, Julia, Sarah, and Trey were standing together and talking. Grace was dressed in a pink floor-length dress with 2 straps and her hair was curled. Isla was wearing a golden-yellow floor-length dress with 2 straps. I never thought that I would ever be at such a fancy party. Alan said, looking around the room, which was decorated beautifully. Are you used to things like this? I mean, since you are the princess? Isla asked. Honestly, this is a lot smaller than most parties that my mom throws. I don't really attend many, but when I do, they are a lot bigger than this. Sarah replied. I've never been this dressed up before. I don't mind it too much, but it feels strange. Julia said. Yeah, me too. I can't stand to wear dresses, so this is the first time that I've been dressed up like this. Isla added. I've never been this dressed up this much before, either. But I like it. Grace said, since she was the fashionista of the group. How does it feel, being siblings now? Sarah asked, looking at Alex and Julia. It really doesn't feel that different. We were really close friends from the start, so we're just related now. Alex replied. Yeah. I mean, Grace once said that we acted like a brother and sister and now we are. It feels good to actually be related now, but it's not very different. Julia added. And how does it feel to have a mom and dad again? It's great to have a dad again. I was bullied at school for not having one anymore. Yeah, it's great to have a mom again, too. I was so hurt when she died. A small silence passed over the group. I just can't believe this. My mom is so happy. She hasn't been this happy in years. It's great to finally see her happy and smiling again. Julia said. Yeah, my dad is finally back to his old self completely. He's so happy to have found someone new to love and who loves him, too. Alex said. I was wondering, how did your parents meet? They seem so happy together and at peace with one another, but how did they meet and get together? Sarah asked. Sarah was the only one who didn't know how Ash and Dawn had gotten together. Well, we were the ones that did it. We got them to become friends and then slowly, they became a couple. Alex replied. We had a plan. We set up dates for them to go on. Until they told each other that they loved each other and became a couple. Then they began asking each other out on dates without our help. Julia added. Sarah's eyes widened. You two got them together. You did a great job at it. I never would have guessed that you were the ones behind them getting together, but I'm glad that it all worked out. They met one another when my dad and I moved from Kanto to Sinnoh. Alex said. My mom and I saw that the house that had been for sale was bought. One day, I saw the moving truck and told my mom. We thought that it would be nice to introduce ourselves and make our new neighbors feel welcome. Julia added. And they invited us over for supper. Alex said, remembering another part of the story. Yep, and that was the beginning of our friendship and our parents' friendship. It was, I think, destiny. Arceus's plan for our two families to meet. Julia said, thinking back. Wow. Sarah said softly. Julia smiled and looked at her friends and said, well, our tightly knit circle of friends has grown from 7 to 8. Sarah smiled happily and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Of course. You're our friend too, Sarah. I'm so happy. Thank you. I've never had any friends before and now I have 7. One by one, they each hugged Sarah and welcomed her into their little group. As Sarah released Julia, her eyes widened. Julia, you know how my mom and your mom write letters to one another? What if we do the same? Sarah asked. That's a great idea. That way, we'll all be able to keep in touch with you. The 7 of us can all write a letter together. Salvia walked over. How are you doing and are you enjoying yourselves? She asked. Mom, is it okay for us to write to each other, like you and Dawn do? Sarah asked. Of course, Sarah. You may all write a letter together and send it to Sarah. I'm delighted that she has such wonderful friends like all of you. Ash and Dawn are outside getting their wedding pictures taken and have asked that you all come out for some pictures, too. Salvia said after a moment. Okay. The kids followed Salvia outside and into another part of the garden where Ash and Dawn were standing, along with Delia and Johanna. Alex and Julia ran ahead and hugged their parents. It was the first time since the ceremony that they had seen them. Hi, Mom. Alex said, hugging Dawn and calling her his mom for the first time. Hi, Dad. Julia said, hugging Ash and calling him her dad for the first time. Ash and Dawn felt happy hearing their newest child call them their mom and dad. They both knew that the two missed their past mom and dad and knew that they would never replace them, but were very glad that they accepted them as their parents and didn't find it awkward to call them Mom and Dad. Alex and Julia then hugged their grandmothers and had called their newest grandmother, Grandma, for the first time. Delia and Johanna were very happy. They had gained a new grandchild and now had two. Delia gained a granddaughter and Johanna gained a grandson. The photographer asked for the Ketchum family to step up and Ash, Dawn, Alex, and Julia stepped up and waited to be instructed how to pose. You and your wife stand in the back with your arms closest to each other wrapped around their waist. Then you kids get in front of your parents and pose however you want. And parents, place your hand on their shoulder that's closest to you, the photographer instructed. He walked over to his camera and counted to 3 and snapped a few pictures of the new Ketchum family, now a family of 4. Okay, now what other pictures did you two want to have? He asked. I'm taking a picture with my son and one with my mom. Ash said. I'm taking one with my daughter, one my mom, and one with Queen Salvia. Dawn replied. Okay. Is that all or will there be more? I would like for my daughter and their daughter to take a picture together. Salvia said. Then one of all of the girls together, too. Then for the last picture, all of the kids together. Dawn added. Okay, I can do that. Now, father and son, come here. Ash and Alex stood and a picture was taken with Ash's arm over Alex's shoulder. Then Dawn and Julia took their picture and Dawn and Julia had their arm wrapped around each other's waist. Dawn and Salvia's picture was similar to Dawn and Julia's picture. Julia and Sarah's picture was the two standing side by side and smiling happily at the camera. All of the girls put their arms around one another on their shoulders for their picture. And lastly, all of the kids stood in a line, smiling with their arms on each other's shoulders. Trey was the leftmost person and then it was Alan, Anthony, Alex, Julia, Sarah, Grace, and Isla. You can go back to the party now. We'll see you later. Ash and Dawn said to the kids. The kids nodded and they all left, heading back inside. We would now like to give you your wedding present, said Delia. It's outside in front of the palace. Johanna added. Ash, Dawn, Delia, Johanna, and Salvia all walked out of the front doors of the palace and outside. When they stepped out, Ash and Dawn saw Ash's black sports car parked there and beside it was another car, exactly like Ash's, but a sky blue color. The two looked at their mothers questioningly. We worked together and combined our money, with some help from Salvia, to buy you a new car, Dawn. Delia explained. We thought that a new car would suit you for a wedding present. It's a lot better and safer than your old, run-down truck, too. Johanna said. Dawn stared at them in complete shock. But then she smiled at them and hugged each of them, thanking them. I love it. Thank you so much. Dawn cried. I wanted to get a new car, but with everything that's been going on and no one wanting me to take any pictures, I didn't have the money to do so. Dawn thought to herself. It was now evening and everyone was heading inside the ballroom for dinner. The ballroom was decorated beautifully. Round tables were set up on one side of the room. White tablecloths covered them. The centerpieces were burning white candles. The chairs were white with blue cushions. A small band was catty-cornered in the corner, playing softly creating a peaceful atmosphere. The rest of the ballroom was open, large enough for dancing. The chandeliers were sparkling in the room. Ash and Dawn, no longer wearing her veil, sat with Salvia at the main table while the kids all sat at their own table. Servants then came and served them food. Saliva took a sip of her drink. I want to mention something to you and I hope that you both don't get offended in any way. Salvia said, setting her glass down. Ash and Dawn looked at her. What is it? Dawn asked. When you and Ash came to my coronation ball together, I have to admit that I was interested in Ash. He caught my eye, but as I saw you two dancing, I saw that the two of you were a couple and very deeply in love. I wasn't going to impose on your relationship. Dawn, you are my best friend and I wasn't going to lose my friend. I could see how happy you both were and I wanted you both to stay happy. You found yourself a wonderful man. Salvia spoke softly. Dawn was a little shocked at Salvia's confession. Well, I'm glad that you didn't try to do anything to break us apart. Dawn said. I would never do such a thing to anyone. Especially not my best friend. I would never risk a friendship that couldn't be replaced. Dawn felt happy and she felt a small burning sensation behind her eyes. She was touched by how much of a friend Salvia considered her to be by valuing Dawn's happiness over her own happiness. Ash was shocked by what Salvia had just said. I never would have guessed that Salvia had been interested in me, especially with the way that she acts around me. With the way that Dawn and Salvia act towards each other, you'd almost think that they were sisters. Ash thought. Once everyone was done eating, it was time to cut the cake. The cake was vanilla with 3 layers and covered in white frosting. Ash and Dawn cut the cake and fed one another a bite of cake. The cake was then served to everyone. Once everyone had finished eating their cake, it was time for Ash and Dawn to have their first dance as husband and wife. The band started to play a slow, soft song and Ash and Dawn walked out to the middle of the ballroom. Ash wrapped his arms around Dawn's waist and Dawn wrapped her arms around Ash's neck. They began to dance slowly to the music. As they danced around the floor, they were both smiling lovingly at one another. You know, I've never danced at my wedding. When I got married the first time, we didn't have a first dance because I was such a bad dancer at the time. It's something that I wished I could have done, because it's so special. Now it's finally happening and it couldn't have been any better. Dawn whispered. I'm glad that I'm able to dance with you at our wedding, too. Because I'll never forget this moment. Ash whispered back. The song ended and Ash and Dawn kissed as their family and friends started to applaud. Other people then walked onto the floor and paired up, beginning to dance as another song started. As the kids were watching people dance, Anthony walked up to Sarah and bowed and spoke in a proper voice. Your Highness, may I have this dance? Sarah giggled at how he was acting, but decided to play along. She curtsied and said, I would love to, my good sir. She took his hand and they walked out onto the ballroom floor and started to dance. Grace took a small breath and walked over to where Alex was standing. Would you like to dance? She asked, nervously looking at him and then down at her heels. She then glanced up and saw Alex smiling reassuringly. I'd love to, he replied. As they walked out onto the dance floor, Grace thought to herself, Alex has always been so understanding and accepts me as me. I don't have to feel like I'm someone else. Even when I'm embarrassed, he makes me see that it's okay and not to worry. Like Julia and her mom say, there's no need to worry. The others stood, watching their friends dance. It's great that they're so close, their relationship is stronger than any of their relationships with us. Sarah doesn't have to act like a princess or act differently around Anthony and neither does Grace around Alex. We're all friends, but their relationship seems stronger than normal. Julia said as she watched the 4 dance. The others nodded in agreement with what Julia had said. After a few more songs, Ash and Dawn walked off of the dance floor to take a break. As Ash neared the table, he saw something out of the window. He walked out of the ballroom and outside into the garden. Dawn followed him. The two turned the corner and Ash stopped. Standing there, dressed in a long, red gown and with her orange hair falling to her shoulders, was Misty. Misty. Ash trailed, shocked. Hello, Ash, Dawn. My spirit has appeared to congratulate you on your special day. Dawn was shocked at what she was seeing before her. So this is Misty. This is the woman who had Ash's heart before and who was ripped away from him and Alex. This is Alex's mother. I can see some of her features in Alex, too. Dawn thought to herself. Ash, please care for Dawn, make her happy, and give her all of the love that you would want to give to me if I was still alive. Misty said tenderly. I will, I promise. Ash said. Misty smiled and walked over to Ash. She hugged him and they shared a tender kiss. Misty then walked over to Dawn and hugged her. Look after Ash, he can be a bit reckless. Misty said. Dawn giggled and nodded her head. I will. Take care of Alex too, because you are his mom now. I promise. I will love him like he's my own son. No, he is your son now, Dawn. I was scared that it would be awkward for you two to meet like this. Ash said, looking at Dawn. It's not awkward at all, Ash, said Dawn. We both understand that I can't be there for you anymore, Ash. All I want is for the two of you and Alex and Julia to be happy. That happiness can happen because of Dawn. Misty added. Misty then placed Ash's hands and Dawn's hands together, showing her desire for them to be together. Ash and Dawn looked at one another for just a second. When they looked back to where Misty was, they saw no one. Misty's spirit had left. The two smiled at one another and headed back inside. Ash was happy that Misty approved of them being together, even though she had told him once before. He was also glad that she had come to congratulate him on his special day. Hearing her say it just made it feel much more special. The day had now ended and night had fallen. Dawn grabbed her bouquet and walked over to the front of the room. Almost every girl gathered around. Ready? Dawn asked, looking at the group. A chorus of, yes, was her reply. Dawn turned back around and tossed the bouquet over her head. She turned around and saw that the bouquet had been caught by one of her bridesmaids. Serena had caught the bouquet. Looks like someone will be getting married soon, she said to Serena. Serena just shook her head. Some guests left to go home and others were getting ready to retire to their rooms at the palace for the night. Salvia had been generous enough to allow guests to stay the night at her palace if they didn't want to head home late at night. Alex and Julia walked over to where their parents were. Good night, Alex and Julia said. Night, Ash and Dawn replied. We're leaving early tomorrow for our honeymoon, so we won't see you until we come home. Your grandmothers are going to look after you until then. Pikachu and Piplup are also staying behind, said Dawn. You two be good. Dawn said, hugging Alex and Julia. We will, they replied as they hugged Ash. Ash and Dawn then said goodbye to their Pokémon and then hugged their parents. Delia, Johanna, Alex, and Julia then left, heading to their rooms that Salvia had given them. Ash and Dawn then walked over to Salvia. Salvia, we can't thank you enough for everything that you've done for us. Dawn said to her friend. Well, I wanted you and Ash to have the best wedding possible. Salvia replied. Well, we have. Thanks to you, our special day was even more special than we could have hoped for, said Ash. Will you promise to visit often? And bring Alex and Julia with you so that Sarah can have some company? Salvia asked. Of course. Whenever you invite us, we'll be sure to come. I know that Alex, Julia, and Sarah will like that, too. Dawn replied. And we'll still write to each other? Absolutely. The kids and their friends can write to Sarah, too. Salvia smiled and stepped forward, hugging them both. Good night, she said. Good night. Ash and Dawn made their way to their room. As they entered their room, they saw that it was dark and lit by many candles that were laying around the room. Rose petals covered the sheets of their canopy bed. It created the perfect romantic feeling, perfect for this day. Ash wrapped his arms around Dawn. Dawn smiled up at him and wrapped her arms around his neck. We're together at last, she said softly. Yes, together forever. This is how it was meant to be. Ash said, leaning down and kissing her. When they pulled away with their foreheads touching, Dawn spoke. I love you so much, Ash Ketchum. Ash smiled at her. And I love you, Dawn Ketchum, he said, kissing her softly. Ash and Dawn Ketchum. Once sad and alone, their two broken hearts had been healed and were now two loving hearts. The end.